We are live at Coletco. TSO Houston, the first commenter. All right, I'm here. I'm texting Tanner right now. All right. I need to text Seth too. Let me do this. Welcome everybody to Saturday night. All right. Scott Halber, Tim Roy, Mitch T, Music Mutt, Timothy Horn, Dustin Brandon, Larry Gonzalez, Melanie Jennings, Shane Landolph, James Hicks, JCB, Craig Sweden, Mark Wolf, Al, Craig Sweden, and Tim Rory, TSO Houston. How many more people's names can I read off? Okay, Tanner bought an incredible collection today in Elgin, Illinois. Elgin, Illinois, incredible collection was purchased. He's already got pictures. It's going to be posted tomorrow. First time and hope to buy. Welcome, Josh Cross, Jeff Brindley, Vladarchek. I got some Green Day posters. I'm going to try to bring one back here in just a second. I'm going to do this. Let's do this right here. Step inside. Walk this way. Okay, so first thing I have is this Who. This is a model van. It's $159.99. It's a Revell or Revel. I've always said Revell. Revell model van for the Who, $159.99. This is Batman from the 66 TV show. This is a new Funko, $15.99. From Batman Beyond, the Joker, $15.99. And Bride of Frankenstein. We sold 2. There's 1 left. Bride of Frankenstein from Universal Monsters. So there's that. Here's this. And here is the Beatles in mono CD box set. That is $200. The Beatles in mono. And whoa, I'm going to go ahead and take all this stuff up front and out of my way. I'm going to go grab those posters. So yeah, we bought more stuff from the Music Executive Collection. Do y'all remember that one? He gave us a call. Tanner went down there yesterday and he bought a truckload of stuff. The Music Executive Collection. So we got cool, really cool, more promo stuff. Really cool new promo stuff. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. And for all I know, y'all may have already bought one of these from me because I feel like we bought some stuff from this Music Executive before out of Nashville. That's what we call it. We call it the Music Executive. I don't know exactly. He was just involved. He was just involved in the business. I don't know exactly what he did. You know, I just call it that. It's so much promo stuff. That's what it seems like he did, right? Anthrax for All Kings. Anthrax Poker Edition, $124.99. And then the Rolling Stone Singles Collection. Look at this. Abbey Road Magic. On this day in 1969, the iconic photo of Abbey Road was taken and became one of the most famous and collected album covers in music history. Wow. Thank you, Otis. That was a great little informational bit there. I've seen that on Facebook earlier. The Rolling Stone Singles box set. That is $99.99. $99.99 on that. And then this Aerosmith book. The Ultimate History of the Bad Boys from Boston. That's $34.99. And then we showed these CD box sets last night. Grateful Dead, XTC, The Beatles, and Grateful Dead. So let me take all that up front. And that way we got the auction block cleared. And we can go ahead and get started on auctions. I'll put up one of these Green Day posters here pretty quick. Like I said, y'all might already have one. Whoa, what is that? Crosby, Stills, and Nash there I just seen. One morning, I woke up and I knew who you were. A new day, a new... I wonder where they got this at. I don't think that's real, though. No. It'd be pretty sweet if it is, but I think this is a really bad fake. Oh, man. Yeah, that's not good. It's one of those really good fakes, though. Yeah. No. Probably something we found down in a crate. Maybe, maybe not. Okay. Welcome, everybody. So here we go. Show is beginning. 6:30. Me plugging my phone. Saturday night. Tons of auctions. Tons that wasn't photographed. Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, photograph stuff is like a small portion of what we actually have tonight. Let's get started with some Japanese classics, though. As in Japanese pressings, okay? So the first thing I have here is Eagles, the long run. This is a Japanese pressing. This is near mint minus and pristine, and that is a $35 start. $35 start on the Eagles. Here's a great 38 special album. Has that song, If I Could Be the One. If I'd Been the One. Yep, that is a 38 special tour de force. $35 start on that one. $35 start on that one. Why does it have a certificate if it's fake? Not all certificates are real certificates. Anybody can just kind of print up a fake looking company and make a certificate, right? I mean, you could just tell AI to generate a certificate of authenticity. It looks like this album is signed with these details, and poof, there it is. And then you print it and you can really fool somebody. And that's what scammers do. So you got to be really careful out there. You got to have the trained eyes on it to know what you're looking for. I collect Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and those honestly don't even look close to real autographs. I did sell my last of my Neil Young autographs all to one person. All to one person on eBay. I sold the rest of our Neil Young autographs. It was a pretty big sale. So I think I have one signed Neil Young. I have one signed Neil Young backstage pass left. Far as for sale, I've got a couple in my collection, but Neil Young, all those are gone. It took me almost 2 years to sell those from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Or it did take 2 years, I think. Yeah, I think it took almost 2 years, but they're all gone. Journey Frontiers, that's a Japanese pressing, $35 start on Journey Frontiers. And then let's go ahead and knock out Michael Schenker Group. This is Live Rock Will Never Die, Japanese pressing, near mint minus, and that is a $35 start. Okay. Speaking of JSA letters, we did have some come back. These are legit letters. And some of these are for customers that already bought stuff, like Kiss and Johnny Cash. And then Monday night, we got a bunch of signed Kiss stuff. These will be coming back. We will have these on Monday, okay? We got some really cool, fully signed Kiss items that we're going to run, all right? With JSA letters. And, yeah, it's the company, really. There's only about 3 companies you can trust for autographs. But that doesn't mean somebody can fake the certificate, too. You wanna buy JSA, Beckett, and PSA. There's one more company that's pretty popular, ACOA. They're pretty good. But I would be careful because I see a lot of fake Beckett certificates. I see a lot of fake JSA certificates are really hard to fake. Really hard to fake. So, all right. Let's go back over here. Eagles 38 Special. Looks like my camera needs reset. There we go. There's our first 4 auctions tonight. Some Japanese warm-up. Japanese food warmed up. Hibachi. Okay. And I'm going to touch my toes. Oh, yes. All right, so we got the crate from up front from this morning. Let me go grab that. It has been raining. I actually got woke up by the sound of thunder about 2 or 3 hours ago. I've been up since then. And I was going to go ahead and head this way, but I had so much other stuff to do on my phone. Mostly just scrolling through messages because we're getting so many leads on collections. Just really weird how this business works. You know, we'll get down to where I'm like, this building's full of vinyl, but I'm looking for like high-end records, you know, because we go through so many $50 and $100 records a night. That's not easy to keep in stock. And then all of a sudden, it's like, well, we're kind of low on high-end auctions. And then we get so many collections, Tanner literally can't go get them fast enough. Because let me tell you something. Some of these people, when they get ready to sell their collection, they sometimes have to sell it in a hurry. And sometimes it's not easy for us to get literally across the country. And we have to get there in a hurry and get this stuff bought. So it's pretty amazing. I mean, like all of a sudden, he left this morning on a whim. We went to Nashville. He's in Illinois. He's in Iowa. He's going to South Dakota. And then I think we got some stuff lined up back in Tennessee and then North Carolina. And then next thing, this building's going to have so much vinyl in it. And it's going to be almost impossible to even explain to y'all what's going to go up for sale. We won't even be able to handle it all. CSR, I don't know CSR. I wouldn't know CSR. I'm thinking if it's not JSA, PSA, or Beckett, or maybe ACOA, I wouldn't touch it. But the best thing to do with an autograph is to have a lot of different people look at it, like in groups. post it like, or let me look at it, or post it like in some Facebook groups. And if the general public doesn't accept it as real, you know, and all the collectors and experts, then it's just no good. And that fools a lot of people. So, I mean, it needs COA, but what I would do is I would make sure, you know, it's legit. Okay. CSR autographs. Let me see what this link is. I think that's just a company that sells autographs. I don't know if that's actually an authentication service. I think that's just a company, kind of like if we had a website with all of our autographs listed. Okay, here we go. We have Queen Greatest Hits Volume 2, $39.99. So here's some of the stuff that sold this morning. World War II, Wham, Fleetwood Mac, Rolling Stones, Fleetwood Mac, Faces, Neil Young, Wham, Neil Young, Bowie, Stones, Red Hot, Iggy, John Lee Hooker, Devo, George, and I think we're good to go. Let me ask him about this. Okay. Details on Journey. Journey, Japanese OG. This one has the inserts with it. Yes. It does have the inserts. It's $35. All these are about to be $35 buy it nows. Okay, back over here, we had NWA's Greatest Hits. I don't think I read off a claim for that, did I? No. So NWA's Greatest Hits is still available, $44.99. We have Toto, 40 Trips Around the Sun. Toto is $36.99. And Red Hot Chili Peppers Greatest Hits, that's $49.99. That is sold to Sean Richter. Thank you, Sean Richter. That's sold to you. That is $49.99. And then Thin Lizzy's Greatest Hits. This one's still available. Thin Lizzy's a double LP, $46.99 for that 2 LP. Thin Lizzy, $46.99. And then Journey's Greatest Hits. Journey's Greatest Hits is a double LP. That's a remaster. And that is $44.99. Okay, so final call on Journey. A, B, and D are buy it nows. Eagles, the long run, a $35 buy it now. Boy, do we have a lot of Japanese stuff. I'm going to be putting them up 4 at a time, plus the advertised stuff that Patrick got ready, plus a bonus crate from Seth. Plus, I'm going to be trying to run some of the music executive stuff. I don't have so much of that ready tonight because I promised somebody I'd do all the high-end Taylor Swift stuff on Tuesday, which is probably true because I really don't have it like tagged and researched, but I do have stuff I can just kind of slip in here and there. Cameron McCoy got the Eagles. Uh-oh, Jake. The auction buttons aren't working. Oh, they're on now. Hold on one second. Okay, we're good to go. Randy Seibert. There you go. Okay, so there we have, and this is Eagles, and that's sold for $30 to Cameron McCoy. We're good to go now, Jake. Cameron McCoy got that for $30. Thank you, Cameron McCoy. And how can you see the preview? If you're on YouTube only, you go to our channel, and then there's an area called what is it called? Post. So I think if you click on our channel, community or post, try post. Because there's no way really to post on YouTube unless you do a whole video. So we post a gallery. Okay. There's a gallery on there. And 9 photos. You can do a 10 at a time. If you're on Instagram or YouTube, or excuse me, if you're on Instagram or Facebook, make sure you follow us on there. They're also posted. It's usually about an hour before we're live, maybe as soon as 30 minutes, because they don't have them taken till the afternoons. I don't wake up until the afternoons, and that's usually the first thing I do is I post that either right before I leave my house to head here, right maybe before I get in the shower or something, just whatever, whenever they have them ready. Journey is sold to Randy Seibert for $45. Thank you, Randy Seibert. That is sold to you. Let's go ahead and get that one off the board. That was a pristine copy. Some great songs on that album, Frontiers. Holy moly. All right, thank you on that. Let's get that put away. And over here, Michael Schenker Group is a no bid. And Michael Schenker Group is a buy it now for $35. $35. All right. $35. Thank you, Randy Seibert. All right, let's put that away right here. Okay, and that's the 2 no bids, MSG and 38 Special. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so here's one of these posters. I said I'd go ahead and knock this out early tonight. Yeah, so here's one of these posters. These were a limited edition of 300. Limited edition of 300. I haven't had a lot of time to check on these, but there's the stamp, the aesthetic apparatus. It's number 22 of 300. It's number 22 of 300, and it's this Green Day poster. This came from that new collection. iHeartRadio presents Green Day grand opening, PRC Richard and Son Theater, home for Clear Channel Radio, Tribeca, New York City. And we may have had this before because it looks like I can't remember. Some of these albums look familiar from this guy's collection, and there should be more than one of these. But this one's numbered and stamped, and let's just. I tell you what, since I got multiples, let's do them on a buy it now. I'm thinking $175. $175, and I had there's where they're numbered. Let's see how we have here. $175. So we got 21, 22, 21, 22, 28, and 26. Okay. We'll say 175 on those. Shipped, rolled in a tube. All right. And so Vladarchuk wants one. There's one. I'll give you number 21. Okay. Sold to Vladarchuk, 175. Pretty limited a deal there. I think they had something to do with a theater that was opened, and that was what was going on. We had a lot of promotional stuff from that. Something to do with this label this guy worked for. So I've got at least 3 more. The tube was sealed, and it said signed Green Day poster. And I went, oh my gosh. You know, that would be a $1,000 item. But it was signed by the artist. So I think it was signed by the artist. So I was happy to find finally something else new Green Day, but a little disappointed it wasn't actually signed by Green Day. That's a major difference in value. Holy moly. Huge difference in value. Okay, here we go. Let's put up some more. Let's put up Yngwie, Lynyrd Skynyrd, the Monkees, and the Beatles. Here's 4 more Japanese pressings early for tonight. The first one is the Monkees, and this is Japanese, near mint minus with Obi, and that's going to go up an A for a $35 start. Yngwie J. Malmsteen's Rising Force, pristine Japanese pressing. All these are complete with inserts and near mint. Skynyrd doesn't have Obi. That's a really tough one to find, but this is typical high-quality Japanese. $35 start on that. And then this is a cool Beatles release. 20 original tracks, the Beatles ballads. So there you go. Those are $35 starts on all those. So Neil Young's Greatest Hits. There was a Neil Young Japanese and a Neil Young Greatest. Neil Young Greatest is sold for $59.99 to Danae DeLeo. Thank you, Danae DeLeo. That's so to you. Billy Joel's Greatest Hits. That's a double LP. Billy Joel is $38.99. And then Notorious. Biggie Smalls. This is a double LP. $49.99 on that one. And then Blink 182. That is Greatest Hits. Blink 182, $39.99. The Cure's Greatest Hits. The Cure's Greatest Hits is a double LP. That is $59.99. The Cure's Greatest Hits, and then Creedence Clearwater Revival. That is on red, white, and blue vinyl, and it comes with a slip mat. $39.99 for CCR. That's a great double LP. And Aerosmith, and this is their Greatest Hits. If y'all have noticed, the theme the last couple nights have been Greatest Hits. $39.99 for Aerosmith, and then Lenny Kravitz Greatest Hits. That's a double LP, $49 on that one. And then Papa Roach, you guessed it, Greatest Hits, $36.99, double LP on that one. And a couple of these here at the end did sell, including this one. Kid Rock Greatest Hits, $49.99. That's a double LP. And then Small Faces, and this one did sell. This is sold to Danae DeLeo for $34.99. Thank you, Danae. And then Shania Twain's a double LP. She's $49. And then we had 2 of these expanded Fleetwood Mac Greatest Hits. This is on white vinyl. One is sold to Danae DeLeo for $44.99, and I think that's it. Yep, and there's one extra there if anybody wants it. Okay, final call on all these auctions, all Japanese and all near mint minus. 3 of the 4 have Obies. Skinner does not, but they all have complete with inserts, 35, 35, 35, 35, all going once and going twice, okay? I think the other 2 crates are no bids from last night, which is a majority. It's a majority of what most of the claims from the video was, including World War II, Wham, Fleetwood Mac, Stones, Neil Young, Wham, Bowie, Stones, Iggy, John Lee Hooker, Lou Reed, Bowie, Devo, George Price on Who Quadrophenia. Okay. All right, just make sure I had all that caught up. All right, Tony, the minimum bid on C is $35. You are $5 away, Tony McDaniel. You are $5 away, Tony McDaniel. Let's go ahead and grab that other crate. If anybody else wants anything in there, just let me know. Let me know. Well, the weather outside is frightful. Okay, we'll knock out this box set box first. Let's go over here. And I have 2 pending offers on Bowie, so I got to wait and see what happens over here on this. The first thing was Iggy Pop and David Bowie CD box set. That was $45. This did sell to Cynthia Herdren for $45. Cynthia Herdren got this Iggy Pop David Bowie box set for $45. Thank you, Cynthia. That's so do you. So that one's done. And then this David Bowie box, Who Can It Be Now? That one was $190. That's a pricey CD box set. And then Kinks, Lola versus Power Man and the Money Garoon. This was $55 on the Kinks box. That was with 7-inch and CDs. The Who Sellout box set was $65. And then somebody on the video asked how much Quadrophenia was. I must have not said the price. Quadrophenia is $175. $175. Let me just snap a picture of this and post it for John Dorsey, okay? Because somebody asked the details on it. I must have not said in the video. So let me tag this and just send him this picture right here, okay? All right, and then David Bowie. It is pending to like £2. I'm waiting for somebody to see if they want to match that offer. They had DM'd me about it, and then somebody made an offer, and then somebody matched it. So we'll see what happens. The first dibs goes to Rob Fordham. Rob, somebody offered $170. I just sent you a message there, or $175. How much was it? Yeah, so it was $190, and so that's sold. Yeah. Vladarcheks, man, I mentioned y'all's name last night. I was like, golly, the Vladarcheks must not be watching. This is already sold. It's sold to Rob Fordham for $175. That's sold to Rob Fordham for $175. The other one is this. This is David Bowie, Who Can It Be Now? Or Who Can I Be Now? And Who Can I Be Now is this CD box set. It is $190. It is a 2016, like 14-disc box. It's $190. Pretty pricey. Median on it's $222, and some of them have sold for as much as $337. So that's a CD box set, $190. The other David Bowie live box was live albums that you had to put together, and that's it. So I don't think there was any other claims on anything in here. Let me go get that last crate of no bids, and let's put up 3 new auctions, okay? Oh, David Bowie CD, $175. Okay, right here. David Bowie CD. Yeah, so Rob, this is the CD box set, so do you want for $75? Do you also want the vinyl? You've got dibs, and then what's his name made an offer. Chris Riddings made an offer, but you have dibs on the video from this morning. Always make sure you watch the no-bid videos in the morning. The no-bid videos in the morning have any no-bid leftovers, okay? It's usually about a 5 to 7 minute video every morning. So The LP box is going to be sold as well. The reason is Rob made an offer this morning. And then Chris Riddings made an offer for more. Rob said he would take it for the 170, and then he got the CD box for 175. Okay, so all those are sold. And then all these are over here. D's a final call for 41. A, B, and C are buy it nows for $35. So the Monkeys is a buy it now for $35. The Monkeys is a buy it now for $35. Ingve's a buy it now for $35. And Skinnerd is a buy it now for $35. Jake is heading out. Thank you, Jake. And here we go. All righty. Hatchet Ed crate. We did 6 Hatchet Ed crates last night, Jeff. You must have not been on. 6 Hatchet Ed crates last night. You missed all those. Man, a lot of people missed a lot of fun, it seems like, last night. Are y'all trying to tell me you're not a dedicated Coletco watcher for not watching every second, every day? How dare you? How dare you? Okay. There's that. And here's this. Boop-a-doo-doo-doo. Oh, Rob Fordham said he made an offer. Brian Venture Live Box. Oh, so your first offer on the video this morning was on the CD box. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying now. Aha. Okay. Okay, I get what you're saying. So you put Bowie, Who Can It Be Now? And David Bowie, Brian Venture, Chris Riddings. Okay. All right, so we need to correct that then. Okay, I got you. So, yeah, that is accurate then. So this is definitely sold, but this is sold to Chris Riddings for 170. Chris Riddings for 170. Let's make sure we get that right. Sorry, I didn't pay attention to y'all's actual specificness of the box sets. Even though I specifically asked for that, I went against my own policy. That is sold to Chris Riddings for 170. And then 150 on the box. I probably would have passed or countered, but if you're good with 170, I'm good with 170. And we'll keep the CD box set at 170. We'll just call both of those 170 because I think this is a pretty good, that's a really good price on that one. All right, and then let's keep that sold then, the Rob Fordham for 170. Wow, that was a lot of information, but we got all that figured out. So both of the Bowie boxes sold 170, 170. Chris Riddings on the vinyl, Rob Fordham on the CDs. All right, Tony McDaniel, I'll do 30 on Leonard Skinnerd. 30 on Leonard Skinnerd. 30 on Leonard Skinnerd. And then Yngwie Malmsteen is right here, whoever asked. Dave Deckenberger. Dave Deckenberger. $35. $35. Rising Force. The Beatles Ballads is sold to Kristen Starrett for $41. Sold to Kristen Starrett for $41. I think I got all that figured out now. All right. So that just leaves the Kinks, the Who, the Who. The Kinks, the Who, the Who. Yep. And I need that last crate. But before I step away, I'm going to put up some auctions. Okay? Let me put the high-end Japanese crate here. Let me grab the stuff Patrick got ready. Let's go ahead and start pulling from that, including Syd Barrett. Syd Barrett's a 1978 French double LP. This is 2 albums of Syd Barrett together in one. And the first one is Syd Barrett, The Madcap Laughs, and Barrett, which is a double LP, and this is a beautiful example. 2 Syd Barrett albums in one. That is a $35 start in A. David Howard gets Yngwie for $35. Thank you, David Howard. That's so to you. The next Japanese pressing is going to probably start coming out of this crate. Yep. This is the soundtrack to Rocky with Obi. This is the soundtrack to Rocky with Obi. That's going to go up in B for a $35 start. And then next is CCR Japanese pressing. Very cool here. This is Bayou Country, or Green River, excuse me. Green River is a $35 start. $35 start. Right? And then over here in D is this John Lennon Plastic Ono Band. And then John Lennon Plastic Ono Band is in D, and that is a $35 start. $35 start. All right, let me like a couple of these comments so I don't accidentally tag stuff twice. And let's head up front. And when I walk away, let's see what this does here. Trying to figure out where all these buttons are, Jake. Oh, I bet it's over here. Yeah, let's see what this does. Jake says when you walk up front, hit this button.
Minding
and Otis
the
will
shop
keep...
is easy when y'all are here. Just tap.
Righty. Boom, ba-dum, dum. Boom, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Da-da-da-da-da. Weather outside is frightening.
Craig Sweden is dropping the Rocky track list in the chat, y'all. Makes me want to do some laps around the Lebanon Square.
Okay. Good to go. The Beatles. The Beatles' White Album is a 6 CD and Blu-ray. And this is near mint, the 2018, $175. $175. The Rolling Stones has offers for $65 and $55. This is sold to, let me make sure. This is sold to Becky Wells for $65. Yep. The Rolling Stones. Becky was first. That's sold to Becky Wells for $65. Thank you on that one. Neil Young, Time Fades Away. This is sold to Jeff Hawes for $35. Thank you, Jeff Hawes. The Left Bank 2, 69 USOG. That's near mint at $80. $80 on that. Skinnerd is not a gatefold. No gatefold on Skinnerd. Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark. A triple LP limited edition of Architecture Morality Dazzle Ships. OMD is $75. Lou Reed, Growing Up in Public. Lou Reed is $20. Also, we had Lou Reed live in Stockholm. A 74 Sweden unofficial. VG condition, $40. And Elvis Costello with Burt Baccarat. Elvis Costello with Burt Baccarat. And this is a MoFi pressing, sealed, $125. Fleetwood Mac Live is sold to Mark Hammer for $35. Thank you, Mark Hammer. Wham Fantastic is sold to Jeff Hawes for $30. Thank you, Jeff Hawes. That's sold to you. The Alison Krauss record is $500. I still have that. All This in World War II is sold to Sean Drake for $25. Thank you, Sean Drake. And Devo was a no-bid Obi for $35. Devo for $35. There was an offer for $25. Let me think on that one. And then we have John Lee Hooker Live. That is sealed for $105. George Harrison is sold for $75 to Tony Ortega Jr. That's sold to Tony Ortega Jr. for $75. Lou Reed, Hassled in April. That's a double LP, blue vinyl unofficial, $40 on that. And then the Sound Jeopardy. There was an offer yesterday for $80. I'm still at $150 on it, or best offer. $150 or best offer. John Lee Hooker live in 7820. I'll have to pass on that. Lou Reed live in Chicago, $30. I'll go ahead and sell this to Joe DeGaldo for $30. Thank you, Joe DeGaldo. That's so to you. And Devo, $35. There was an offer for $25. Let me think on that for about 30 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and sell A, B, and C. So Thomas Shepard got the Sid Barrett 2-in-1. Thank you, Thomas Shepard. That's so to you for $35. The Rocky Score is a buy it now, $35. Buy it now for $35. Uh-oh, win count. Most wins tonight. Everybody's pickup counts. Otis has got a scoreboard for us. Look at that. Nobody's bought only one. Everybody's only bought one record tonight. No one's bought more than one record so far. Wow. That's going to be pretty cool to see over there. So Rocky's a no bid, $35. And then CCR Green River, that's sold to Shane Landote for $35. Thank you, Shane Landote. Let's go ahead and tag him for that. Appreciate that. And then Kristen Starr, final call on the Beatles at 36, okay? Vladarchek over here, that is sold to Rocky is sold to Vladarchek for 30. Somebody asked what was Leonard Skinner. This is a Japanese Leonard Skinner. Second helping, near mint minus $35. Near mint minus $35, okay? Need some new auctions. Next one is going to be Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson is called Michael Jackson Looking Back to Yesterday. This is a Japanese promo copy, never seen it before. White label promo copy from Japan. Michael Jackson's a $35 start. $35 start on that. Next auction in B is going to be another Syd Barrett. This is called Syd Barrett and the Pink Floyd. Syd Barrett and the Pink Floyd. And over here, Syd Barrett and the Pink Floyd. This is a 2015 UK unofficial. This is EX condition. This is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 on Syd Barrett. I'll take Skinner for $25, no Obi. Skinner, $30. Tony McDaniel, Skinner's $30. That was my counter offer. And then over here we got Elton John, Greatest Hits. This is a Japanese pressing. Very cool. DGM label. Near mint minus and pristine. There is the vinyl. There's the insert. There's the book. And there's the cover. That's going to go up in C for a $35 start. I think everybody got what they wanted. Rink Murray, you were second on Wham. Joe Castillo, second on the Stones. Joe DeGaldo, you were way off on John Lee Hooker. And then Patrick Fu, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Devo. This is sold to Patrick Fu for $25. Okay. Tony McDaniel got Leonard Skinner. This is sold to Tony McDaniel for $30. Leonard Skinner is sold to Tony McDaniel for $30. There we go. Kristen Starr got John Lennon, Plastic Ono Band. That's sold to Kristen Starr for $36. Elton John is in slot number C. Benny and the Jets. Dun, dun. Hey kids, dance to do the weather. Sawdust in the down, dun, 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 in the weather. That is on down the down, stick around. You gotta have a legend moves, it's all upon the sound. I carry me long hands in him. Oh, the soul phased out. Next auction is Europe. Europe is in slot number D, and this is called Wings of Tomorrow. Insert. The insert has a little bit of that humidity spots on it. $35 start on Europe, Wings of Tomorrow, Japanese pressing. Oh, man. I call Elton John Old Faithful over here. Holy moly. Benian, don't let the sun go down on me. Wow, look at all those. Holy moly. Take a good look at that. That's now a forbid. Okay, let's get into some of the new stuff. John has priced 8 crates. I guess he felt obligated since he took a few vacation days off this week. He came back and priced 8 crates. 8 crates. Patrick does have some 45s ready for us tonight, okay? Patrick does have some 45 auctions ready for us. And we have 1 crate of advertised stuff and then a bukudo of Japanese. An absolute bukudo. Of course, there is not any new vinyl tonight. We usually don't have any on the weekend. However, there are some unopened boxes over here. We'll have to just wait till Monday. It looks like some stuff Ed didn't get to on Friday. There are how many boxes over here? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 boxes of new vinyl, but we just never did get to it. It takes quite a bit of time to unbox that and price it, and Ed just simply didn't have time Friday. He's not here on Saturday, so Monday we're going to have a ton. Monday we're going to have a ton of new vinyl, it sounds like. Because, I mean, there's 8 boxes already, and usually we have a little bit delivered on Mondays now, since we got our orders worked out with UPS and the way they ship stuff. So, so looking forward to that. So tonight we're going to focus on vintage. We're going to focus on vintage best offer, half off, and get through all these Japanese auctions. I'll be here till 1 or 1:30 or till whenever my energy level runs out. How's AIC looking? They still have not gave me an answer. No answer yet, unfortunately. I'll follow back up with him Monday. He was at he took some days off from my main distributor sales rep. So he's actually out of the office. He was emailing me from vacation. So he probably hadn't been paying much attention. We might not know till next week. Sid Barrett is sold to ST for $35. And then Elton John is sold to Bob Riger for $35. Oh, Craig, how about some lyrics to Beanie and the Jets? Everybody can sing along with me. All right, this is sold to Bob Riger for $35. In Europe, as a no bid. Wings of Tomorrow is $35. The Japanese promo copy of the Michael Jackson album in A is at $50, and that's with Stanley Richmond, and that's going once, and that's going twice, okay? Let's go ahead and put up another auction for B. In the days of my youth, I was told what it means to be a man. Now I've reached that age, I try to do all those things the best I can. Let me set this off to the side. I don't know what pressing this is. He put out a Zeppelin 1. I was going to put it up for auction, but I can't determine what pressing. Also, I think somebody had a question about Alison Krauss. Are you still watching? Who asked about Alison Krauss? I think I missed that question. Always make sure you remind me. I promise I'm never ignoring. So over here, this is a white label promo. White label promo of Michael Jackson. It's called Looking Back to Yesterday. It's at $50. It's a final call on that one. I will do $30 on Europe, Gerald. $30 on Europe. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Kraftwerk. Ooh, these are always desirable. Kraftwerk Computer World is an 81 US OG Winchester. 81 US OG Winchester. EX condition with the inner sleeve. And Kraftwerk is going to go up in B for a $50 start. Let's take a look at it. Very nice. This is stuff from the Mike Butler collection. We bought a Grail collection today in Elgin, Illinois. Like, this guy, over the last however many years he's collected, pretty much just went to Discogs and bought online top copies of highly collectible albums. So he was just like a record collector. Not that nobody watching here or myself isn't a record collector, but this guy, I think, was just a high-end quality, like, let's just build an incredible record collection type thing. So I'm very excited. Tanner says, wait till you see this stuff. Of course, I looked at it whenever we were negotiating about the price. And, man, it's going to be one of these mind-blowing things. Several thousands of just, like, high-end records. Michael Jackson is sold to Stanley Richmond for $50. Sold to Stanley Richmond for $50. Thank you on that. I've got a new crate of vintage right here. And there's a new crate of vintage right in front of me. 8 crates of new vintage to go through. Kraftwerk's a $50 start. Let's get back into some of the Japanese. Here's a very popular one. No Obi, Van Halen's debut. You can get the Japanese quality without the price of the Obi. This is near mint minus with insert. Van Halen, Running with the Devil. That's a $35 start. Next in C is going to go up for bid right now. This is the Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young 4-way street Japanese pressing. Very, very nice. With Obi, that's a double LP. Always so hard to get a nice, clean U.S. original. That is a pristine copy. A $35 start on that one. And let's go ahead and put up one more Japanese. Let's go ahead and do this. We've had a lot of interest in the Japanese Styx albums. Here's the next one. ST, make sure you put an exclamation mark. You're not putting an exclamation mark, okay? And there we go. Styx Paradise Theater, $35 start on that. $35 start. Okay, the Alison Krauss record. This is a rarity. So you'll have to do some checking on it, but here's essentially what it comes back to. This is Jim Hollies and Friends, Alison Krauss and Swamp Weiss, Different Strokes. This is some of the very first known recordings of Alison Krauss. She was age 14 at the time. It's a privately released record, so it's a private release. It was not on a label. They made 300 of them. It's called Different Strokes, Fiddle Tunes, $500. The last VG Plus copy sold for $450. There's none for sale. Ours is EX++ Near Mint Minus. So $500 is right on the button for market. This crate in here is buy it now or best offer. Dan Fogelberg, Captured Angel. Dan Fogelberg is $9.99. Otis's birthday package has arrived. I was going to open that on video for Otis, but I haven't. Somebody sent Otis a box full of birthday goodies. I have not been here with Otis to be able to do that, so I will do that as soon as I get a second to see him. Okay, so that's the Alison Krauss record. All the Japanese stuff up right now is Near Mint Minus. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. D is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. And Kraftwerk is OG, really, really clean and nice, okay? Really, really clean and nice, okay? Next thing over here. Dan Fogelberg, $9.99. That's Captured Angel. Also, Dire Straits Brothers in Arms, $34.99. Mastered by Bob Ludwig. This is an OG pressing, $34. Also, Gerald Whitworth got Europe. I forgot about that. Gerald Whitworth got Europe. So did Gerald Whitworth for $30. If I've missed anything else, just please send it along. I'm about to run up front and get a monster. I need one. It'll help me concentrate. The Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me, clean copy. White Warner Brothers label. Not an OG, but a very overall nice example. Long Train Running. That's a classic rock album. $14.99. We've had several classics right in there, including the Dire Straits album. Layla, speaking of classic rock albums. Eric Clapton, Derek and the Dominoes, super nice copy. $34.99. Layla, Rick Derringer, All American Boy. Ra-dun dun dun da dun 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 da dun dun da dun do 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 do. That's free. That was Frankenstein. Hold on. Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo. That's what I was trying to play, but it didn't come out correctly. $19.99. And Eagles, One of These Nights. Seems like we're loaded with classic rock essentials here. This is One of These Nights. OG label. It has the textured cover embossed with the original inner sleeve, $34.99. And Trapeze. Trapeze is $29.99. Hold on. $29.99. Trapeze. Hold on. And over here, Brian Auger and Drew Lee Tippett's Encore. That one's $12.99. Okay, I can go ahead and close A, B, and C. So great price on Van Halen. No bid Japanese for $35. That probably should have even been a little bit higher start. $35 on this one, and it is sold to Dustin Brandon for $30. He's going to go ahead and make an offer. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to him. And then Kraftwerk over here is sold to ST. Think on that, an 81 USOG Winchester, Kraftwerk Computer World. Man, I hear a lot of people talk about Kraftwerk just like next level type music. This is sold to ST for $50. Thank you on that one. I really to sit down and go through the discography. And then Four Way Street is a no bid, $35 on that one. Kansas or Pure Prairie League, probably. The reason we get so many of those, we buy these collections where people collected music of their youth. And let me tell you something about the 70s. I'd say the majority of most record collections in the 70s had Kansas, Pure Prairie League, Eagles. It was just what everybody was listening to. So there's millions and millions of them. Millions and millions of them. Dire Straits is, good thing is people still buying them today, especially the one with Amy on it. We have Dire Straits, and Dire Straits is sold for $30 to McEwen Photo. Sold to McEwen Photo for $30. Thank you on that one. Styx is now at $70 with Billy John's. $70 on Styx. Shane Landote on the Eagles. One of These Nights. One of these, that's a beautiful copy too. That's sold to Shane Landote for $34.99. Ivan R gets Four Way Street, one of my favorite groups there. A super group. David Crosby coming from the Byrds. Graham Nash coming from the Hollies. Stephen Stills and Neil Young coming from Buffalo Springfield. Great stuff there when they got together. Some of the best harmonies you'll ever hear. Some of the best harmonies that you'll ever hear. I remember the first time hearing them. They were one of my biggest influences on just being attracted to all this music. I was like, man, what are we listening to? My brother had a CD, I think that his cousin gave him. They used to be one of my dad's favorite groups. We listened to Crosby, Stills, and Nash on the way to Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg one year for vacation. I was like a kid, and I was like, whoa, what an album. It was just these amazing harmonies. I was like, what am I listening to right now? This is Best of the Blues Brothers, $35 start. $35 start. T.C. Connor said flag on the Eagles. T.C. Connor said, sing one of these nights and I'll buy it. Well, I need to change the Eagles then. Change this to T.C. Connor. Sorry, Shane. He was slightly ahead of you. I did sing it one. I didn't even see your question. I didn't even see your demand, I should say. But I did sing it, and now this is so to T.C. Connor for $34.99. Sorry, let's change that one. Let's make sure that gets worked out. Sorry, Shane. There should be another one come up. We might even have a Japanese one coming up here in just a second. That album comes through almost every night, so stand by for that one. And then over here, Styx is sold to Billy John's for $70. Thank you. Let's put that away. And then our next auction is the Rolling Stones, the Beatles. Who do we have over here? I need to get to the... let me get over here to the advertised Japanese crate. Yeah, here it is. Sorry, here's the stuff that was actually posted on Facebook. Here is an amazing soundtrack. Very cool. At the over here, the at the National Air and Space Museum in D.C., they have the original painting for this. I remember I was like, wow, is that for sale? Of course, it would probably sell for millions. But this is really cool. This is the 2001 Space Odyssey soundtrack. Comes as a gatefold with the book. A very important movie in cinema and an awesome soundtrack. That is a $35 start. $35 start on that one. Tracks on the Blues Brothers. If Craig doesn't post them here in just a second, Rink, I will read those off. But 2001 Space Odyssey, $35 start on that. Here is George Harrison's 33 1/3. This is a Japanese pressing with Obi. Perfect copy. That is a $35 start on George Harrison. Comes with the inserts, inner sleeve, and vinyl. So we're looking at 35, 35, 35. And then let's pull one from the advertised non-Japanese crate over here. Uh-oh. I see Led Zeppelin. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A 1981 unofficial 3 LP. This is... Read the Korean translated song titles on the back. Oh my gosh. So I think what they've done is they have the songs written in Korean and the English translations, which is not correct at all. So it's not accurate. Ulysses' First Fall. That's supposed to be Achilles' Last Stand in the morning. It's supposed to be in the evening. Staircase to Above. It's supposed to be Stairway to Heaven. A Whole Lot of Infatuations. How about A Whole Lot of Love? That's Copenhagen, 3 LP, The Second Night. That should be pretty late. That should be like Copenhagen with those tracks. That would be like 1977, 1978. This is on black and white marbled vinyl too. Very, very cool. $125 start on Led Zeppelin. Okay, back to the vintage crate. We have Larry Norman only visiting this planet. Larry Norman is $29.99. Also, we have Mo Bandy sings the song of Hank Williams. Folks, there he is. Mo Bandy, $9.99. And Paul Hardcastle, Rainforest. Paul Hardcastle in shrink wrap and hop sticker, $19.99. Clover, looks like a self-titled album, $12.99. Yep, Clover on the Mercury label. And The Best of Roy Rogers, that's in shrink, $9.99. Jazz Summit, Stan Getz and Dave Brubeck, that's a French double LP, $24.99. Okay, so I'm going to leave y'all right there. I got to go up front and get my first highly caffeinated energy drink of the night. Holy moly, holy moly, oh, woolly bully. Oh, that's right. Holy moly, woolly bully. Da-da-da. Ba-da-da. Da-da-da-da. If you don't let it go, let it snow, let it snow. Why am I singing Christmas songs? What's wrong with me? I must have some kind of psychotic. What's wrong with me? Huh? Singing all these Christmas songs. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. All right, I feel better. All right, here we go. Right back to business. Vladarchek got Roy Rogers sold for $9.99. Jazz Summit sold to Blaine Zapnick for $24. And Just Friends, John Haley Sims sealed $24.99. So Craig is sharing the track listings, okay? So Craig will always share the track listings as long as he's watching. We're thankful for that. So if anybody asks for a track listing, don't think I'm ignoring you. I'm just assuming Craig is posting them in the chat. And I need everybody to know Craig doesn't work here. He might as well. He's an unpaid volunteer. We send him free records whenever we can. But just so everybody knows, since Craig has been doing this for me now for years, he's all the way out in California. If my eyeballs glance at something that says track listing, I don't even acknowledge it, okay? Because I'm assuming y'all are looking at the chat and y'all see the tracks, because if I start reading off track listings, it slows down the show even more. So he has shared the track listings for everything that's been requested. He's not here all the time. Some nights he's not here. Some nights he's gone early. Some nights he stays late. I just want to let everybody know that I'm not ignoring you on that one. So, because I just have never done that. I used to, and we realized it was really slowing down the show. You can ask. Craig will post them. He's not a slave to the track listing cycle, but if he does it, we're thankful, okay? So thank you, Craig. I'm going to show two more records, and then I'm clearing the board. I have Dan Fogelberg, Phoenix, for $9.99, and we have Sons of Chaplin. We had a sealed reissue of this last night. Here's a 69 OG. It's a double LP. It's $39.99, okay? All these are closed. The Best of the Blues Brothers is a $35 buy it now. The Best of the Blues Brothers is a $35 buy it now. I'm going to put that in a brand new sleeve. It's going over here in the no bids. 2001 Space Odyssey. Thank you, Tyler Browning. I remember going home and watching that a couple years ago, or maybe about a year ago, because everybody was like, dude, you got to go home and watch this. You've sold hundreds of the soundtracks. George Harrison's also a $35 buy it now. And I did, and I was very impressed by the movie. I didn't know what to expect going into it, so that was about what I thought it would be. Very cool. Stanley Kubrick. I got to get some more sleeves right quick over here. Big old handful of sleeves, because we got a lot of Japanese pressings tonight to sell. Gobs. And they all have to be kind of sleeved. So let me get those close to me here. There we go. That will be just fine. All right. And there's that. And Harrison is sold to Kristen Starr for $30. Thank you, Kristen Starr. That's so to you. Pretty solid crate of vintage here. And then next is PH Rainforest, Paul Hardcastle. This is so to Joshua Struthers. Let me pull that right now. I'm on the right camera, right? Yeah. This is so to Joshua Struthers for $15. And then this Zeppelin boot is $125. 3 LP, Zeppelin 125, okay? Just a few no bids tonight, pretty early in the sale. All right, let's keep going here. Zeppelin is a 3 LP vintage bootleg, Copenhagen Nights. Copenhagen Nights, all right? Let me jump over here. Let me reply to this text right quick. And I need my Japanese price sheet. And Tanner is currently somewhere buying a collection. All right, there it was. Okay. Sorry, I had to find that. Okay, let's go back over here. What was the first album in the crate? Dan Fogelberg, Captured Angel, $9.99. All right, Tanner's out buying a collection right now. I'm trying to buy some autographs, and I'm trying to sell records. Copenhagen Warm-Ups, the second night. It's a 3LP 1981 unofficial, near mint, 125. I think if the right buyers were on at the right time, that should have sold for like $186, just saying. So here is our next auction. Very cool to see this. This is, let's see here, find and note. Okay, I got a price sheet here. Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits. Very cool. See a Japanese pressing of this. Always a U.S. copy that's just kind of worn out. And this is in mono. I thought that was pretty interesting. It says Polydor UK on the label. It is a Japanese pressing. It is got the lyric insert, and Hendrix is a $45 start. $45 start. This is Sons of Chaplin. Sons of Chaplin is called Loosen Up Naturally, $39.99. Do I have any other cheaper autographs like Cisco Kid? Yes, but I just don't think I have access to them right now. Yes, but I don't think I have access to them. Dead Milkmen, I will get that on deck. How about right now? This is a 2014 US OG limited edition. Dead Milkmen is going to go up in B for a $70 start. $70 start on that one. $70 start on that one. Okay. And then over here, there's that. And, okay. And then going right next to those is this. This is the Beatles UK Flag Series Rarities. I think of all the Flag Series, I don't see Rarities as much. A lot of people always need that one. It seems like to complete their set because we get all the other ones a lot more often. $35 start, US Flag Series number 35. And then a Japanese pressing of Sam Cooke. That's something I won't get as often. And Cooke over here is Sam Cooke live at the Copa with Obi, and that's a $45 start as well. All right, 4 great auctions there. Right back to the crate. This is Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark, Architecture and Morality. That one is an 81 UK. There is cover damage, but that's a full album, just $14.99. $14.99. Will the last crate from last night's evening be gone through again? I did see where you wanted something out of there. You wanted something out of that crate called Tony Bennett, right? I think you wanted Tony Bennett. That was a half-off crate we went through last night, right? I'm pretty sure that's what you're talking about. And there was a Tony Bennett. Is that right? I don't think I ever did pull that for you. That was the last crate from last night. Yes. Let me see if I can find that. Or was it Louis Armstrong? Remind me what that is. They're right here behind me. They are right here behind me, okay? Tony Orlando. Okay, go give me 1 second. Next is Uriah Heep Salisbury. Uriah Heep is a 71 white label promo. $17.50. A white label promo. $17.50 on that. Sorry, I'm being pulled in like 3 different directions between messages and then requests from last night. A lot of people fall asleep and then they go back and rewatch the sale. And I will say this. The next day, it's really hard to find some of the stuff, especially if I did a big cleanup. It's always tough to find stuff, but I found it. Tony Orlando is sold for $5 to Johnny Blades. $5, okay? Next is Herb Albert. Herb Albert is $7.50. That's called Herb Albert Night. And we have Gladys Knight and the Pip 2nd anniversary. Thank you, Johnny Blades. Gladys Knight is sealed for $14.99. Will Smithson got Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark. Thank you, Will Smithson. That's so to you for $14.99. Okay. Aussie Japanese Ultimate Sin. That is on deck. Definitely on deck. Next is Buddy Knox. That is $14.99. And we have Dinah Shore and Bing Crosby. $9.99. Remember Shirley. This is Shirley Temple, a double LP, $14.99. Tony Swanson got the Dead Milkmen. That's so to Tony Swanson for $70. Thank you, Tony. That's so to you. So Hendrix is at 46, Beatles Final Call 35, and Sam Cooke is at 48 with Gilbert. These are near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressings. Next auction, Barnett just missed it. Here is a tough record to get. This is a 1972 USOG of Elf. This is near mint, beautiful copy. This is near mint, $150 start, Elf. Very nice copy, Ronnie James Dio. That's a tough record to get. Next is Mike Woodford, Scott Joplin, Interpretation 76. $9.99 on that. $9.99 on that. And then Foghat Night Shift. Foghat is $14.99. Pink Floyd, a collection of great dance songs. Pink Floyd is $49.99. A collection of great dance songs. A's had a high bid for 2 minutes. This is about to sell. This has been up for 5 minutes without a bid, and then this just got a new bid for $50. B just got laid down for $150. Next is the Incredible String Band, No Renewous Feud. The Incredible String Band is also a white label promo, $26.99. This is Steve Winwood. This is a double LP, $29.99. Steve Winwood. That's a $29. That's a double LP. That's a great comp. That's a great comp of Steve Winwood music. The Best of Dale Shannon, $9.99. And the fabulous, folks, there he is. K-Tel alert, K-Tel alert. K-Tel Gene Pitney. Now, that's how you should be spending your Saturday night. Highway 101, Greatest Hits, $19.99 on that one. A is sold to Brian Pritchard. Smash Hits, Jimi Hendrix. Thank you, Bob Riger, for letting me know. As soon as I saw that popped up, I pressed the button. That's sold to Brian Pritchard for $46. Final call on Elf. Now, the Beatles is about now. Beatles Rarities, U.S. Flag Series, $35 on that. $35 on the 35 U.S. Flag Series. Let's go ahead and put that away right here. And then now Sam Cooke's at 50. That's going once, going twice. And then Elf is 150, and that's going once, going twice in B. Looks like we need a couple new auctions. Kathy Hodges says, keep. I bet she wants K-Tel. K-Tel, that's sold to Kathy Hodges for $9.99. Sam Cooke is in stereo. Elf is a USOG near mint copy. Very, very nice. It is Elf. It's OG. It's Pittman. It is near mint. Boy, do we got some good Japanese pressings tonight. Somebody had requested this. Let's go ahead and look it up. OZZY. This is Ultimate Sin, $145 start. We're talking Japanese OG. Let's put this up over here in C. Let's put this up and see. I'll get it going in just a second on the Weird Al. Ultimate Aussie, $145. It has the insert. It's in shrink with Obi. Folks, a nice copy. Oh, man. Sorry. Let me take a drink of Monster here. $150, $145, and new bet on Sam Cooke at $51. All right. Japanese hot pitcher. Oh, man. Have y'all seen the hot pitcher of Japanese pressings? Yeah. And most of the ones we've ran tonight, we're not even in the hot pitcher. Where's that Weird Al yet? There's already been 2 or 3 people ask for it. Oh, man. Just eat it. Eat it. Last time we had one of these, it was all-out war, man. I'm talking all-out war. Weird Al, eat it. Japanese pressing complete with Obi and inserts. A $45 start. Weird Al's in slot number A, okay? Next thing over here is this. The first thing is how much is Amon Amarth? Amon Amarth, Berserker, is a 2LP beige marble vinyl, $39.99. Uriah Heep Salisbury, white label promo, sold to RJ66 for $34.99. Excuse me, $34.99. Sold to RJ66. John Farrell gets Buddy Knox for $10. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. He's done on D. And then A all has new bids. The Crest, greatest hits. The Crest is $9.99. And then Johnny Tilliston, scrapbook. Johnny Tilliston, scrapbook. is a Bear Family compilation, $14.99. Ronnie Stutes, Ashes to Ashes, $9.99. Forever Judy, Judy Garland, as in The Wizard of Oz. We're off to see The Wizard. It's $9.99. Jor-El, Superman's father on Krypton. Jor-El, $9.99. Let's go ahead and make B&D sold. Final call on Ozzy. Elf got that one bid with Rob Fordham, $150. Man, what an album. 72 OG Pittman. This is near mint. Rob Fordham, $150 and sold. Ozzy over here. Ultimate Sin, Final Chance at $145. And then the Sam Cooke at the Copa is sold to Gilbert G12 for $51. What an amazing voice, Sam Cooke. And that's done. And let's put that away. Right over here, Ozzy, final chance to lock that in before somebody snaps it. $145 on that one. I just died in your arms tonight. It should have been something you said. This is Cutting Crew broadcast. Already a tough U.S. to find. This has never been reissued. This is a Japanese OG with Obi, Near Mint Minus, and inserts. And Cutting Crew is a $45 start. Cutting Crew. Mick Anderson, if you're trying to bid on Weird Al, make sure you put exclamation mark A. This is exclamation mark B and then exclamation mark C. You can put after that the following. Ozzy is a $145 start. $145 on that one, just FYI, okay? And then coming from the advertised non-Japanese crate is this right here. I don't know, what do we have? We have a vintage Crosby, Stills, and Nash bootleg. Cool. This is a cool cover too, Ohio, as in their song, Ohio, as in For Dead in Ohio, which was a song written by David Crosby, Neil Young, Crosby, Stills, and Nash after the Kent State Massacre. This is a 1971 unofficial, live at Big Sur Music Festival. This is a VG condition bootleg, $35 start, live in 1969. So that couldn't all be from 69 because I don't think that song came out till 71, right? So maybe some of it's from Big Sur Music Festival. Correct me if I'm wrong. $35 start on that vintage bootleg. There is some MoFi. I'm only going to go through these new vintage crates one time because there's 8 of them. And if you wanted to see something again, you better holler at me because I just put that one away. And I'm going to go right into crate number 2 of 7. I'm going to go right now right into crate number 2 of 7. So let me grab that right now and let's flip through it. Everything is 8 new crates of vintage. Buy it now, best offer. When we go through those, we'll probably have some time to do a couple half-off crates or maybe some of these modern crates I still got. Buy it now, best offer. Heck, I still got all the leftover AI stuff. I know y'all seen that Bookoodles, but, you know, we can start discounting it. We can start discounting it. Okay, now, Ozzy's been up for a long time. 2 people have tried to make offers. Okay, so I'm going to make this fair because I give them time for their lag and everything. An offer does not count until after I have closed it. Okay, just FYI. So right now, Ozzy is still an active auction. I got to give it another 60 seconds now because people are still trying to make offers on it. I'm telling you right now, if you want this, I would put exclamation mark C 145. I know for sure there's at least 2, and I bet at least 2 or 3 more people that hadn't sent their comments earlier that are going to try to snipe this. Okay? It's 145 minimum. 145 minimum. Now, when I end it, it doesn't matter how early you made an offer earlier. It's whoever's offer shows up first after I officially call it closed. It's after I call it closed, and I will use my eyeballs to figure out exactly who came first, and you'll be able to see it in the chat. But that's after I say it's done. Okay? Just saying. Because 2 people's already been premature on offering. Just saying. I want to make sure they know that and know that other people have eyeballs on it. There's a lot of people right now that want this album. Instead of 145, they want it for 130. But that also increases your chances of not getting it. So you've got to ask yourself, for $15 more or maybe for $5 more, do I just want to go ahead and secure it for $5 more? Do I want to risk getting it a little cheaper, but also take a gamble that I don't get it at all? Because that's a chance. There's a chance you don't get it at all. Okay? It's in slot number C. The minimum bid on Aussie is $145. 145. Exclamation mark C. I'm going to give it, well, I got to give it another 60 seconds now. Okay? Here we go. I'm telling you, they'll be willing to lose the album over $5. They'll be willing to lose it. I see it all the time. It happens every night, and I'm like, man, if I wanted something, I would lock it in. That's worth the price of locking it in. Final call and cutting crew for 45. Ozzy does have a bid. Cry Steals and Ash at 38. Weird Al's at 78. Roberta Flack, Killing Me Softly. This is got a little bit of cover damage here, and this is $19.99. Roberta Flack, Killing Me Softly. Gamma 2, that's Ronnie Montrose, $19.99 on Gamma 2. And we have, Roy Gallagher Tattoo, $19.99 on Roy Gallagher, the disc on Ozzy. Okay, yeah, Ozzy Ultimate Sin is a near mint minus OG Japanese pressing, 1986. It's on CBS Sony Japan. It's near mint minus. There's the disc. It has this insert with it. Jakey Lee on guitar. Randy Castillo. There is the cover. It's in shrink with the obi. Sometimes you get a tattoo sheet. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you get a tattoo sheet. Sometimes you don't. All righty. Here we go. Next thing. Mark Fallon made an early offer on Cutting Crew. That's an early offer. The auction has not ended yet. Dan Fogelberg Souvenirs. Dan Fogelberg is $9.99. We got Roy Gallagher, so did John Farrell for $15. We have David Essex Gold and Ivory. David Essex is $14.99. We have Fallen Rock, Watch for Fallen Rock. Fallen Rock is $14.99. And the Kingsman Volume 3, that is sealed, $14.99. Springfield Revival, $9.99. And Spirit, Son of Spirit, that's in shrink, $14.99. Okay, Mark Fallon got the Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young bootleg for $38. That's sold to Mark Fallon. Vintage CSNY bootleg there. That is sold to him for $38. Appreciate that. That is done. Kathy Hodges got Ozzy for $145. That is sold to Kathy for $145. Thank you, Kathy. That is sold to you. What is the starting bid on B? Cutting Crew is a final chance for $45. I should have ended it, but there was an offer even though it wasn't real, and then two more people just asked what the minimum bid was. $45. Now I got to give that a few more seconds. And then Weird Al's a final call to Tim Voldness for $78. We have not sold in Japanese Star Wars yet, but coming soon. Black Blood featuring AIE, a Moana. Black Blood is $14.99. $14.99 on that one. I'm about to tell you about Star Wars right now. Let me go ahead and start getting some of those out. I got Return of the Jedi with Obi in here. Golly, look at all these. All right, so let me find that one, and then let's go ahead and get Pink Floyd out. I know there's some people highly interested in that. What the heck happened to Star Wars? There it is. Okay. All right, so here is Pink Floyd and Star Wars. We'll do Star Wars first. This is an 83 OG Return of the Jedi. Beautiful example. We're talking about John Williams, folks. Insert glossy jacket, gatefold jacket. Nice. $75 start. Pristine OG Japanese pressing. I've already got those knocked out in my collection. I was like, I better go ahead and get these. Next over here is this. This is Pink Floyd Animals. Oh my. TSO Houston's already got his thumbs on the buttons. He's already got his fingers on the keyboard. This is OG Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. Down in a pig pen saying, keep on grinning, you know, pig stain on your fat chin. What you, Hey, you White House. Shaha. Wow, and it's got the sticker. 155. Pink Floyd Animals. That's over here in D. 155 on that one. Cutting Crew. After all that, did not get a bid. Cutting Crew is a $45 buy it now. Cutting Crew is a $45 buy now. Boy, that was up for a long time. Did not got a bid. Weird Al's at 81, Star Wars 75, and Pink Floyd's 155. Next auction in B is going to go up right now, and that is the following. I have this. This looks very interesting. Uptown got its hustlers. Bowery got its bums. A big son of a gun, man of mean and strong. I'm trying to sing Jim Croce, but I'm struggling. This is Jim Croce. You don't mess around with Jim. This is actually a UK OG Vertigo pressing. A UK OG Vertigo swirl. Yep, Jim Croce was on Vertigo. And this is the real UK 72 OG VG condition, a $40 start. $40 start. By the way, I made a post this morning about our new MoFi sleeves. These are the new ones that are in stock. Heavyweight edition. MoFi Heavyweight edition. So these are actually a new, thicker grade of MoFi inner sleeves. Same price. They come with all of your auction wins and some of our other records as well. And if you want to buy a pack, you can buy them right here. I've got a tag tonight live. I'm going to tag the ones that were bought, okay? Jim Croce, you don't mess around with Jim. $40 starter, UKOG. Weird Al's at 81. Mark Fallon, I'm assuming you're done. Return of the Jedi's at 82. That's a Vertigo original. And Pink Floyd's at 155 with TSO Houston. Let me see what Tanner's doing over here. All right, sorry. We're trying to buy, literally right now, we're trying to buy a Def Leppard collection. Tanner's out in Iowa right now, and there's a ton of autographs, and we're trying to, we know some are real, some are fake, some aren't live ink, some are printed, but he's actually out there right now trying to buy a Def Leppard collection. Yeah, all the way in Iowa. He started in Illinois, he went to South Dakota, and now he's in Iowa trying to track down all these great items we sell here every night. And he is over here right now sending me pictures and making sure we have a deal done on some of this stuff and make sure a lot of it's legit. So I'm having to review signatures over here and get text. And this guy's got a heck of a Def Leppard collection. I mean, fully signed posters, fully signed albums, fully signed CD covers, posters. It's a heck of a Def Leppard collection. Weird Al Yankovic has sold to Tim Voldness for $81. What happening on Cutting Crew? Cutting Crew was a no bid for $45. It's available if anybody wants it. The other auctions are Jim Croce at 50, Return of the Jedi's a final chance at 82, and Pink Floyd Animals is at 175. Next over here is Juice Newton with the Hop sticker, Angel of the Morning. That's a sealed OG, $14.99. Info on Black Blood. Black Blood is $14.99. That's on a label called Mainstream. It's self-titled. Black Blood featuring AIE, a Moana. That's $14.99. All for $38 for Cutting Crew. I will do $40 on it. $40. Come on, Mark. What's $2 between friends? Elvin Bishop, live, Raising Hell, $14.99. And Netherlands, Dan Fogelberg. Boy, we've had a lot of Dan Fogelberg discography, but I've sold a lot of them. Oh, man. Let's go ahead and do this one right here. Let's go ahead and do this one right here. We got Allman Brothers, Japanese, Fillmore, an 81. Let me make sure this is the 81. Eat a Peach, self-titled, Fillmore, no oak. So, yeah, this is a 1981. Is that right? Let me make sure this is the same one we had. Make sure my Let me make sure my my spreadsheet isn't overlapping. This is 35MM0099. Yeah, this is an 81. 81 Allman Brothers. Fillmore, near mint minus with OB, a $55 start. $55 start. That's up for bid in A. B and C are done while I'm at it. Jim Croce, a Vertigo original. You don't mess around with Jim. One of my favorites. I'm on the hunt for signed Jim Croce items. Anything at this point. If anybody has anything, always keep me in mind. I will pay top dollar and I will give you store credit, okay? Nearly impossible to find, but it's on my checklist, okay? So keep me in mind on that. Same thing for Beatles autographs, Zeppelin, Rush, yes. Anything of that category. Jim Morrison, The Doors, famous film composers, stuff like that. Big Hollywood stars. If you got anything, send it to Collectco. I'll buy it, trade you store credit, whichever. Star Wars Return of the Jedi sold to Charles Berry for $82, okay? Got anything signed by John Williams or Hans Zimmer or anything like that, let me know, okay? Pink Floyd, the Beatles, any major rock groups, especially my favorites, let me know, okay? So Allman Brothers 55 and Nashville Tiger has Pink Floyd at 178. I can buy it, I can authenticate it, etc., okay? Next is Cutting Crew is sold to Mark Fallon for $39. I see the offers on Juice Newton, but let me swap out crates right quick because this one has gotten full in a hurry. Let me put that right there. Let me put that right there. So this is sold to Mark Fallon for $39. And the first one on Juice Newton is Destructo Cat. He got the Juice Newton at sticker price at $14.99. Then Greg Rogers, then Joshua Struthers. Derek Estrada got Black Blood. Derek Estrada got Black Bud. This is sold to Derek Estrada for $10. This is sold to Derek Estrada for $10. Okay. All right. Done on that. All right. Here we go. Here we go. BC. Next auction. Oh, man. Led Zeppelin. Let's take a look here. The Rhinestone Cowgirl. Uh-oh. Is that Susie? The Rhinestone Cowgirl? Oh my gosh, Susie, look at those white pants Robert's wearing. Holy heck. 2025 4LP yellow and black marbled vinyl, unofficial, recorded live at the Forum, Inglewood. This is direct metal mastering, Led Zeppelin. There they are, the rock gods. I was listening to them earlier on the way here. I'm on a kick listening to Full in the Rain. And Achilles' Last Stand. Famous Zeppelin recording from Mike Millard. $225. $225. Next in C is going to go up right now. Next in C is Bruce Lee. And let me check this one right here. Give me 1 second. BRUSE. Bruce Lee is a $45 start. Oh, man. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. What is this? I was like, my heart stopped there for a second. Hold on, let me make sure this thing's not actually signed. Okay. No, that's printed. Boy, that would be awesome. You know, I have found ordering and getting this stuff from Japanese dealers I get this stuff from. I have found a couple autographs slipped in. That Cheap Trick I found, and I sent it to them. I was like, hey, you included an autograph. And of course, they didn't say anything. They just, I don't know if they even knew what I was talking about, really. But I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Bruce Lee's a very difficult signature to get. That's just a printed photo, but that's pretty cool. This is a vintage. It's a little bit larger than an 8x10. Bruce Lee. We had one last night. Here's another one. But I have found 2, maybe 3 autographs inserted in Japanese pressings. They did a lot of promotional Japanese autograph inserts, just FYI. They signed those boards like Cheap Trick, Pink Floyd did, Kiss. They're out there. You better look inside if you ever get any. And then over here we have Allman Brothers. This is sold to David Johnson for $55. This is sold to David Johnson for $55. Thank you. And then Pink Floyd over here is sold. And Pink Floyd is sold for $55. Or excuse me. Allman Brothers is sold to David Johnson for $55. I'm not paying attention to what I'm saying. And then Pink Floyd is sold to Nashville Tiger for $178. All right. Zeppelin's $225 and Bruce Lee $45. All right. Okay, sorry. Over here texting Tanner. Tanner's a great buyer, negotiator. He's great with dealing with people, but I have to help him sometimes with the value. I've been gifted my life. I've been dealing in collectibles my whole life. And so I just kind of have an intuition on what stuff's worth. I mean, it can be anything. Antiques, collectibles. I can just kind of walk through a house and just know the value of stuff. Art, vinyl, posters, toys. And people's like, how do you do this? And I'm like, well, you literally have to just study stuff your whole life to just have a knack and intuition on what just stuff's worth. And let me send here. All right. 1.2 million. I haven't seen $1 million record collection yet. Maybe, I'm sure they're out there, but I hadn't seen $1 million record collection yet. All right. Sorry, everybody. I'm giving him some very important instructions. We're doing a pretty big deal right now on a collection. So it'll be over in just a second. I won't be distracted. So okay. It'll be worth the wait, I promise. All right, so this is David Bowie, or golly, I am off. David Gilmour. I've never had this one before. To my knowledge, and I say that quite often here, and then someone's like, Chad, I bought one last week from you. I'm like, holy crap. Okay, so this is David Gilmour, About Face. I know we've had his first solo album, but I don't recall this one. Awesome Japanese pressing, David Gilmour. Incredible. I like the first one better, but this one has some great songs on it. That's the first one there by him. These have never been reissued. That's a $55 start. $55 start. One more chance. $225 on this, $45 on Bruce Lee with a promotional photo, and then D is going to go up for auction right now. And let's add another Japanese to that. And that is going to be this. Let's do a Japanese standard, but one everybody seems to always want. The mastering on these are really good. This is the Eagles Hotel California. I have Japanese standards. Those are ones that we get all the time. They're major sellers in the United States. They were even just as big sellers in Japan. But Japanese vinyl carries a premium. It's better pressed. It's better sounding. It's a better package altogether. It's mint, typically. I mean, just well taken care of. Beautiful jackets. They're thick gatefolds. I love the obi. To me, the Japanese language is like artwork. These are just really cool. $45 start. That's complete with inner sleeve and poster. Let's try to knock out some records in here. It's been a while. Roy Gallagher Live. Roy Gallagher Live is $19.99. That's no condition notes on anything in here. No condition notes on anything in here. We have Emerson, Lake and Palmer. This is Brain Salad Surgery. It does have the book. And this is $19.99. It opens like this, $19.99 on that. Also, Mad Dog, that's John Entwistle's Ox, a.k.a. John Entwistle, a.k.a. the bass player from The Who, $24.99. Firefall, $9. Just remember I love you, and it will be all right. A classic from Firefall, $9.99. David Essex. David Essex is $9.99. It's got promo markings. And it's a white label promo with hop sticker. It's got a promo cut corner, $9.99. Joseph McCormick got Emerson, Lake and Palmer, sold for $19.99. John Farrell got Roy Gallagher. That sold to him for $15. And Roy Gallagher Irish Tour 74, $29.99. And Gary O is $9.99. Mark Fallon wants Sex. Mark Fallon gets Sex for $9.99. Fanalog, You Were Second. Tom Kelly third. Focus, Mother Focus, $14.99. And The Revivalist. The Revivalist is a double LP, $34.99. Boy, I forgot how long B and C's been up. Zeppelin's a no bid, $225. That's the second Zeppelin bootleg that did not get a bid tonight. Wow, that's highly unusual. And then Bruce Lee in Fist of Fury. Bruce Lee and Fist of Fury is a buy it now for $45. We got an offer for $35 with Colin. That's going once, going twice. Let me get in a new sleeve. Make sure nobody else's snipes come in. Let's go ahead and put that away. And then over here, we have Travis Woods offer $200 for Zeppelin. Let me give that about 5 more seconds as well. That's a very fair offer on both, though. Very fair offer on both. David Gilmour is at $66 with Mark Fallon. There's another offer on Zeppelin for $200. The Eagles is at $45 with Shane. That's going once, going twice. One more record, Gasoline, 1976, $49.99. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No more snipes, no more offers. Sold. Led Zeppelin sold to Travis Woods for $200. Colin already bought a Bruce Lee yesterday. Let's go ahead and sell him another one. This is sold to Colin Butler for $35. Thank you. Plus, I didn't even know that 8x10 photo was with it till I opened it up there. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese over here. And let's do a good one here. Here's one I don't think I've had before, and that's honest to goodness. Camel Mirage. Camel, a Japanese pressing. This is one we don't see too often. With Obi, near mint minus. Durham label with inserts, $45 on that. And then Greg offered $210 on Zeppelin. Sorry, he was ahead of you. Now, if you would have offered $210 sooner, you would have forced him up to about $10 more. I could have countered, but I've went ahead and sold it. Eagles is sold to Shane Lane Dope for $45. There's a high possibility we got another one of those around here somewhere. All right, thank you on that, and let's put that away. Next is C and D. Close those out, and here we go. Hey, while I'm at it, I want to show y'all something from that new collection out of Nashville yesterday, and I know we have a lot of Taylor Swift fans. I think I've got something that is extremely rare. I can find almost no data. We were told from the guy that worked for Big Machine that was part of Taylor Swift's original label that this was canceled and never released. Look at this. It's called Taylor Swift, the Complete Album Collection. Self-titled, Fearless, Speak Now World Tour Live, and Red. And I heard the rumor from what we're being told is this was canceled and never was released. When you scan it, nothing on Discogs, nothing on eBay in the last 3 years. Nothing on eBay, nothing on Discogs. I think this is something really special. I think what we were told is she didn't like the package. She didn't like the way it was packaged, and she said, do not release it. So these are just promo markups that were sent to people within the label. So, man, I don't know. I don't know how to price something like that. There's absolutely no comps or no records of it even existing. So that's probably going to go up for auction next Tuesday night. Who knows? 500, 1,000, 5,000. I mean, come on. Who knows on something like that? Let's go back over here. Next is this, and we have B, and we have D, and then we have B, we have B. RJ66 got Focus. RJ66 got Focus for $14.99. And next is David Gilmour. Final call to Mark Fallon for 66. Camels at 60. We need some new auctions. So if anybody has any information on that, I know I'm here with a network of music gurus. I'm telling you, I think that is, when I say something special, I mean something that's ultimate rare, you know, like who knows, it's whatever somebody wants to pay for it, but I think it's going to be way up there. This is a 1982 MoFi pressing of the band Music from Big Pink. Now, Patrick has graded it VG+. It does have hairlines. I mean, when you look at the disc, it's really clean, but a MoFi record that's kind of tough to find and a great album. The band Music from Big Pink is a $60 start. Let's go ahead and sell that Gilmour to Mark Fallon. Thank you, Mark Fallon. That's sold to you for $66. Let's put that away. I think Mark's kind of a Pink Floyd fan. So there's that. That's that. Let's put that away. And let's go ahead and open up A. There's B. There's C. And then next over here, so A is a, let's do another one from the advertised, and let's do the Human Beings. This is a classic record. Everybody has heard this song that's on here, Nobody But Me. No, 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 no. Nobody But Me. I think it's one of those like stadium anthems, right? They play it at baseball games, football games. The Human Beings, Nobody But Me. It's a 68 USOG Scranton press. It's VG. It's a $30 start, The Human Beings. $30. $30 on that one, okay? Chad, I just noticed that I didn't get my Eagle, so I took over my last shipment. What do I need to do? It was an auction. Is it on your invoice? Is it on your invoice and you just didn't get it in the box? Or is it something that wasn't on your, if it wasn't on your invoice, that means that you may have not actually won it, or it got tagged to somebody else and it just wasn't caught. So always make sure you message Ed and he'll take care of you, okay? Just message Ed about stuff like that. You can message him on Facebook. So it is Saturday, right? So I always remind everybody over the weekends, if you sent Ed a message on Friday afternoon, he's not here on Friday afternoons. He's not here on Saturdays. Nobody hardly here is on Sunday except me and a few of the logistics team. And then Monday, he sends invoices, and he rarely has time to look at messages. He comes in late. He does invoicing. Tuesday is when he starts working on stuff from the week before and all the new mistakes. So there's that, okay? We have Elf, Carolina County Ball. Here's that other Elf album from Ronnie James Dio. So this is another UK OG, or another OG, this time from the UK. It's a 74 VG copy. 74 VG copy. The seam has come unglued. Now, that's repairable. It's not ripped. It's not torn. It just needs to be re-glued. There is some writing right up here. Still a tough record to get. Ronnie James Dio and Elf. That is a $60 start. Okay, back to this crate over here. Did I miss anything? Let me scroll up a little bit higher. And B, B, C, D, D, A, B, 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 B. Okay, here we go. We have Poco Legend. Poco Legend, $9.99. If it's not on your invoice, not on your invoice means one or two things. Then you actually maybe didn't win it, and you thought you did, or it was sold to somebody else, and maybe they thought they won it, and they've already been billed, etc. So we'll just have to review it, and just you got to make Ed aware. But the good news is that's a very replaceable record. We get those quite often. Next is Donna Summer, Live and More. Donna Summer is $14.99. Conway Twitty, Heart and Soul, Gold Stamp promo, $9.99. Folks, Saturday night, we got 6 more crates of vintage after this one. Jorge Santana, $14.99. Jorge Santana. Also, we have Pump Factory, Bat Jam. Pump Factory, Bat Jam, 1989 hip-hop 12-inch single, $9.99. We have D.O. for 19. What is D.O. for 19? A Fantastic Planet. Jerry Butler sings Assorted Sounds. Jerry Butler is $19.99. He minted D.S. for Donna Summer. Sold to Fantastic Planet for $9. We have All the Faces, The Buddy Miles, $24.99 of Buddy Miles. Did I say D Buddy Miles? Buddy Miles is $24.99. All right. The band MoFi, music from Big Pink, is sold to David E. Johnson for $60. Final chance to get a bid on the Human Beings. The Human Beings is a final call for $30. That's an OG VG copy. And we need another great Japanese pressing for slot number C. And here's an 80s classics. Everybody wants to rule the world. Bum, 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 bum. Mothers talk. Talk about the weather. This is Tears for Fears with insert. Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. A classic album. I mean, man, from beginning to end. This is one of those albums that's like no skips on here. It's, I mean, incredible. Working Hour. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. $45 start on Tears for Fears. That's a good one. Charles Owens on Buddy Miles. That's sold to Charles Owens for $20. Next is John Mayall, The Turning Point. John Mayall is $27.99. And The History of Eric Clapton. That's a double LP, $34.99. And Rare Earth Ma. Rare Earth is $24.99. And we have Jack Scott. Jack Scott is $9.99. Got to meet your mom today. Very sweet. Tanner's dog, not so much. Sorry, Tanner. Uh-oh, what happened? Uh-oh. I got a message earlier, and Tanner said, Otis has been a bad boy today. And my mom did leave a message. She said, Greg and Linda Rogers from Cullum, Alabama came in the store today. Thank you for visiting. Uh-oh. So what happened? Guys, I've got bad news about Otis. He's been heavily misbehaving lately. I think the poodle in him is coming out a little bit. I've heard he's been misbehaving to employees. He's been misbehaving to customers. And Otis has hit a little bit of a wild streak. You know, he's turned 14. He's turned 14, and I think he's starting to rebel a little bit. Otis is getting up there. He's in those teenager years. I think he's starting to rebel a little bit. The Human Beings is a no bid. The Human Beings is a 68 OG Scranton VG condition. This is a no bid for $30. A no bid for $30 on the 68 USOG Scranton. I'm going to do something I normally don't do. I'm going to rerun a Led Zeppelin bootleg. Okay? Because I think there's more people watching than there was earlier. I'll go ahead and reduce it. To make it fair, but I'm going to put it back up for auction. This is Led Zeppelin, and this is an 81 unofficial. It's called Copenhagen Warm-Ups. It's a 3LP live vintage bootleg from Europe, made in Europe. It's a 3LP full show, and this is going to go up in slot D for a $100 start. $100 start on that one. Next is, man, everything's got new bids except Tears for Fears. Tears for Fears is at $50, okay? Here we go. Conway Twitty #1 hits. Gold stamp promo, $9.99. And we have Sylvia's greatest hits. Sylvia is $9.99. Also, Bobby V's Golden Greats. Bobby V is $9.99. And we have Gene Vincent's greatest. Gene Vincent's $12.99. Just in case some people missed that Zeppelin earlier, I had a feeling if I showed it again, it would have been a lot of interest in it. So there's another chance. It's a $100 start. And I will say that I'm not taking any less because it was a $125 start. So 100's minimum on that. I have a lot of Led Zeppelin bootlegs in my collection. I don't care to add another one. So that's what it's going to take to buy that one, just FYI. Over here, we got Johnny Hancock on Conway. That's sold to 850 Johnny for $9.99. We got Bobby V sold to Voodoo Lounger for $8. And I think Greg Rogers is bidding on Led Zeppelin. There we go. Okay, next over here is Elf is at 68 with Brent Rively. IDCgo has Camel for 200. Tears for Fears has a new bid, and now Zeppelin's at 110. I had a feeling that was going to happen, okay? All right, so let me do this. I'm not recapping any of the vintage crates tonight, mostly because there's 6 more still to go through, and that's what we normally start with. It's already 8:15. Not Bobby V, Gene Vincent. Okay, not BV, GV, sorry. Let's swap those out. Gene Vincent instead of Bobby Vincent, or Bobby V, okay? All right, here we go. And then the Revivalist, so did James Rayner. So yeah, if you want to see something, if he was waiting for me maybe to read those again, it will not bother me at all to ask, and I'll go back. So the Revivalist is sold to James Rayner for $34.99. All right, I've seen a lot of green light up on the board. That means new bids are coming in. Still got crate after crate of Japanese, including the hot pictured stuff and the other non-Japanese hot picture stuff. Let's go right into this next crate. Let me take a peek at it. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ah. Okay, a lot of good stuff in here. A lot of classics. A lot of high-grade stuff, it looks like, too. I bet a lot of this is the Sarasota collection, the non-like auction stuff, right? I mean, we can't auction everything, so we end up straight pricing stuff. And that's what we have right here. Sent Otis to Doggy. Well, he's been growling at Baby Finn, too. Of course, y'all know Tanner and Addison, who actually owns the dog, has a baby. He'll be 1 year old. Finn's about to be 1 year old next month, this month. So he's been growling at Baby Finn some, too. That's not good. They're like, Chad, do you want a dog? And I was like, I don't have time, but I'll definitely take them. All right, here we go. Next is Robert Palmer. This is called Secrets. I've got a bad case of loving you. It has an original inner sleeve, Robert Palmer singles, Secrets. Everything here is really clean. Well, when I walked away, everything was green. A minute, 2 minutes later, now everything's orange. Final call 75. This has been a high bid for 2 minutes and 1 second. This has been a high bid of $225. This is a Japanese pressing of Camel Mirage, near mint minus. That's been up with a high bid for $2.0. Nope, new bid just came in. C, Amos's has had this for 2.5 minutes. And Greg has had this for 3 minutes and 10 seconds. I'm about to sell it. Next is Dino, Dean Martin. Dean Martin is $9.99. Also, we have The Voice, Frank Sinatra. $14.99. The Voice, Frank Sinatra. Elvis, Burning Love. Lord Almighty, I feel my temperature rising. Ooh, ooh, higher and higher. It's burning through to my soul. Trying to get this dog ear out of that Pickwick sleeve. There we go, $9.99. Okay, 3 new auctions. Elf is sold to Brent Robley for $75. Thank you, let's put that away. Girl, 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 you're gonna... All right, there's that. Amos's gets Tears for Fears. That's sold for $55. Appreciate that. And then Zeppelin is sold to Greg Rogers for $110. All right, thank you on that. Camel, still getting bids. IDC Go, you're out. Shane Lanedote has that for $230, just FYI. Here we go. If you missed out on the band MoFi earlier, don't fear. Chad is here with another one. This time, a Japanese press. Let's go right over here. BAND. Up on Cripple Creek. She sent me if I sprang a leak. $45 start. Sweet. Music from Big Pink, the band. Near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful. There is that. There's this. There's the cover. That's now up for bid. A $45 start. $45 start. Now up for bid. $45 on the band. Next. Over here, I have the Dead Kennedys, an 81 US. ND 81 US for In God We Trust. EX Condition, the Dead Kennedys. There's the label. That's always important on these. Brown label. $30 start on the Dead Kennedys. 1981. 1981. That's cheaper than what the reissues cost. And then in slot number A, I have Eric Clapton. This is called Live in San Diego. Clapton's a 2016 OG 3LP, near mint, a $50 start. Back to this crate of buy it now best offer. Merle Haggard, his best. Merle Haggard is $14.99. Atlanta Rhythm Section, real tape. Atlanta Rhythm Section, $9.99. Linda Ronstadt, Hasten Down the Wind, $9.99. Charlie Daniels, Honey in the Rock. Charlie Daniels, Honey in the Rock, $24.99. A has a new bid, D has a new bid. Camels at $240. The Band is a $45 start. Ted Nugent, State of Shock. Nugent is $14.99. Mr. MFTF, you're first on ARS, but it will be $9.99. It will be $9.99. Charlie Daniels is sold a Voodoo Lounger for $18. Did my emojis fail for Elvis? Mark Fallon put Burning Love. Mark Fallon would like Burning Love by Elvis Presley for $9.99. Thank you on that. Greg Rogers on Merle Haggard. Merle Haggard is sold to Greg Rogers for $14.99. Live Cream Volume 2 in the White Room with Black, $29.99. Hey, there's a helpful hint from Otis. Otis, you've been misbehaving. But he said, never leave vinyl in a hot car. Records can warp in under an hour in your trunk. Uh-oh, don't leave hot records in your trunk. That's a note from Otis. Mr. MFTF got ARS. That's sold to Mr. MFTF for $9.99. Can I show the Taylor Swift? I can. Slade, Rogues Gallery. Slade is $19.99. Rogues Gallery. Rogues Gallery. Greg Ken Band, Conspiracy, $19.99. That has the hit song Jeopardy on it. And we have the Roaring Silence, Manfred Mann's band. Blinded by the Light. It's on there. Classic, $19.99. Can I cancel bid, please, on Clapton? I have it. Clapton is being reset. Final call to lock in a bid, $50. There's no bid on it. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 19 minutes and 47 seconds. We have a new winner. A new owner for Camel Mirage. Sold to ID Seago for $240. That is done. That is done. Let's put that away. Next over here is GX. Captain that's Greg Ken. Sold to Captain Fantastic or Captain Fantastic. That's an Elton John album. Fantastic Planet. Dead Kennedys is a final call for $30. Band is a final call for $45 and final call on Clapton. Next auction. Faces live at the BBC, live in 71. This is an unofficial from Faces. It's near mint, a $30 start. Rod Stewart, Ron Wood, and Faces. That is a $30 start, okay? Next is Greg is almost about to bid on Dead Kennedys. Make sure you put that no space between those, Greg. Manfred Mann 12. Manfred Mann 15. Super clean copy. $15. Next is the George Carlin Collection. Never seen that one before. George Carlin, $16.99. And Johnny Cash, Rock Island Line. Johnny Cash is $9.99. Rant and Rave, the Stray Cats. Rant and Rave, $24.99. Okay, so A and B are no bid. So Eric Clapton is a no bid, $50 on Eric Clapton. Let's put that one right here. That's going right there. 2016 OG Triple LP, live in San Diego. The Band is a no bid, $45 on the Band. Japanese press. Let's put that in a brand spanking new Obi. All right, there's that one. And poof, there it is. And boom. And then Faces over here, 30. And we have that and that. Okay, so back up at the top. First thing is this. No on A. Jeremy Abrams got Johnny Cash. So did Jeremy Abrams for $9.99. And then David Jennings got George Carlin, sold for $16.99. Ted Nugent is sold for $9. to Timothy Horn. John Farrell, Manfred Mann is sold to John Farrell for $15. And what year is the band? That is catalog number, Brent, ECS dash 80584. Actually, no year given. Japanese reissue, no year given on Discogs. Yeah, Japanese reissue, no year given on that one. Faces didn't get a bid. This is a buy it now for $30. 2022 unofficial. That's live in 1971. Okay. And then Dead Kennedy's the final call for 40. New auctions going up right now. Dead Kennedy's is a... This is a 1981 US. What speed does it play at? 33 1/3. 33 1/3. Brown labels, EX. High bid right now is 40 with Joseph McCormick. Nice cover. Nazi Punks, blank off. $40 on that one. Okay, we need 3 new. Here we go. Step inside. Walk this way. Come here, babe. Hey, hey. Come on a bomb bomb ba 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 da dum. Dee 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 roo doo doo. All right, so we have Derek and the Dominoes. Layla, a double LP, near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Beautiful copy. Fantastic album. $45 start on that. Dio. This is D-I-O. Dio. This is Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart. Near mint minus and pristine. Japanese pressing. Dio Sacred Heart. $75 start on that one. And then Genesis self-titled. Home by the Sea. That's a great album. $45 on that one. The band 35. The band 40. The face is 20. The face is 25. I will meet y'all both in the middle on those. 25 and 40. Come on. Japanese pressing of the band. Anybody want to buy an autograph band cheap? Brent, you want to buy a cheap band autograph? Dead Kennedy's 40. Boom, boom, boom. And boom. Okay, next over here, back to the crate. Roy Rogers. This is sealed for $14.99. Todd Rundgren, Back to the Bars. Gold stamp promo, $19.99. Johnny Cash, This Old Ragged Flag. That is cool. $16.99. I seen Old Faithful, The Star Spangled Banner. I seen it at the Smithsonian History Museum. Awesome. You got to go check it out. The real Star Spangled Banner that's at the Smithsonian History Museum. Breathtaking. $16.99. Tom Petty, Make It Better, Forget About Me. That's a 12-inch single gold stamp. $14.99. Over here, the Dead Kennedys is sold to Joseph McCormick. Sold to Joseph McCormick for $40. This is $40. Sold to Joseph McCormick. Thank you on that one. Let's put that away right here. And we have A, B, and C over here. And then Johnny Cash 13, Johnny Cash 10. How about Johnny Cash for 15? I think that's worth every dime of it. All right, there's our next 3 Japanese pressings. We're at 45, 75, 45. 45, 75, 45 on those. All are pristine with Obi. Very, very nice. And Chad, what label they use for Japanese Genesis? Should be Vertigo UK looking. Yeah, Vertigo Spaceship. Vertigo Spaceship on that one. Vertigo Spaceship. Home by the Sea. That's all. Just as I thought I was doing all right. All right. Okay. So here we go. All right. Cash is sold to Jeremy Abrams for 15. Charles Owens got Faces for 25. Charles Owens got Faces for 25. So over here, let's see here. Bill Monroe. All right. So one. See, I have here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, all those sold. I sold 9 signed Neil Young albums earlier today for $3,500. So we got those taken care of. 9 signed Neil Youngs for $3,500. That was a good sale. Glad to have that done. Okay, here are 2 really highly sought after signed records. This is the band, and this is the band. These are my last 2 from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. I think after a couple weeks of eBay auctions, the rest of Dale's high-end autographs are finally going to be sold. This one is signed by Rick Danko, Garth Hudson, Lee Von Helm, and Jim Wilder. This one is signed by Rick Danko and Lee Von Helm. So obviously we want to talk about this one first. It looks better. It's got more signatures on it, right? So I've sold a couple of these on eBay with this many signatures. Danko, Helm, and Hudson. Jim Widener was an additional player on the album. It's signed right now, $750. $750 signed by Danko, Hudson, Helm, and Widener. The other one, I'll do 700 on. So 750, 700. Okay, that's the 2 signed last albums from the band. I think I've got a poster signed by Lee Von Helm, but it's personalized. It's personalized to Dale. So that's the last of my band autographs. Johnny Cash, Johnny Cash, Johnny Cash, and then over here, I think Roy Rogers is still available. Yeah, that's sold to Nick Sir-Jinko for $8. Tom Petty's a 12-inch single. Make It Better, Forget About Me. It is a gold stamp promo, $14.99. Next is the Byrds, Farther Along. The Byrds is in shrink wrap, $24.99, and James Gang, 16 Greatest Hits. That's a double LP, $24.99 on that one. All right, let's put up 4 new auctions. I'm going to go ahead and make all these buy it nows. So Layla, Derek and the Dominoes is a Japanese press, near mint minus, Obi, complete, and $45. Let's go ahead and get some of these off the board. I don't like it when the board's not lit up with green. I don't like that. I like it when bids are coming in, boom, 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 boom. And then Dio was 75 and Genesis 45. So there's some great buy it now opportunities on those. There's Derek and Domino's, Layla, Dio, and Genesis. You can go ahead and buy them. You can make me a really, 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 really fair offer. Totally up to you. Just completely and totally up to you, okay? And then here is Genesis. Just as I thought it was doing all right. Ba-da-da. I love you more than I wanted to do. Yeah. Okay, Derek and the Dominoes sold to Charlie DeFrank. That sold to Charlie DeFrank for $40. Mark Steele, let's do $40 on the Genesis. And let's put up 3 new auctions, okay? Let's do some stuff from the non-Japanese crate right quick. But in fact, one of these are Japanese. Let's do a vintage Cars bootleg. That's cool. And let's do Timothy Leary's Dead. No, 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 no. Mark Steele got Genesis for $40. Thank you on that, Mark Steele, okay? Okay. All right, so this is a rarely sought-after record. This is called Timothy Leary, Dr. Timothy Leary. That was a soundtrack, 1967, a USOG stereo press. 67 USOG stereo. This is in EX condition, a $65 start. It has the correct original Mercury inner sleeve, a very cool record. Dr. Timothy Leary, turn on, tune in, drop out. $65 start. $65. Next is The Who. Next is The Who. This is a 2023 near mint. This is on yellow vinyl, $40, okay? This is a 2023. These are new. I remember when I had these in stock. They're Japanese pressings. They're on yellow vinyl. They are legit. This is a $40 start. $40 start. Next is the Cars. This is a vintage bootleg. It's a 1979 German unofficial. 1979 German unofficial. It's strong VG live in Boston and in New York City, 1978. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. It's a vintage Cars bootleg made in Germany. It's from two different shows, Boston and New York City, 1978, a $35 start. $35 start. All right. Motley Crues have not went up yet. No, I'm going to grab those right there. Sorry, I'm still helping Tanner over here with this buy. He's out in Iowa right now negotiating on a deal. I'm still helping him out a little on value and just negotiations. He knows what he's doing, though. He knows what he's doing. Motley Crue, girls. This is a Japanese pressing. We just don't have the Obi. So you're going to get it for a cheaper price, not having to pay for the Obi. Really high quality Japanese, a $45 start. $45. Javi Soto gets Tom Petty for $10. Thank you on that, Javi Soto. And James Gang, straight shooter. James Gang is $19.99. We have Foghat Zigzag Walk. Foghat is sealed, $19.99. And James Gang Newborn. James Gang is $19.99. George Harrison Cloud 9. George Harrison is $24.99. And Elvis Moody Blue. Elvis Moody Blue is on the original blue vinyl with the inner sleeve. Oh man, Unchained Melody. Whoa, $34.99. Over here, we have Timothy Leary, already a final call at $65. The Who is no bid yet. $40 on The Who. And then the Cars is at $50 and Motley Crue is at $45. Next over here is Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works, Volume 2. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works, Volume 2, $14.99. And Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits. That's in shrink wrap for $14.99. And we have Dean Martin, Gentle on My Mind. Dean Martin is $9.99. We have Black Oak, Arkansas, I'd Rather Be Sailing. Black Oak, Arkansas is $14.99. Uriah Heep, High and Mighty. Uriah Heep, $19.99. New bid on A. B's about to be bought now. C and D are still getting new bids. Make sure I hadn't missed any claims over here. Next is Charlie Daniels, Uneasy Rider. Charlie Daniels is $24.99. The Best of Jay Giles Band, that's in shrink wrap, $19.99. And Jethro Tull, Living in the Past. Walking and I'm smiling, drinking water. I forgot the lyrics to that one. Jethro Tull, Living in the Past, $34.99. John Farrell got the Frank Sinatra for $10. Thank you, John Farrell. That is so to you. And we have the Georgia Satellites, Battleship Chains, Hard Luck Boy. That is a 3-track from 1986, $14.99. We have James Taylor Gorilla, $14.99. James Taylor Gorilla. Richard Palmer. Robert Palmer, Pride. Robert Palmer is $19.99. And then Steppenwolf Live. That's a double LP, $34. Wow, no ring wear. This is an unusually nice copy. A very unusually nice copy here of Steppenwolf, $34.99. The double LP, yeah. Inner sleeves, very nice. Georgia Satellites. The Georgia Satellites is a 3-track EP or 12-inch maxi. It's called Battleship Chains Party Mix, and Hard Luck Boy. No condition notes, $14.99. Deep Purple is $29.99. Deep Purple, $29.99. And then Status Quo Live. Status Quo is a double LP, $34.99. Boston, this is called Third Stage. Boston's $34.99. Blue Oyster Cult, The Revolution by Night, $24.99. And Blue Cheer, Vinces Eruptum, Blue Cheer, $39.99. There is some writing. The classic Blue Cheer album on the Phillips label, $39.99. Okay, I think we're done on A. I'll make sure Paul Oakley, I know we're done on B. Let's definitely get that off the table. This is a buy now on the Japanese. It's a new Japanese pressing, essentially. 2023 Near Mint Yellow Vinyl, I'm a Boy by The Who there. Okay. And then next over here in B is going to be a new auction, and that's ELO, a new world record, a classic album, in my opinion, by Electrolight Orchestra. This is a beautiful embossed Japanese pressing, glossy with obi. This is a $45 start. Timothy Leary is sold to Spin Cycle Vinyl for $70. Thank you. That is sold to Spin Cycle Vinyl for $70. The Cars bootlegs at $60. Motley Crue is at $46 with Caleb Summers. That's a Japanese OG, no obi though. No obi, and then we have ABCD, and then A has a new bid. Let's go ahead and knock out another one of these Zeppelin boxes. Oh, man. I still got another Zeppelin bootleg box over here. Here we go. Good evening, New York. That was Robert Plant's famous line. They would come out and do a couple songs. They usually would do, around this time, yeah, they would do Rock and Roll and Sick Again. Usually they would do Rock and Roll and Black Dog, and then Robert Plant would go, good evening. Oh, there he is. Susie, look at that hair. Whew, I wish I had hair like that. Led Zeppelin. This is live. It's a soundboard recording, a 4LP, and it's unopened. A $200 start. $200 start on that one, okay? And there's B, and then C and D are done. Let's go ahead and put up two more while I'm rolling. The Cars bootleg is sold to Mr. Osmosis for $60. And then Motley Crue, Girls is sold to Caleb Summers for $46. Sold to Caleb Summers for $46, okay? Thank you on that one. So, Zeppelin, ELO, 200. That has a bid for 45. Couple new auctions. Susie's fascination is not going to stop, folks. You might as well get ready. It's not going to stop. She's going to be in love with Robert for a long time. We have over here Motley Crue Theater Pain. Motley Crue. This has the inserts with it. It's another Japanese pressing. No obi, but minty. $45 start on that. Georgia Satellites did get an offer, and this is sold to Javi Soto. Javi Soto for $10. And then Steppenwolf is sold to Charles Owens for $28. Sold to Charles Owens for $28. Thank you, Charles Owens. That is so due. Did I miss any offers? I'm not going to go back through this crate. The reason being, because we still got 5 more to go through, and it's now 8:44. It took us a half hour to go through this crate because we got so much activity on auctions. It took us a half hour to go through that one. That means we've got 2.5 more hours of crates to go through. 2.5 more hours of crates to go through. Goodness gracious. Right. Any Sunday sales? I know not this Sunday. Maybe next Sunday. The next Sunday after that, I have plans. So, yeah, I don't think so. So definitely not tomorrow, and definitely not in 2 weeks. So maybe next Sunday. I don't have a lot of coins right now. I'm trying to buy some right now. I have more people texting me wanting to buy coins. Silver took a little bit of a jump, and gold took a little bit of a jump, and then as soon as it jumps, everybody wants to start buying again. I'm like, man, nobody wants to buy when it's going down. It's the weirdest thing ever. Nobody ever wants to buy when it's going down. Just kind of when it starts going up. But I do have quite a bit of silver bullion. I've got Eagles, bars, stuff like that I need to move. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close A and B since I'm in a transition mode here. Zeppelin is $200. That's a 2025 unofficial box set. ELO is sold to the Hammer CP for $45. That's sold to the Hammer CP, $45. And thank you on that one. And then Motley Crue is at $50 with Caleb Summers, okay? Let's open up 3 new slots, and let's go ahead and put up some new Japanese stuff, okay? The next one I have is Queen, News of the World, a classic album here. Japanese, near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine with Obi, a $45 start. $45 start. That's Queen, News of the World. Bloody, you're a poor boy. Here is the best of the band. We still got music from Big Pink, but here is the best of the band with Obi. The Obi needs to be put back on the jacket. That's a $35 start. And then let's grab a new auction over here in D. New auction in D is going to go up right now, and that is this. I have the Electric Prunes Rarities. This is a vintage bootleg, an 81 compilation, an 81 US unofficial, EX condition, and this is going to go up for a $40 start. $40 start, Queen Miracle. That's one of the tougher ones to get from them, just because of when it was released. All right, this is a new... This is a new crate. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer, okay? New vintage crate. I'm going to leave you on the top cam while I go get a bottle of water. I've had a Monster and a Diet Coke from Wendy's, and I need something like water, okay? I can feel it up here in the front of my head. It's saying, Chad, water, please. Home by the sea. Home by the sea. Keep feeling fascination, fascination. Oh, so slow. All right. Okay. 50, final call on B for 35. As soon as I pour this in here, I'm going to sell C right now. And then D is just got put down. That was the Electric Prunes. Okay. Okay, so Caleb, I'm going to tag you for the Motley Crue. Thank you. That's sold to Caleb Summers for $50. Let's put that away. I need to order food for tonight because I don't want anything fast. I ordered a bunch of Taco Bell last night and only took a couple bites of everything. I ate like one piece of my quesadilla, threw the rest away. One bite of my chicken avocado stacker, threw the rest away. Just where I've been dieting so hard, food is just not as appealing anymore. Unless it's like steak or like fried chicken. There's just a couple foods I can eat nowadays that in large quantities. But I need to order some food, so I have it here for after the sale tonight. I usually order Outback. Let me see. No, I did the Taco Bell last night. I ordered 3 different things and took a couple bites of each. So I wasted a bunch of food and I wasted a bunch of money is what I did. I think I'm going to do my normal Outback order, though. Let me see if I can find it on here so I don't have to hit all these buttons. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, should be from about a week ago. I wish you could search your old orders. That would make my Taco Bell. Yeah, I did eat some lettuce. I'm still alive. So. Or I wonder if they are accepting. I wonder if that could be delivered. One second. Sorry, everybody. I don't need an extra mushroom soup today. Hibachi. Yeah, it's coming from a long golly. It's coming from a long ways, but service fee, that's okay. Very expensive dinner. Very expensive dinner, but I'm going to go ahead and pull the trigger. It'll be good. It's hibachi. Steak hibachi. It's coming all the way from Mount Juliet. I'm leaving them a $15 tip. It's going to cost me $50, but it's going to be a very delicious meal. No, I'm just joking about Oreos. I hadn't had Oreos since February. No, I always joke about the Oreos. Okay, sorry. Back to normal pace here. Jeff Colgrove on the band. Thank you, Jeff Colgrove. Jeff Colgrove, that's owed you for $35. That was an expensive meal I just ordered, but it'll be well worth it when it gets here. I'll have to warm it up late anyway, so it's always the night I order food, and then tomorrow. Oh, man, I didn't even mention this was a promo copy. Man, this was a promo copy. The best of the band. A Japanese promo copy. Wow, I didn't even mention that. It's going to be cold. Oh, I won't be eating it till 3 a.m. anyways. Maybe 4 a.m. if I'm lucky. By the time I'm done with the sale and get out of here. No, I hadn't had Subway cookies in a year. Probably. Well, 8 months. Yeah. Okay. And then Electric Prunes was a no bid. The Electric Prunes Rarities. Electric Prunes Rarities. This is an 81 unofficial EX condition. 81 unofficial. This is EX condition. This is $40. $40 on the Electric Prunes Rarities, okay? They're still bidding on Queen News of the World. And over here, okay, here we go. So first is this. Next is this. While we have one queen up, let's go ahead and do another one. This is Day at the Races. Day at the Races. Queen, A Day at the Races. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Queen, A Day at the Races. It's in B. It has this insert. It has this insert. It's a gatefold jacket. And this is a $45 start on that queen. This queen is at $65. That queen, a $45 start. Slot number C is Bad Company. Boom, 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 boom. Bad Company. $45 start. It's Japanese. It has this insert with it. It's a gatefold jacket with Obi. $45 start. $45 start. Bad Company. There's Queen, there's Queen, there's Bad Company. And then we have a Japanese Herbie Hancock Headhunters. This one's going to go up for a $45 start. $45 start. Herbie Hancock Headhunters. $45 start. That's in D. That's in D. There's that. All right, so over here we have 65, 45, 45, and 45. There we go. This crate is buy it now or best offer. Jethro Tull Stormwatch EX $17.99. We have Rush, self-titled, EX $37.99. Rush, that's on a later label, but a nice vintage copy. A little bit of cover damage down here, okay? Looks like the bottom cover got a little wet. You can see a stain pattern right there. $37.99. Also, we have Queen self-titled. Queen is VG Plus, $24.99. Steve Winwood, Arc of a Diver, VG $9.99. The Best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, VG Plus $14.99. The Best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $14.99. And Ted Nugent Weekend Warriors. Ted Nugent's VG Plus $9.99. $9.99. Let's jump right over here and Ba-da-da-dun-dun, ba-da-da-dun-dun. Okay, and we have over here A, B, D, and next. This is Steve Winwood self-titled. Steve Winwood EX 1799, and we have Blood Rock 3. We have Blood Rock 3, that's VG Plus 1499, and Toto 4. Toto 4 is VG Plus $14.99. That has Africa on it. This is a check condition crate. Update on our auctions. Queens at 45. Yes, this is OG. This is OG. It actually says new album over here on the Obi. Very cool. OG with the Obi mentioning new album. Bad Company is also an OG. This is also an OG. This is also an OG. Bad Company, and Herbie Hancock's at 50. Next over here is Loggins and Messina on stage. Loggins and Messina is EX 1299. Pink Floyd is a Jacksonville press. Pink Floyd is in VG Plus condition, $39.99. That's for Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon. And another Rush album, Fly By Night. That's VG Plus $39.99. Rush, Fly By Night. And we have Nazareth Snaz. Nazareth is VG Plus $19.99. Catalog number for Herbie Hancock. Catalog number for Herbie Hancock. On Discogs, this is 18. Let me give y'all a note here. 18 AP 2179. This is a 1981 Japanese pressing. These start on Discogs at $79 right now. That's what they start at. This is near mint minus and pristine. It's at $50. $50. Okay, Timothy Horn. Nugent. This is sold to Timothy Horn for $6. Thank you. Toto is an OG. Yes. Yes. VG Plus $14.99. Naz is sold to Jeff Colgrove for $15. Final call on these for $45. B and C. I'm about to make them a buy it now. Don McLean, American Pie. VG Plus $9.99. VG Plus $9.99. And ELO on the third day, Electrolyte Orchestra, VG Plus $14.99. Queen has the disc, which is near mint minus. It has the insert. It has the Queen insert. It's a gatefold jacket with Obi. I don't see anything that looks like, quote, a card. Next, Toto. I will do this for 12. 12 on Toto. Come on. It's got Africa on it. Don McLean, so to Jeremy Abrams. Bye. $9.99. And then Dr. Hook, Sloppy Seconds. VG Plus $14.99. John Anderson, Wild and Blue. John Anderson, VG $12.99. And Bob Seger, Stranger in Town. Bob Seger, VG $12.99. Hollywood Nights. In those Hollywood Hills. We have Grand Funk, We're an American Band. That is on the black vinyl, VG $12.99, okay? Toto, sold to Caleb Summers for $10. Carl Berger, make sure if you want to bet on Queen before I end it, you put an exclamation mark and the letter B. Exclamation mark and the letter B. Mike Torrance on John Anderson, sold to Mike Torrance for $12.99. Susie was second. And then Bob Seger. Donald Gladfelter gets Bob Seger for $7. Next is Greg Allman, Laid Back. I've got one more VG, $12.99, and then Cat Stevens, VG Plus $9.99. Grand Funk is sold to Jeremy Abrams for $10. And then we have OV Riot, We're Still Together. OV Riot is VG Plus $16.99. Queen, final call, $45. Bad Company's a no bid, $45. Six gun in my hand. Destiny, ooh, the rising sun. Bump, bump, bump. Bad Company, I can't deny. Hold on 1 second. Which means hold on 1 moment. Okay, so OV Ride is sold to DTE for $10. Thank you on that one. Bad Company. Christopher, you can have it, but it will be $45. Carl Berger was going to buy it, or is going to buy it if you pass. That Queen's at $80. This one's about to sell for $45, also to Carl Berger. And Colin. C-O-L-L-E-N. Okay. All right. And then we have Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes, VG $14.99. Bad Company is sold to Carl Berger for $45. Thank you. Point Blank, self-titled, that's VG $9.99. And over here we got Band on the Run. Band on the Run, Japanese pressing with Obi, Near Mint Minus, Paul McCartney and Wings, a classic album, $45. That's up for bid in C. Next over here is A and B are sold. Queen is sold to Jeff H, 9057 for $80. Thank you. Let's get that in a new sleeve for him. Appreciate that. And that is being put away. That's sold to Jeff H, 9057 for $80. Thank you. Queen is sold to Carl Berger for $45. Carl Berger was also going to bid on Queen. Your bid also came in late. That's very unfortunate for me and you. It's fortunate for Jeff H, though. And then Herbie Hancock is sold to our new buyer for this week, Mavis Anderson. Thank you. That's sold to you for $57. Seems like a great price. Seems like a really good price from what I just seen on just confirming the year, 1981 on that one. Okay, classic album. Next thing is A, B, and C. Let's do some more stuff over here from the advertised hot picture. Check out this vintage AC/DC here. This is actually an official release. It's called Money Talks. I had never seen this before. It comes in a poster sleeve. It's a 1990 UK 12-inch from AC/DC. It is in a poster sleeve. It's 3 tracks. It's a $40 start. Never had seen that before. Never had seen that one before. Next over here is this. I have another Syd Barrett. We've already sold a couple tonight. This one has a really cool cover on it. This is a 1980 VG. It's called Syd Barrett, Forgotten Hero. Vintage bootleg there. The top seam needs to be re-glued. It's not ripped. The adhesive has come off. That's a $50 start. Band on the Run is a $45 start. And then in D is Yes, 90125. Move yourself. You always live your life. Never thinking of the future. Yes, 90125 is a $35 start. $35 start. Next is Queen, A Night at the Opera. VG $14.99. VG $14.99. We have Friday Night in San Francisco, VG Plus $14.99. Shane Devers has AC/DC at $45, Syd Barrett $50, Band on the Run $45, and Yes is at $35. $45, $50, $45, and $35 are the high bids on those. Next is Led Zeppelin Presents. Led Zeppelin Presents is VG Plus $29.99. Queen has offers for $8 and $10. Donald Gladfelter, you can have that for $12 if you want it. If not, Tony Swanson. Fleetwood Mac in Chicago. That's VG Plus $26.99. And we have Foghat Boogie Motel. VG Plus $9.99 for Foghat. And then John Anderson again, this time Eye of a Hurricane. John Anderson, VG Plus $19.99. 45, 50, 45, and then 35. Okay. All right. Oh, I never did drink I drank a little bit of my water, but ever since I put my thing in here, I never did drink this. Mike Torrance got John Anderson for VG Plus $19.99 sold. And then over here, Queen is sold to Tony Swanson for $12. Thank y'all on that. All right. I've been recapping these crates. I still got 4 more new ones to go through. Let's get into the next one right now. Update on Japanese. We hadn't actually finished the first full crate. Pretty remarkable. We hadn't finished the first full crate of Japanese. and they're literally just everywhere laying around me. So we got a lot of Japanese to auction. There's still about a half a crate of the other stuff he picked out. And sometimes John has this like 4 crates, right, of like new vintage stuff. That's sometimes what we start with. That's how much we have left right now. So we still got quite a bit left to go through. I'm about to bring over that crate right now. These are going to be buy it now or best offer. I'm trying to figure out which one I want to do next. Let's just keep going down the stack. So I'll just naturally go through this one next. Here we go. Here we go. And, oh, as I stretch and pop my, oh, yes. Did you see my Tom Petty offer? I don't recall any Tom Petty offers unless yours came in second. Tom Petty. Nope, I guess I never did see that. You know what? I think a couple people made an offer. Dustin Brandon and Huxley Miller. Dustin Brandon was first. Huxley Miller second. This is sold to Dustin Brandon for $10. Yep, that's what happened on that one. And then Ban on the Run is sold to Carl Berger for $45. And then B&D or no bids. 50 on Sid Barrett, 35 on Yes. And Ban on the Run is sold to Carl Berger for $45. All righty. Let's do it. All righty. All right, I got to put this away right here. Sid Barrett, $50. 1980 U.S. Unofficial. VG on that one. Can't believe no one got Yes. 90125. $35 buy it now. Owner of a lonely heart. So much better. Okay, I've got a major price reduction on autographed album as I continue to clear out some stuff from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. We'd rather sell it to y'all here than take a chance at what it could bring at a no reserve auction on eBay. So let me show you which one I'm talking about. And since we've had some blues pop up, this is a blues album signed by several different people. This is signed by Willie Dixon, Carrie Bell, Lafayette Leak, Buster Benton, Freddie Dixon, Clifton James. I mean, just loaded with multiple blues legends on here, including Willie Dixon. And the actual record is like VG minus. So the disc is not in the best of condition, as are most blues albums. This is Willie Dixon Peace. And like I said, it's got multiple signatures on the back. Willie Dixon, Carrie Bell, Lafayette Leak, Buster Benton, Freddie Dixon, Clifton James. And it might even have more than that. That's just the ones they mentioned. There's Willie Dixon. So, you know, sometimes when I get albums, I'm like, what can I get for this? And I'm like, can I get 600? Can I get 400, 300? And after a while, you just got to keep reducing it till maybe you can get it sold. So I'm going to put this up for a $125 start. It comes with a full letter from JSA. That cost at least $50 or $75. Sometimes they cost $100. I'm not for sure. So that's a big chunk of the cost in it right there. But $125. $125. That's Willie Dixon Peace, multi-signed album on the back. I would grade the vinyl's playable, but it's got a lot of scuffs on it. I would say VG minus, okay? Next is one of Neil Young's best and a really cool Japanese pressing to have, Neil Young Harvest. This is included. Neil Young Harvest is near mint minus and pristine. Japanese pressing with OB insert and everything. We don't get this one very often at all. And that one's going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start on that. And then the Yes album, what did I just do with it? I do what I always do. I put it in the sold crate even though it didn't sell. This is sold to Mavis Anderson for $35. Thank you, Mavis Anderson. That's sold to you for $35. Now it's sold to Mavis. Okay? Sugar-free. Hold on, let me read this comment. Loaded tea. I'll have to check that out. Thank you for the note. I'll get my mom all over that. I'll get my mom all over that. Yes, it's Soda Mavis, and there we go. Okay, so AC/DC's at 110 with Shane Devers. Willie Dixon, 125. Yes, 55. And then I have over here Purple Rain. And this is complete OG Purple Rain, a $75 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It comes with the poster. The poster is included. There's the Prince Purple Rain poster. But make sure it's not autographed. That'd be wicked. This is going over here in D with the insert. And Purple Rain is a $75 start. That is complete and nice. All right, this crate is bought now or best offer. Rick Derringer face-to-face. Rick Derringer is $19.99. Savoy Brown Hellbound Train. Savoy Brown is $19.99. Hey, there's another Atlanta Rhythm section. This time, $9.99. I think that's what the other one was, right? Yeah. April Wine, The Nature of the Beast, $17.99. And Rick Derringer again, Good Dirty Fun. Rick Derringer, $19.99. Dire Straits Communicate, $26.99. Does have some writing up here. No condition notes on the vinyl. And Eagles, Desperado. There it is. $34.99 textured cover. And Trapeze. Trapeze is $34.99. Melba Moore, look what you're doing to the man. Melba Moore is $9.99. All right, Shane Devers did get the AC/DC. That's sold to Shane Devers for $110. Thank you, Shane. That's sold to you. Harvest is at 55 with Neil Young. Whoa. Chris Frazier has Neil Young Harvest for 55. Dustin Brandon has Purple Rain. Savoy, $12. That was right here. Sold to Charles Owens for $14. $14. Sold to Charles Owens. And Atlanta Rhythm section is sold to Susie Breedlove for $9.99. Down on my luck, this is Kenny Lee Scott, $14.99. And John Paul Hammond, I'm satisfied. John Paul Hammond is $44.99. Charlie McLean, Who's Cheating Who? Charlie McLean is $9.99. Okay, now we can put up 3 new auctions. I'm going to make the Willie Dixon piece a buy it now for $125. This has went through a series of price reductions over the last probably year I've had it. $125 is the new price. Willie Dixon piece. And that's going to go into the eBay pile for Sunday unless somebody buys it tonight or maybe in the morning in the no bids, okay? $125. Wow. It's went if you could chart that price, here's what the line would look like. Okay, still hadn't found the buyer for it yet. And then Chris Frazier over here on Neil Young Harvest. Thank you, Chris Frazier. That's sold to you for $55. That's sold to you for $55. I think when I originally comped that, a signed Willie Dixon album had sold on eBay for like $680. So I had that one with multiple signed at one time for $600. So very bizarre. Still hadn't found a new home yet. That's sold to Chris Frazier for $55. Thank you. April Wind over here. This is sold to Hendry Smink for $12. Thank you, Hendry. Patty LaBelle Winner, $9.99. And Sweet Sensation Love Child, $9.99. Okay. Next thing is this. We have Led Zeppelin 4. This is a Japanese pressing with Obi. Here we go. It will keep on raining. This is Led Zeppelin 4. Led Zeppelin 4. This is near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing with the original inner sleeve. It has this insert. It's a gatefold jacket, and this is a what am I saying? $75 start. $75 start on Led Zeppelin. Speaking of 75, let's go ahead and sell Prince. That's sold to Dustin Brandon for $75. That way we can go ahead and lay down a couple more over here. Okay, couple more over here. Let me see what my last signed John Prine brought, and I'm going to show y'all a couple of those. Maybe we can move tonight. So let me jump over here and go to eBay sold, our eBay sold, and see what we got over here. I got John Prine. Oh, not Prune. That always happens. Okay. So there's Zeppelin. And then next, let's pull one out of the advertised batch. What looks like the next most interesting thing in here? A lot of cool stuff. Let's do XTC, oranges and lemons. This is OG. This has always been a desirable item. This is an 89 USOG. This is XTC, oranges and lemons. It is a double LP near mint with the original inner sleeve. $50 start on that one. And yeah, here are those signed John Prines I was talking about. So these I've had for a while here and there. Sold some for a lot that wasn't personalized. Sold some really cheap before. And this is the cheapest I've ever offered one here. This is Storm Windows to Dale. Thank you, John Prine. And it comes with full letter from JSA. That's also going up for bid $125. Autographed John Prine. The vinyl is near mint. The vinyl's near mint, and it's an OG copy. Signed by John Prine, $125. I think that should move that one for sure. And then over here in D, well, first let me show you Bo Diddley's a gunslinger. Bo Diddley's $19.99. Native Sons, Loggins of Messina, that is $9.99. And Hubert Laws, the San Francisco concert, Hubert Laws is $19.99. I have in D, this is T-Rex, one I don't see too often. With Obi, T-Rex is called Zinc Alloy and the Hidden Riders of Tomorrow. With Obi, near mint minus, a $35 start. $35. We have Matchbox, Rockabilly Rebel. Matchbox is $14.99. Leon Russell, Stop All That Jazz. Leon Russell is $12.99. Kenny Drew Trio, Ruby Is My Dear, $19.99. And Mo and Joe Stampy, Mo Bandy and Joe Stampley, live from Bad Bob's, Memphis. Gold stamp promo, $14.99. Heart Magazine, that is that original picture disc that was a limited edition. Only 100,000 were made. They didn't limit as quantity as much as they do nowadays, did they? Of course, they probably could sell a lot more back then. Heart is $29.99 for magazine. And whoa, Jimmy Page, Playing Up a Storm. That's weird to see that in a crate. Jimmy Page, $24.99. It's a numbered unofficial, $24.99. And Eagles, the long run. Eagles is $19.99. I don't think we're getting the Def Leppard collection. Dang it. Man, I hate taking trips and you don't end up buying anything. It just, sometimes it costs us as much as $1,000 just to go look at a collection. You know, that's why we try to make sure we have it bought. Man, I don't think we're going to get that Def Leppard collection, though. Oh, well. Jimmy Page is sold to Devin Reese for $24.99. Not many times we don't go somewhere and not end up buying a collection. Because we tell people, we're like, man, to come out there and look at your collection, it's going to cost us $1,000 probably. We have ELO 2, $17.99 for Electric Light Orchestra. This is $17.99. Electric Orchestra 2, $17.99. This is Chris Christopherson, Jesus Was a Capricorn, a quad pressing, $19.99. And we have over here, Led Zeppelin is a no bid, $75. Led Zeppelin, a no bid, $75. $75, Led Zeppelin. That is a no bid, $75. That's going to go right over here. That's going to go right over here. Sometimes we're pretty close on price too, but sometimes you got to walk away. Sometimes prices just don't make sense. Some of y'all walk away from records I try to sell y'all. We walk away from records people try to sell us. Sometimes the price just don't make sense, especially if you're trying to make money. You can't overpay. Even if it's really cool stuff, memorabilia, autographs, if you can't make any money, that's it. So this is getting new bids. Final call on John Prine for $125, and T-Rex does have a bid for $35. Next over here is what? Led Zeppelin 58. Let's do Led Zeppelin for 65. 65. Todd Coe gets ELO for 14. Thank you, Todd Coe. Head East Live is a double LP, $29.99 for the double LP Head East, $29.99. Next Japanese pressing for A is Leonard Skinner. This is a double LP. I think it's a comp. I think that's what this is. I think it's a comp. Leonard Skinner travel. Yeah, it's a compilation. It's a double LP. It's called Leonard Skinner. It's a Japanese. I think it wasn't released in the States. It's a gatefold jacket, $45 start for Leonard Skinner. Okay, there's that. And if John Prine wasn't personalized, what would the opening bid be? If this right here wasn't on it, $375. If it just said that right there, $375 probably. Maybe more. Yeah, that's a huge difference. Huge difference. I'm asking 125 start. That makes it, you take that away, it'd probably be like 375. Yep. That hurts it quite a bit. Over here, this is, but it's a way you can get a autograph for a lot cheaper. If you don't mind somebody's name written on it, it's a way you can get an autograph a lot cheaper. This is $29.99, and I don't know what it is. I can't read it. Brothers Grimm numbers. Brothers Grimm numbers. Interesting. $29.99. Zeppelin, let's go ahead and roll it. I think you're getting a great deal, but this is sold to Nashville Tiger for $60. That's sold to Nashville Tiger for $60. Buckwheat. Buckwheat's in shrink wrap, $29.99 for buckwheat. And we have Limo. Limo is $19.99. That's a Warner Brothers compilation. It does have some writing on the cover. C and D are done. T-Rex is sold to Thomas Shepard for $35. Thank you, Thomas Shepard. That is sold to you for $35. Let's go ahead and put that away. Let's go ahead and put that away. And John Prine, if anybody wants it, $125. $125. There are ways you can have some of these professionally kind of altered. I mean, for a record like this, it wouldn't make sense. I know people have really tried to do color touch-up on really high-end autographs. This might be tricky because it's kind of not a solid background. I would just leave it the way it is. Plus, if you know about this collection, it adds a lot of provenance. This guy had a world-class collection. If you're new to Collectco, y'all probably don't know much about it, but we've been selling this guy had thousands of albums, and most of them were autographed, which is insane. I mean, imagine going just through most people's record collections and then just saying, okay, now everything's autographed. It's like that just doesn't happen. So this happened, and it was in Pittsburgh. It's one of the best acquisitions we ever made. Kenny Drew for $14. Let's go back and find that one. Kenny Drew. This is sold to Ray Red for $14. Thank you, Ray Red. That's sold to you. Next is Paul Hardcastle. This is a 12-inch single. Eat Your Heart Out, and that is $9.99. And then Ballads by Ben Webster, $19.99. Let's put up another auction in C. Next auction in C is this. It's Lou Reed, Dusseldorf 2000. This is a 2LP unofficial, Lou Reed near mint, and this is a $35 start. $35 start on that one. Oh yeah, sorry. You have asked me now twice. I apologize. Bo Diddley is a gunslinger. This is not an OG. This is not an OG. It's an older copy. This feels like a 70s press. There's no barcode on it. It feels like a 70s reissue. It's about EX, $19.99. Skinnerd, I think, is 81. 1981, double LP compilation. It's a comp. Tracy has it at 46. XTC's at 70. Lou Reed, 35. Now, while I'm on the subject of John Prine, here are the other ones I would do for $125. I'll do these for $125. I've also got Aimless Love, German Afternoons, Pink Cadillac, and Common Sense. They're all signed to Dale or Thanks Dale Thanks, Dale. To Dale. To Dale, thank you. And to Dale, good luck. And these are all OG copies, and they're all near mint. They're all really nice. So I've got 5 John Prine signed albums, $125 each, your pick. Okay, moving on. I have Pink Floyd Uma Guma. This is $49.99. It's a U.S. pressing. No condition notes. There is some writing on the back cover, and there's some writing on the labels. Ben Webster has no condition notes. No, everything in here so far has been really clean and nice. Oh, it's immaculate. It's immaculate. $19.99. Bo Diddley sold to John Farrell for $15. And then went in a new auction for D. This is going to go up for bid right now. New auction for D. And let's put up Weird Al. We sold one earlier with Obi for $78. Here's another chance. Japanese Weird Al, eat it. No Obi. No Obi. Let me make sure it's not tucked away somewhere. Sometimes we get these and we don't think they have Obis, and neither did the Japanese dealer, and come to find out they're tucked down in the jacket or folded up or something. But no Obi on that one, $45. That's your second and final chance on that one tonight. XTC is sold to Paul Oakley for $70. Thank you on that one. That is sold to Vinyl Paul Oakley for $70. Weird Al's up for bid. Final chance on Lou Reed. And J. Rod Ohio wants Charlie Brown. I think we're down to one copy. This came out yesterday. It's new for this week. This is $39.99. $39.99 on that one. And I think I've got one more left. I do. I got one more left, and we're sold out of the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown. There's that right there, $39.99. Up at the top, Ben Webster, Bo Diddley. How did Dale help these guys? Give me 1 second. I'll explain that. So next comment is Ben Webster right here in front of me. That's sold to Christopher Allen for $15. J. Rod got Charlie Brown. ST got Uma Guma. That's sold to ST for $49.99. And then Chad got to see Paul Hardcastle. Paul Hardcastle is a 12-inch single. And this is Eat Your Heart Out and Eat Your Heart Out. It's a 12-inch single, $9.99. Like to have Bruised Orange, okay? That one is... Do I have Bruised Orange? No. I think I already sold that one, didn't I? I sold Sweet Revenge. I don't have Bruised Orange. I have Aimless Love, German Afternoons, Pink Cadillac, Common Sense, and Storm Windows. No, I don't have Bruised Orange. I think I did at one point. We had almost as whole, and like 2 of them weren't personalized. Okay, I had 2 of them that weren't personalized at one time. We sold those, I think, like I said, for $300-400. All right, Lou Reed is a no bid. This is a 2020 unofficial. It is $35. 2020 unofficial, $35 on that. Okay, and I think I'm caught up. Let's put up a couple more auctions right quick. Here is Bob Marley Japanese. That's something we don't get too often. Natty Dread Japanese. I don't have the year for you, but it is near mint minus. Catalog number is 20S-83, and that's near mint. The Obi and the insert is all in one, okay? 45 on Bob Marley. Don't see that one too often. And then here is the band, The Last Waltz. This is pretty cool here. The band, The Last Waltz. This is near mint minus and pristine. The triple LP with the textured cover and the inner sleeves and the book. It's all there. $45. I'm going to show a handful of records, and then we're done here. First is Bones, waiting here. Bones is a 1973 sealed, $39.99. 14 Blue Roads to St. Louis. 14 Blue Roads to St. Louis. That looks interesting. $12.99. RCA Victor Mono. Flat Picking Guitar Festival. $9.99. David Bromberg. And then Rocky Burnett, the son of rock and roll. $9.99. All right. Thank you, Tracy McFadden. This is Leonard Skinner. Sold to Tracy McFadden for $50. Thank you on that. Do you have a prediction for the Kentucky Wildcats this year? The football team specifically. I'm not interested in basketball. I'm just talking football. Over here, we have 45-45 and Weird Al's a final call for 50. Next is Bobby Russell Unlimited, 69 sealed, $19.99. Jeremy Abrams on flat picking, 8 sold. Jeremy Abrams, $8. LaCroix, 72 Bayou Funk, $24.99. And Charles Erland Karma. Charles Erland is a 1975 white label promo on Prestige, $39.99. Okay, next auction over here is Kraftwerk. Kraftwerk is called Early Live Germany. Or excuse me, Early Live in Germany. Early Live in Germany. Near mint. And this is in shrink. And this is going to go up for a $30 start. That's a Kraftwerk unofficial. We have Gary Stewart, You're Not the Woman You Used to Be, $34.99. $34.99. And we have Thundering and Lightning by Hoyt Axton. That's a 1965 on VJ, $34.99. $34.99 VJ, Hoyt Axton. I don't know about the Vols. I just don't know. I hadn't really paid a lot of attention, really. I'll go to the games. I'll have a lot of fun, but I don't know. Could be Heupel's last year if he don't pull a rabbit out of his hat. He better get to 9 or 10 or he's probably out of there. He better get to at least 9 or 10. We should start out 3-0. We've got Furman, Georgia Tech, Kennesaw State, and then the big Texas Longhorns come to Neyland. And it's a deadgum 11 o'clock kickoff. I was like, you got to be kidding me. I was wanting to be good and dark for the Longhorns to come to town, but we better be careful around Georgia Tech. I'm probably going to go to that game down in Georgia, down in Atlanta. I'll definitely probably be at it. And I'm just worried. I don't know, those early games like that, I'm just like, oh, God, what a great way to ruin a season would be go down here and drop an egg to Georgia Tech, right? Just a big old egg drop. But we should be 3-0, and then we'll find out what's going to happen. So Weird Al is sold to the Hammer CP for $50, 6-6. Oh, gosh, hot seat. If he's 6-6, he's out. That's a fire. We have Kraftwerk, Bob Marley, and the band. These are final calls for $45. $45 for that. All right. Yeah, Texas at Neyland at 11 o'clock kickoff. Oh, my gosh. I'll be nervous. I'll be more nervous than a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory. I'll be nervouser than snot running down a baby's face. I don't know what that means. Okay, we have Van Halen. I don't get nervous for much. I can public speak. I can perform. I'll go sing karaoke in front of a bunch of strangers. You get me at a Tennessee Vols football game, and I'm like, oh God. I'm like Chris Farley or something. I can't stand still. I'm nervous. My legs are shaking. My blood pressure's up. Van Halen, Japanese no obi. That's a $35 start. $35 start on that one, okay? $35 start. All right, make sure I didn't miss any claims before I go to the next crate, okay? All right, next thing over here is this. The C did get a bid. Okay, C did get a new bid. I'm going to go ahead and sell A and make B a buy it now. So Kraftwerk is sold to J. Rod, Ohio for $30. Thank you on that one. And we have Bob Marley, a buy it now for $45. Natty Dread. Bob Marley, Natty Dread, $45. Okay? Bob Marley, Natty Dread, $45. Done. Right. So there was a bid on the band, Charlie, so that wasn't a buy it now. He did lock in a bid. It's a final call. And then Van Halen is a Japanese. It's near mint minus and pristine, $35, okay? Don't miss out on that. A and B are going up for bid right now. Stevie Wonder. This is a great compilation. It was it's called Original Musicarium. Really cool, embossed. Stevie Wonder, of course, you know, he was blind. His covers are really cool. They're always embossed, you know, with like texture feel. Some of them have hidden braille on them. And then I think he left a message. He left a message to Paul McCartney in one of his albums on braille. And I think Paul McCartney, I think it's Big Barn Bed or Red Rose Speedway. I think one of them has like a message to Stevie on it in braille. Pretty cool. They went back and forth there. Something like that. I may be wrong. But anyways, Stevie Wonder, a great compilation, Original Musicarium, $35 start, $35 start, 35. He's still blind. Yes, he's still alive and unfortunately still blind. You know, there is a conspiracy that he can see. Have you ever seen those videos? It's like a microphone falling and he catches it and stuff. But of course, I think if you're blind, you got really good extra senses, right? You got some, you can like sense stuff, right? You can sense stuff happening. Foreigner, double vision. Foreigner double vision is going to go up in slot B. This is near mint minus. It's a Japanese pressing. Now this one, Dave Chappelle, yeah, Dave Chappelle thinks he can see. Yeah. This has a Japanese tour book from 1978 in it. I've never seen that insert in this album, and I've had 100 probably Japanese double visions. It has a 78 tour book, $35 start. That's up for bid in B. The band's at 45. Let's go right into a new crate. Tim Vigari, $6 for Rocky Burnett. Let's pull it. I had a lady a couple years ago. She was obsessed with Rocky Burnett. She's like, and she bought all the duplicates. Like, she bought the same albums just over and over. She had them laying everywhere in her house. She was obsessed with Rocky Burnett. This is sold to Nick Saranjenko for $6. And over here, Bob Marley. What did I do with it? I put it in the sold crate. This is sold to Tim Vigari for $35. Thank you, Tim Vigari. That's sold to you. Sully, or whoever was bidding on C, I think it was Sully. Sully, you've been outbid on that one, just FYI. All right, we still got 3 new crates of vintage to go through. Let's hit the next one. There's your current auctions, okay? Let me jump over here and make sure I hadn't missed anything. Where the heck's my DoorDash at? I ordered when did I order that? Golly, it's still not here yet. Have they even picked it up yet? No, they hadn't picked it up yet. Golly. Phew. Of course, I'm not going to eat till way after the sale when I get home, but still, it's like taking forever to get here. Okay, let's go through this crate right here. Lord Almighty, I feel my temperature rising. Tricolor Bob Marley. Probably. I'll have to do some digging. But I hadn't, yeah. Okay, I think we can sell A, C, and D. Let's do it. So Stevie Wonder, Musicarium, is a Japanese double LP with Obi, $35 on Stevie. Very superstitious writings on the wall. It's on there. $35. Stevie Wonder, Original Musicarium, double LP. 35, mint pristine. One thing about Japanese pressings, if you're new to these, I'll go ahead and answer some obvious questions. Yes, they are in English. Second of all, they're higher quality. Overall, vinyl, cover, they're just a better product. That's why they demand more money. Third, if you order these from Japan direct, shipping on one Japanese LP now can be as much as $28 or $35. So a lot of these, what you pay for, included in your unlimited shipping, the price you pay for some of these is what it would cost to have one shipped to you. And most of the time, they're only for sale in Japan. Every once in a while, you'll see some U.S. sellers list some, but they're usually only for sale in Japan or other countries. So keep that in mind. That U.S. pressing of that Stevie Wonder album is like a $15, maybe $20 album. The Japanese for $35, if you think about it that way, is better. The band is sold to Charlie DeFrank for $50, and then a great price here. I'm telling you, this Van Halen will blow your socks off, okay? This is a beautiful Japanese pressing, okay? I mean, it will blow your socks off. First time I heard that piano on that first track, chicka-da-down, chicka-da-da-da-down, yeah. So to the Hammer CP. You'll thank me later. That's $35. So that's the backstory on Japanese. Since we're going to be selling some for like 2 more hours tonight, you need to know that. You need to know that because some people's like, man, what's up with these? And some people may be new and they don't want to ask the obvious question. But no, they're the same. They're in English, okay? And then the other thing people don't understand is these are OGs too. Every once in a while, we'll have a new Japanese pressing, but these are either, vintage reissues or they're OGs like this. They're beautiful. They're so nice and new, everybody just assumes there's some kind of reissue, but that's not the case. All right, next auction. This should be Doors Analog Productions. It is. This is the Doors Analog Productions 2LP 45 RPM. LA Woman. Awesome. Near mint, a $35 start. $35 start on the Doors, okay? This is a new crate of vintage best offer. Let's put up 2 more auctions. And let me sort through here. I need to get these out of here. We do have a few no bids. I'll do 1 more crate and then we'll recap those, okay? I was hoping somebody would have bought one of my John Prines or somebody would have bought at least one of my signed band albums, but no luck yet. I sold all the Neil Youngs and we're good to go, okay? And let's put up 2 more. I've got plenty of Japanese. Now that y'all know and understand the hype. Now that you know and understand the hype. All right, here is the Moody Blues. Every good boy deserves favor. It's not hype, it's facts. Japanese, pristine, textured cover with Obi, beautiful copy. The Moody Blues, a $35 start. Great album. That's an awesome pressing of that. $35. And then over here in DDD, I have a staple, a classic. We got to have one of these at least every Japanese night. And that is Wings Greatest Hits. Paul McCartney and Wings. This one is near mint minus and pristine. Let's go ahead and do 35 on this one too. Sometimes I put them up for 45 if it has the poster. This one doesn't have the poster, but it does have the inner sleeve and the lyric insert. And what a great track listing on this one. Another Day, Silly Love Songs, Live and Let Die, Junior's Farm, written about Lebanon, Tennessee, right here, hometown, Junior's Farm. With a little luck, Band on the Run, Uncle Albert, Albert Hosley, Ha Ha Ha, Let 'Em In, My Love Jet, and Mull of Kintyre. Just think, Paul McCartney stayed on a farm the summer of '74 here in Lebanon, Junior's Farm. This is Wings, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on that one per night. No, it's $8 all week. So Amos's, our billing cycle starts on Mondays. Monday, when a new week begins, that's when $8 begins. That's $8 for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's $8. That's why we only bill. That's why we only bill once a week. That gives everybody 6 nights to buy. That's why you see so many people on here. That's probably why you see so many of the same names on here. People that understand the process, they're like, hot diggity dog, as much as I can buy for $8. Yep. Not the best financial strategy for us, but it encourages people to buy a lot of records. Okay, just don't go overboard, okay? Buy within your means. I'd love for you to buy as much as you can. Just don't go overboard. Charlie Daniels, Saddle Tramp, a white label promo, $29.99. $29.99. Also, we have Elvis, Double Dynamite. Elvis is $19.99. Zeppelins. I think I've put up most of them, but there is a no bid. There's one Zeppelin in the no bids, and that is this right here. Good Evening, New York. This is Madison Square Garden, 1975. A 4 LP complete soundboard recording, $200. $200. $200. Any MSG. There is an MSG in the no bids. Michael Schenker Group, Japanese, near mint minus and pristine. Rock will never die. $35 on that one. Foreigner is sold for $47 to Nathan Carter. $47 to Nathan Carter. Left bank is still available, Denise. Left bank is still available. Hey, you can buy it now. Your item showed up here. Oh, yeah, and somebody asked about a David Bowie light box. Sorry. Yeah, let me go try to find it, Christopher. Hold on 1 second. Don't let me forget. Don't let me forget. So, yeah, Denise, your item showed up here. So you're about to have some store credit. I'll probably message you tonight after the sale, okay? Hopefully you're still awake, because I just had a guy text me that wanted to buy some gold. So let's go over here and see what happened. The Doors is Analog Productions. This is 2012, 45 RPM, near mint. That's all analog, okay? Next over here is this. C got a new bid. Levi Hilton got Elvis. That's sold to Levi for $19.99. Info on Vince Guaraldi. This is a new Zoetrope picture disc that comes out this week. So if you don't know what a Zoetrope is, when you play this on your turntable, it will spin and it looks like it's moving. It's a new thing they're doing. I tell you what they're going to do. These are so popular right now and everybody's starting to collect them. They're going to repress every album they can on these Zoetrope picture disc. So first it was vinyl, then it was colored vinyl, then it was picture disc, and now it's going to be Zoetrope picture disc. So when it spins, it looks like it's moving. It's new. It came out Friday, $39.99. Okay, next is Chris Gardner. Says he'll take Zeppelin for $175. You got it. This is sold to Chris Gardner for $175. Next comment, is that the same OG? No, this is new Analog Productions. Timmy Osborne got Michael Schenker Group for $35. All righty. Let me keep showing a few more records. We have CCR. Looks like it was a Walmart exclusive. Yeah. Sealed Walmart exclusive. Green vinyl, $24.99. Steppenwolf, 16 great performances. Magic Carpet Ride, $19.99. And Robert Palmer Riptide. Robert Palmer Riptide is $19.99. And James Taylor, Mudslide Slim. James Taylor, $24.99. That's my last Charlie Brown. We've been selling those all week. So who asked about it? Jeremy, if you don't want it, then Nashville Tiger does. So sold or pass. And of course, we can and will do a waiting list because we'll probably reorder them anyway. We will need those come Halloween time, which, folks, Halloween time is here. Halloween time is here. It is August. You better start buying up your fall decorations right now. You better start buying up those fall decorations right now. All right, so we had a request for a David Bowie light. I've got a new app over here Jake designed for us. So this is actually listed on our website. This is sold on our website. And what I do now is I take it down live off the inventory. So there's one David Bowie left. And now there is 0 David Bowies left. This is sold to Christopher Allen for $59.99. This is sold to Christopher Allen for $59.99. Thank you, Christopher Allen. Make sure you check out shopcollectco.com. So we have it now where if you want to add something to your invoice, you can do that from our website. This is something new. If you want to add one of those light boxes and you forget to ask me, or maybe at 5 a.m. on Sunday morning, you want to get on there and add a t-shirt, or, you know, in a couple months when we have a lot more stuff on there, new vinyl, new products, all of the light boxes are getting listed as we speak. You can add that stuff to your invoice. That way you can get as much as you want to on that $8 shipping. Now you have to register and there's like approval, okay? So it's like, you'll see, you got to register and then you got to submit like approval to have it added to your invoice for two reasons. So that feature will be available here in a few minutes for everyone who's approved. There we go. And Jake, the feature has been working good over there for that. So I took that. Last night we sold Ace. I took it off and we sold to David Bowie. All that seems to be working good. Okay. All right. And then Nashville Tiger got Charlie Brown. This is sold to Nashville Tiger for $39.99. Moving on. C just got a new bid, and I'm going to make A and D buy it nows. I think it's going to be a glorious day when we have like all of our new vinyl listed on there, all of our dang light boxes, all of our merch, supplies, new posters, new anything, and then we have OG stuff on there. I mean, incredible. It's going to be great. I've had the vision in my head. I got all these visions in my head, and it takes people to make this visions happen. I can't do it by myself. I can give Jake the vision, and he's pow, 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 pow. And then he comes up with even all this other new stuff. Otis this, AI that, pow, 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 pow. The world is moving at a fast pace. Wings Greatest Hits, $35, a no bid. $35. Surely somebody needs Band on the Run. If you, here's a meme I saw this week about Band on the Run. If you want to listen to 3 songs, but you only have time for one, put on Band on the Run. That was a pretty good meme I saw this week. Love Band on the Run because sometimes I want to hear 3 songs, but I only have time for one. Absolutely. That's a very dynamic song. It is like 3 songs. If I ever get out of here, gonna give it all away. Doors is at $50. Going once, going twice. Okay. Next, MSG, we have C, Wings, and Moody Blues. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and sell Wings for $30 to Fantastic Planet, and TC Connor, I will sell you Moody Blues for $30. Boy, I can't get started in this crate between light boxes, Charlie Brown, new auctions. I've only showed like five records in this crate. What's up with that? We have Got Live If You Want It, the Rolling Stones. I can't argue, though. We're selling stuff. Got Live If You Want It, the Rolling Stones, Japanese pressing, $45 start. Near mint with Obi. Near mint minus with Obi. Got Live If You Want It. There is the insert. There is the Obi. $45 on that one. TC Connor did get Moody Blues for $30. Year on the Doors. The Doors is a 2012 45 RPM. 45 RPM. And that is near mint, 200 gram. That is 200 gram. It's the 45 RPM. That is the Analog Productions. Okay, Doors and then Stones. Excuse me. Let's flip through the non-Japanese advertised crate. Crystal Meth. What? What is this? Dry Ice Crystal Meth Dream. 1998 USOG limited edition numbered. Recordings from 67 to 69. Looks like some kind of psych or garage band from the late 60s. Crystal. They didn't even have crystal meth in it. Well, I guess they had some sort of... You don't hear about many people saying the word meth in 67, right? Dry Ice, Crystal Meth Dream. This is a 1998. I mean, the record was comped in 98, so either way. $125 start. That's interesting. I have virtually no information on that other than what I just told you. And then another Japanese pressing for D. And our next Japanese pressing for D is going to be another Obilus Van Halen. This time the first of the Hagar album. And that's a $35 start. $35 start. There's Otis. He said, howdy, newcomer. Put up a crate, first-time buyers register at shopcollectco.com. There you go. Van Halen, 5150, a $35 start on that. Okay, back to the crate. We have Georgia Satellites, $34.99. And Jethro Tull, Crest of a Knave, $19.99. Steve Winwood, $19.99. And Charlie Daniels Band Windows, $24.99. I was about to say, yeah, they had it. They had some methamphetamines used in World War II. I think the Nazis were all hopped up on meth at some point, and possibly other countries were using it. Next in slot number, I'm trying to find a new LP to replace Charlie Brown. I don't like that empty slot back there. What do we have to replace Charlie Brown? We're going to replace Charlie Brown with the very nice and Jen D. Pertrin for a while. And Jen D. Pertrin, if you hadn't checked out these guys, you need to, okay? This is $29.99, This is Volume 1, and we have Volume 2. Those are $29.99 each. There's and Jen Deeper Trend. Next is the Best of Jay Giles Band, $19.99, and Marshall Tucker. Look at that with the Take the Highway sticker. This also has Can't You See on it, what this woman has been doing to me. Shrink and Hype, $24.99. $24.99. Black Oak, Arkansas, that's $19.99. And, wow, The Wall, $64.99. No barcode. I don't have any exact information, but it is clean. $64.99 for The Wall. Queen 2 is $34.99. And Power Station is $22.99. Power Station is Robert Palmer and ex-members of Duran Duran. A little bit of cover wear, but no condition notes on the vinyl. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and sell A and B for a no bid. The Stones is a $45 buy it now. And then Dry Ice is buy it now. I forgot the price. Give me 1 second. But Stones is a $45 buy it now. Got Live if you want it with Obi. Very cool. Let's put that away right here. All right, all right, all right. There's that. And then how much was Dry Ice? Dry Ice, Crystal Meth Dream, a 98 OG. So some kind of garage. Here, let me see what this thing says right here. All songs recorded at Fleetwood and some other forgotten studio. John Robert. Numbered. John. Dry. So Dry Ice was the group. Dry Ice was the group. And these are... I mean, it's got to be Garage or Sock, 67 through 69, 125. I bet if this artist does have real OG albums, they've got to be pretty rare and pricey for a bootleg compilation to be selling for that kind of money. Next thing over here, we have that at 58 and Van Halen 35. Sometimes an OG can be $1,000 and a bootleg is still $100 and something, which is still if you think about it, a pretty pricey record, right? All right, let me see what I got in this crate right here. Next is going to go up right now, a Japanese pressing of Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. Honestly, as much as we get this one, I don't think I've seen this. This is Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits with Obi, $35 start. Once upon a time, dressed so fine, but I've been a diamond in your prime. Didn't you? Like a Rolling Stone. Bob Dylan, $35 start. He just played Nashville the other night. I kind of wish I wouldn't seen him. I don't think his concerts are too exhilarating, but I would just like to witness him playing. I feel like that's something everybody should do before he's gone. 35, 58, 38. And our next auction in A, is another Obi-less Japanese, this time the classic album from the Rolling Stones. And this is Some Girls. Japanese, no Obi, near mint minus, $35 start. Okay, next is J-Rod Ohio on Georgia Satellites. This is sold to J-Rod Ohio for $22.99. D is a Japanese Van Halen, no Obi, a 5150. It's OG, but no Obi. And that is at $38, okay? Next thing is Point Blank, second season. Point Blank is $19.99. Also, Dean Martin, Dream of Dean. Dean Martin is $9.99. And then Sammy Davis Jr., $9.99. He said Satellites, Power Station. Oh, you said Georgia Satellites. My bad. This is sold to J-Rod Ohio for $34.99. Okay, gotcha. Sinatra, She Shot Me Down. Frank Sinatra, $9.99. And, okay, Fantastic Planet said wrong bid. Okay, I'm going to delete your bid then on A. Now you can bid on B. A does not have a bid. Final call. No problem. It's fixed. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $19.99. Also, we have Elvis, Sings Hits from the Movies. Elvis is $9.99. Then and Now, The Best of the Monkees. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. And then I saw her face. Also, we have Double Fun by Robert Palmer. Robert Palmer is $19.99. The Beach Boys, Good Vibrations. Orange and Yellow Swirl. Orange and Yellow Swirl. Very cool. More like yellow with orange blob. $26.99. $26.99 looks like a really cool comp. Stoney's in, Linda Ronstadt and the Stone Ponies. That's $9.99. And Jimmy Buffett, Living and Dying in 3/4 time. I used to call it 3/4 time, and everybody's like, Chad, he's talking about like music measure, and I'm like, oh, 3/4 time. And that's $19.99. Jimmy Buffett and the Alan Parsons Project, Tales of Mystery and Imagination, Edgar Allan Poe. Sometimes this has that green cover. Sometimes it has this cover. $19.99. All right, so Van Halen is the final call for 38. No bid, final call 38. One bid, 35, final call 35. Let me do that again. 35. This has a bid, final call, no bid, final chance. The Doors has got a new bid for 61, and Van Halen's in orange. He's had that for 3 minutes and about 15 seconds, and I'm probably going to push the button. That gives me time to show 2 more records. Black Song, Highway Song Live, that's $24.99. The Monkees over here is $24.99. Mavis Anderson got Alan Parsons Project for $19.99. And Foghat Tight Shoes, $14.99 for Foghat Tight Shoes. Alex Miller got Van Halen for $38. Thank you. That's sold to Alex Miller for $38. C has a new bid. Let me introduce a new auction over here for D. I'm almost ready to condense all the Japanese, but man, there's still a lot. I don't recognize this cover. Philip Glass. Never had that before, I don't think. Let's do a Beatles Japanese. These flag series are always popular, especially the ones that are a little bit tougher to get. This is Holland. This is the Beatles' greatest Netherlands-Holland flag series. This is near mint minus. And this is going to go up in D for a $45 start. 45. Yeah, Dry Ice is still available. Did Neil Rigler ask about that? Dry Ice is still available. $125. Neil, if you're still with me, it's here. A and B are done, so we can put up some new stuff right quick. The Stones is a $35 buy it now. Run dun da 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 da. I'm gonna miss you. Ba ba da do 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 do. Da 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 da. And then the Bob Dylan Japanese pressing. That's a nice pickup. So to Fantastic Planet, and that is done. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you. Okay, and then Power Station. Now somebody wants Power Station, and now that's sold to Huxley Miller for $15. Okay, they're still bidding on the Doors, which is now at $62. Let's grab some new auctions. Here is a Lou Reed live unofficial, the Boston Strangler. The Boston Strangler. This is a 2021 double LP. Lou Reed, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. It's a double LP full show from Parachute. That's a $35 start on that. And then we have The Who, live in Amsterdam, 1969. This is a 2020 unofficial. That's near mint, also a $35 star. See me, feel me, touch me. He's probably singing Tommy right there. 35 on that one, okay? All right. And G&D Petrian is $29.99. We have Volume 1 and we have Volume 2. Actually, somebody just bought a copy. I have more back here. I have both Volume 1 and Volume 2. I have them everywhere, actually. So they're $29.99 each. Somebody just asked the price, and Christopher Allen just bought one. So I actually have both volumes. So Christopher Allen gets one for $29.99. I've got that one, and I have Volume 2. That's the last one I know of, but I'm sure there's more around here, and I got 2 Volume 2s. Okay, and then we have Alice Cooper, Lace and Whiskey. Butch wrote his name on the cover, but other than that, it looks nice, $27.99. Also, we have Uriah Heep Firefly. Uriah Heep is $19.99. And Carlos Santana, Gold Stamp Promo, Havana Moon, $19.99. Carlos Santana, $19.99. Metal no bid. Sure. Are you talking about from this week? I don't think there was all that many from this week. There shouldn't have been, but we can try to find them. All right. Are you a first-time buyer? As above, so below. If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer. And what I'm going to do is make sure we get you registered. First, I'm going to go ahead and end the Doors. I'll tag that in a second. This is Ryan Ennals, just a new name. Okay, that is sold then. You got it. All right, and so that's RYANEENNALS. So Engine Deeper Trend Volume 1 sold for $29.99, and 2, Volume 2 also sold for $29.99. That leaves me with at least one Volume 1 there. So there, or at least one Volume 2. George Scherer got LA Woman. That sold to George Scherer for $62. Thank you on that one. And actually, even though I put it up for a $35 start, Patrick had a $60 start on that. So, I mean, I started a lot less just to get it rolling. Next Japanese auction in C right quick is going to be this. This is going to be, let's see if I can condense these two crates. Almost. I do have another foreigner, and this one is Head Games. This is a Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus, and this is a $35 start. $35 start on that. The Who is 35. So quick rundown. 35, 35, 35, and 45. Unofficial Amsterdam. Lou Reed, unofficial Boston 76. Amsterdam 69 for the Who. Foreigner 35 OG Japanese and Beatles. That's Netherlands or Holland or whichever proper way to identify that country with their flag. That's series number 32. Okay, back to the Buy It Now Best Offer. There's 2 more crates after this of new arrivals. Triumph, just a game. Triumph is $19.99. XTC, nice. This is a 2019 Dukes. XTC has the Dukes of the Stratosphere. So XTC put out some music, and they was under a different name, Dukes of the Stratosphere. This is called 25 O'Clock. $29.99 on that. Sid Barrett, a 2014. Sid Barrett, $24.99. And then Nick Drake, 5 Leaves Left. Nick Drake is a 2013 reissued remaster. Nick Drake is $29.99. And then Nick Drake Pink Moon, a 2013, $34.99. Wow, back-to-back Nick Drake. And the other, East Village. The East Village Other electric newspaper. The Other East Village. I'm trying to figure out how to read this. It's the East Village Other electric newspaper. 2013, $19.99. Ooh, cool. Vince Guaraldi. Oh, good grief. 1978 reissue, $24.99. Peanuts Records, always popular. And then we have Blast from Your Past, Ringo Starr. It don't come easy. You know it don't come easy. Photograph, You're 16, I'm the Greatest. That's a Ringo Hits comp, $24.99. How much was XTC? $29.99 on XTC. And Savoy Brown, Savage Return. Savoy Brown is $19.99. Okay, all these are done. So the Who Amsterdam is a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants that. Lou Reed is a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants that. Foreigner Head Games is sold to Christopher Allen for $35. Thank you, Christopher Allen. That's sold to you for $35. Let's get that one off the table. And then the Beatles Greatest, that's the Holland Flag Series, number 32. That one's $45. Okay, all these are near mint minus all the Japanese pressings. Okay. Bum 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 bow bum 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 ba da 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 run da 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 do 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 do. Eric Van Leuven, I will do 25 on that one. 25, 25, 25, 25. Bum bum ba da da da. Bum 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 ba da da da. Do-do-do, do-do-do, ru-do-do-do-do. Ru-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Do-do-do-do. These actually came from the Music Executive collection we were buying or bought yesterday. This is Dolly Parton Rockstar. This is a sealed box set. Dolly Parton Rockstar. These are sealed, and it's a 4 LP. She did all those duets, Paul McCartney, Brandy Carlisle, Miley Cyrus, Rob Halford, Debbie Harry, Stevie Nicks, Pink, Steven Tyler. It's called Dolly Parton Rockstar. It's a 4 LP box, and this is a $25 start. $25 start on Dolly. Nick Drake sold for $25. That sold to Nick Drake for $25. I mean, Eric Van Leuven got Nick Drake for $25. Karen Robbins. Whoops, I almost did it again. The Beatles. It was already in the sold crate. There's no telling how many I've accidentally put in the sold crate already tonight. This is sold to Karen Robbins for $40. And then XTC, Will Smithson already was ahead of you, John, and he's made an offer. I got to go ahead and sell it to him. This is sold to Will Smithson for $24. Dolly is sealed, a $25 start. That's for the Rockstar box set. And then next over here, I have a Japanese pressing. This one's a little bit different. Let me check the price on this one. Bear with me. BATLES. This is oldies. This flag is this flag series is a little bit different. This is a flag series, but as you can see, it's a different number. It's a TOJP. It's a 30th anniversary series. Okay, that's near mint minus and pristine. That's a different version. That's going to go up for a $45 start. $45 start on that. And then the next question was Sid Barrett in the crate. Barrett by Sid Barrett was $24.99. $24.99. That was a 2014. And then East Village was $19.99. East Village Other, $19.99. Okay. Not done with the crate either. Here we go. Let me show a few more, then a couple of new auctions. Santana Festival. Santana Festival was $19.99. Also, we had Blood Rock Live. Blood Rock is a double LP, $29.99. April Wine, The Whole World's Going Crazy. April Wine, $19.99. Atlanta Rhythm Section, Dog Days. Atlanta Rhythm Section is $9.99. Eric Van Leuven also gets Sid Barrett for $20, okay? So 28 on Dolly, 45 there on the Beatles. And here is another unofficial. This is Taste with Roy Gallagher. It is sealed. It is sealed. It's a 2022 UK unofficial Taste, and that is a $35 start. I've never seen that before. $35 start. That's in C. And then next for D is the Rolling Stone Still Life, which is a live Japanese 1981 with Obi. And that's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. That's over here in D. Okay. Now, next thing over here is this. Move over here. Duran Duran Arena. No, I think that actually sold. I never did. It's MIA if it is. I think I did find the other record I had wrote down for you. 38 Special. 38 Special. I did find that for you, but Duran Duran is still missing, or it sold, or it got pulled, or I'm not for sure. But no luck on that one. No luck on that one. When I condense these crates, it then becomes a treasure hunt or a scavenger hunt or a Easter egg hunt. Whatever analogy to explain to make it difficult to find. Push the sold crates out of my way for the first time tonight. So we had 8 crates of new arrivals tonight. And we're starting crate number 7. Starting crate number 7. It's took me almost 4 hours to get to that point. I have not recapped a single crate yet either. I have not been recapping any crates. There's a couple offers that just came in. B's about to be a buy it now. Final chance on that. There was a couple offers that just came in. April wine was one of them. Reason I'm not going through them all because it's going to take me a while just to go through them once, much less 2 or 3 times. And the first thing I have is April wine, sold to Nathan Carter for $15. And then Triumph is sold to Nathan Carter for $15. AI vinyl. Yeah, people's been asking, could I go through the AI stuff, best offer? And my answer is yes. We might can do those crates next, okay? I do have some of the box sets from the AI sale right here next to me. I have not started putting those up yet. I think they were in the AI sale. I don't know. They're over here in a AI crate, and I was going to go ahead and reduce them and put them up for auction. I'm pretty sure they was in the AI sale, but like I said, I don't remember. East Village Other. Okay, let me go try to find, well, I don't have to find it. I know where that is. It's right here. And this is sold for $15 to Mr. MFTF. The Beatles is a no bid. This is a $45 buy now, and that's a different UK flag series. That's the 30th anniversary. That's going to go in a new sleeve here, and that's going to be a buy now for $45. Okay, there's that. Dolly's still getting bids. It's at $40, and there is that for $45. Final chance on this. So this is a sealed unofficial of Taste of Roy Gallagher, $35. And then the Rolling Stones in D is a Japanese OG, Still Life, American Concert 81, a double LP, Andy Warhol design jacket. The vinyl's near mint with inserts, $35. $35. All right, here's one of those box sets I was just speaking of. So this is Love, the complete Elektra albums. This is a 2025 box set, limited edition, and this is sealed. It includes Love, Forever Changes, DeCapo, and For Sale, along with a rarities disc, and that's a sealed Rhino box set from Love, and that's going to go up in B for a $95 start. $95 start, record store day, Love box set, sealed, unopened. Foghat, Rock and Roll Outlaws. Foghat is VG Plus, $9.99. Crate number 7 of 8 tonight of new arrivals. These are buy it now or best offer. Eagles, On the Border. Eagles is VG condition, $14.99 for Eagles, On the Border. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, VG Plus, $9.99. And Bloomsbury People, that's VG for $9.99. And Steve Miller Band Anthology. It looks like a stain and some writing on the cover. VG Plus, a double LP, $24.99. Donald Gladfelter offered 8 for the Eagles. I will do the Eagles for $12. $12 on that one. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is VG for $9.99. And Fleetwood Mac Penguin. Well, he didn't write the grade. Let me look at it myself. It's VG. VG on Fleetwood Mac Penguin. VG on that one. And we have Fever Tree, another time, another place. Fever Tree is $9.99. Let's go ahead and end C and D. You can pick up the Stones for a $35 buy it now. The Stones, that's Real Life 81. 35 on Stone, Still Life 81. And then Taste, Roy Gallagher, this live unofficial. It can be bought for $35. $35, 2022. Please don't hesitate to make any offers on the no bids, okay? All right, there's that and there's that. So 46, and there's that. And then we have Bloomsbury People condition and price again. Bloomsbury People, VG condition, $9.99. Gold and blue label, VG, $9.99. Also over here, did my food get delivered? Oh, it did. I better go get my food off the porch. Let me see over here. Before I do that, let me see what else happened over here. Vinyl Paul, what's starting bid on bid? $95. $95. Stone sold to Huxley Miller for $25. Thank you. That's sold to you for $25. Let me pull this handful of Japanese out right here. Okay, got a great one here. Sister Bluebird, flying high above. One of my favorites. Ooh, a minty Japanese Yes album. This is Near Mint Minus, a 1979 limited edition. $55 start. It has insert. It has cover and obi. And this is a $55 start. The Yes album. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, and then over here we have Bloomsbury sold to Chris Reddings for $7. And then Roy Gallagher is sold to Chris and Start for $25. One more auction in D. And this is another Japanese pressing. Let's do this one right here. Sister Bluebird, flying high above. Shoe Shine and Shines. This is a blues album. This is a 1983 Japanese import, sealed, unopened too. Drop Down Mama, a $35 start on that. A $35 start on that. That's this 1983 Japanese on that one, sealed. 83 Japanese. Okay, and then Chris Reddings, if you want to make a deal tonight on that Matador and Status Quo, I recommend we do that live, because if we do it afterwards, it might not end up correctly on your invoice. So just let me know what you're thinking. I've got to step up here and get my food off the porch. I got $50 worth of hibachi up here, just sitting on the porch. Hopefully. There it is. All the way from Mount Juliet. Sister Bluebird, flying high above. Looks like somebody's already locked in a bid. I hadn't even got back to the screen but from way back here. I knew it. TSO Houston. I knew it. TSO Houston. All right. No, the bag is fortunately sealed shut. So now most of these places now they seal off your order. So thank goodness. It came all the way from Mount Juliet. That's like a probably, I don't know, 17-minute drive. How long is that? So where did I get that from? Nobu, N-O-B-U. Nobu Hibachi is a 12-mile, 18 minutes. 18 minutes. I tipped them. How much did I tip them? Oh, I thought I tipped them $14.75. I tipped them $9.75. That's a pretty good tip, I think. That's a pretty dang good tip, I think. All right, back to what we was doing here. We sold that. I'm good up. I'm good to go. And we have B is definitely sold. B is Love, and this was a price reduction. $95. $95, okay? So that was, I think, in the AI sale. I've reduced it to a $95 start, and now it is available, okay? 95. It was $125, just saying. It was $125. Yes is a final call for 60. That's a 79 Japanese limited edition. And then this blues over here, Joe, Shoe Shine, Johnny Shines with Nighthawk, Floyd Jones, Drop Down Mama. That's a final call for 35 sealed. Paul Oakley gets Love for $95. Thank you, Paul Oakley. That's so to you. Guy Shard on Dolly. I tell you what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do on Dolly. Okay? That's about what I thought these would bring. Look what I'm going to do here. Sold to Guy Shard for $51. Thank you, Guy Shard. And now, any of the backup bidders, James Davidson, let's see, James Davidson, and who else? Randy Willis. I've got 2 more sealed ones. Unless Guy Shard wants more than one, same price. And if anybody else wants one, I would go ahead and comment right now. Okay? So there's 2 more at $51 each. Now, I always give the first bidder dibs if they want more than one. Okay? I was not going to do that if they didn't get up to the price they wanted to, but that's what I was hoping they would bring. They did, and now I've got them. So there's that. Let's see what happens there. And then let's go ahead and sell C and D so we can put up all new auctions. Thank you, TSO Houston. You get the yes out. About time for you to buy some silver, TSO Houston. About time for me to bring out some silver eagles, right? So this is sold to TSO Houston for 60. And then Johnny, Shoe Shine Johnny Shines is a no bid, $35 on there. Where's your shine box at? Boy, that's a violent scene, isn't it? Go get your shine box. Ooh. Oh, I hate that scene where he's stabbing that guy with that pen. Oh, that gives me the chills. Oh, God. What a painful, oh, my gosh. What a violent, brutal scene that is. We have Dolly. This is sold to James Davidson for $51. That's one of those things that'll mess you up for a couple days. You'll be thinking about it for a couple days going, oh, my gosh. Oh, gosh. Don't mess with Joe Pesci. All right, there's another one if anybody wants it. There's another one if anybody wants it sealed. This one does have a tear in the shrink. Maybe Randy Willis because he was the other backup bidder. J. Rod Ohio got Shoe Shine for $25. Thank you. That's sold to you. All right. Randy Willis says he'll take a dolly. All right. Sold to Randy Willis for $51. $51. Boy, the other scene is in Casino when they're out there in the cornfield and they're beating that guy with that baseball bat. Oh, my gosh. I can't watch that. Oh, my. I usually fast forward through that. Oh, gosh. What a brutal. Oh, man. That's such a violent Casino and Goodfellas. Whew. Golly. That's Casino, though, when they're gosh, they're beating that guy and they're making Joe Pesci watch. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that messed with me for a while watching that scene. I was like, oh, my God, I don't know if I want to watch this movie again. Okay, so here was another one, I think, from the AI sale. I'm going to reduce the price for auction. This is Grateful Dead Beacon Theater. So we had this sealed and priced, and now I'm going to reduce it for bid. I'm assuming it was in the AI sale. This is going to go up for $105 start. 105 on this one. Okay? 105, and that's going to be pretty dang close. Grateful Dead, 105. Beacon Theater, New York. Beacon Theater, New York, 105. It makes you watch those movies, and it makes you do not want to get mixed up in the mafia, right? The risk of you surviving is always low. All right, here's Duran Duran, Japanese. Duran Duran, 7 in the Ragged Tiger. This is near mint minus, and this is a $35 start. Duran Duran, 7 and the Ragged Tiger. It has the insert. It has the cover and obi. Duran Duran, a $35 start. Grateful Dead, 105. Duran Duran, 35. And then our next auction is going to be this right here. This is a live Crosby, Stills & Nash unofficial. This is a live Crosby, Stills & Nash unofficial. This is called Live Broadcast. It's a 2022. It is near mint, a $25 start on that. $25 start. And then one more Japanese pressing. And that's over here in D. And that next Japanese pressing in D is going to be Fleetwood Mac Tusk. Fleetwood Mac Tusk. This is a $35 start. $35 start. It's a gatefold 2LP with Obi. Fleetwood Mac Tusk is a $35 start. Dead Kennedys is sold. Yes, Dead Kennedys is sold. Okay, back to the check condition crate. First read through, these are all check condition records. Roy Gallagher, center. That's EX 1799. The Flying Burrito Brothers. Flying Burrito Brothers. VG $24.99. Flying Burrito Brothers. VG $24.99. In and out of Focus. VG plus $9.99. Focus Pat Metheny works. Pat Metheny's VG Plus $24.99. Fuse is VG $34.99. Nielsen, Peterson. These are two members of Cheap Trick. I don't know about the other ones. I know Nielsen and Peterson, right? VG $34.99 Fuse. The note from John says pre-Cheap Trick. It has a promo stamp on the back. Let's look at the label right quick. Fuse is on this yellow Epic label. VG $34.99. Roy Gallagher. Soda John Farrell for $12. Thank you on that one. Gray Sleek and the Great Society collector's items. Gray Sleek is VG $24.99. J. Rod Ohio gets Fuse. That's sold to J. Rod Ohio for $34.99. That was a quick draw. And we have the Super Hits. This is VG Plus, $9.99. Wilson Pickett, Sam and Dave. Percy Sledge, Aretha Franklin. That's a good one. Great original label comp, $9.99. And Bashan, the unpredictable Jimmy Smith, VG Plus $17.99. And Hank Williams, Greatest Hits, VG Plus $17.99. A and B are no bids. So Grateful Dead's 105. It was marked 150. Okay? Just FYI, that's pretty close to the retail on it, 150. 105 was the price reduction for the minimum bid. 105 on the Grateful Dead. That is available. Derek Estrada got Super Hit. So did Derek Estrada for $9.99. And Duran Duran Japanese was a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now for Duran Duran. That was 7. And the Ragged Tiger, $35 buy it now on that one. Okay, final chance on Cross Deals and Ash for $25. And final call on Fleetwood Mac for $35. Stacks on comp. No, that was Atlantic Records. It's already sold, though. Atlantic Records, but it's already sold. Okay? All right. And then Huxley Miller, I will do 30 on Duran Duran. 30 on Duran Duran. Let's jump back over here and find another box set. And the next one is Wings. This is a pretty new release. Wings is the 2025, and this is on the colored vinyl, okay? Let me check this on Discogs right quick. They have the retail price on it, which I think was the buy it now price on the AI sale when I wasn't here 1 week ago. And these demand pretty good money because this is the green, clear, and pink vinyl. This is colored vinyl. This is sealed, and they had it at a very fair price. I'll say $145 on Wings. $145. This is the sealed colored vinyl, 32 track, 32 page book, 2 poster, sticker sheet. $145 on Wings, starting bid. $145. They start right now on Discogs, $162 plus shipping. This one's sealed, $145. Next is GS, $17. GS was Gray Slick. So did Joshua Struthers for $17. C&D or no bids. Cross Deals Nash and Young, $25 on that 2022 unofficial. And then Tusk, $35. Fleetwood Mac Tusk. I got to get that in a new sleeve. All right. Time for 3 more auctions now. Going through the stuff, chipping away at the Japanese inventory here. We had a ton of it. We had a ton of it at the beginning of the show. Still chipping away. Still got about a 1/10 of a crate left. Maybe about a 1/10 of a crate of the non-Japanese advertised auctions. Tusk has offers for $28, $25, $30. Jetstream, you've been bumped by $2, but you still have dibs. Let me know, sold or passed, thank you, and please, and sir. Okay? All right, and trying to have time. Yes, it'll be later tonight. It'll be after we go through all the new arrival crates, and then we're going to go through some of the other AI stuff, best offer, which has never been offered that way. Okay, next auction is this. This is Dada Puzzle. Dada Puzzle. A 2025 remastered limited edition record store day double LP sealed, $125 on that. Fleetwood Mac is sold to Jetstream for $30. Duran Duran is sold to Huxley Miller for $26. And our next auction is this. Is this Japanese? Yeah, this is Japanese here too. Wow, I got them tucked everywhere. Okay, let's do Rat. Hadn't done any hard rock or metal in a while. Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. Near mint, minus, and pristine with Obi. There's the disc. There is the Japanese book, and there's the solicitation card. Sometimes it comes with a flexi. No flexi with this one that I can see. $55 start on that one. And let me add one more over here. And while we're doing that, let's do an MSG. Michael Schenker Group, One Night at Budokan. Double LP Japanese. Vinyl's near mint minus. It has this insert. It's a gatefold jacket. 35 on that. Okay, let's keep going through this crate. I have the Crusaders, Unsung Heroes. The Crusaders is VG Plus, $12.99. The Crusaders. Also, we have Rush Moving Pictures. Rush is VG, $14.99. Modern Day Warrior, Mean Stride. This is an OG pressing, but I don't see Bob Lugwood mastering. This is the 704 on the jacket. VG, this is $14.99. That's Rush Moving Pictures. The jacket has quite a bit of wear at the top. The vinyl's VG. Foghat Stone Blue. Foghat Stone Blue. And this one is VG Plus, $9.99. Okay? Rush is sold a Donald Glad filter for $9. Thank you on that one. And Alan Parsons Project Pyramid. Alan Parsons Project VG Plus, $14.99. Also, Pink Floyd Animals, sweet. Pink Floyd Animals down in a pig pen saying, keep on grinning. This is VG, $24.99. $24.99. And that is Pink Floyd Animals. That's VG, $24.99. Terre Haute, Indiana. We have Black Oak, Arkansas, I'd Rather Be Sailing, EX $17.99, and John Mayall looking back, VG Plus. John Mayall is VG Plus $19.99. Final call on all these auctions. Wings is the sealed box set on colored vinyl, $145. Dada is $125, Rat $45, and MSG is a $35 start. $35 start on that. Animals, Pink Floyd Animals. I'll do Animals for $24. That should be an easy, quick grab for somebody. Van Morrison Wavelength, VG $14.99. Concert for the People of Kampuchea, VG Condition $12.99. Also, we have 41 original hits from American Graffiti. We sold a Japanese pressing of this earlier this week. That's a U.S. original, VG Condition, $12.99. U.S. original VG Condition, $12.99. We have John McLaughlin, Belo Horizonte. That's VG Plus, $12.99. And we have Gina Raven, and I mean it. Gina Raven's VG Plus, $9.99. Mavis Anderson on American Graffiti. That's sold to Mavis Anderson for $12.99. Thank you on that. Thank you on that. Give me 1 second here. And okay. All right, next is Greg Allman Laid Back. Greg Allman is VG Plus $19.99. And Boston's Debut, VG Plus $19.99 for Boston. That is the original label. We always look for George Piros on this one. That's the preferred mastering. Not on this edition, okay? What is the start on Rat C? $55. I'll give you dibs for it right now because I'm closing the auctions. Wings is $55 on Rat. Wings is a buy it now for $145. It was at $175, just saying. Dada is $125. This is a 2025 UK that's sealed for $125. Rat's a $55 buy it now. Rat's a $55 buy it now. Let's put this right in here. In a new sleeve. That's Invasion of Privacy with Obi. Okay? With Obi. And that's $55. MSG is 54321. Sold to Alex Kane for $35. All right. I will do $140 on Wings. I think that's $35 off sticker. And I think for what that is, you can't get one for that, it looks like. Not even close. All right. This is sold to Alex Kane for $35. Cameron McCoy gets Boston for $19.99. Animals 18. You're getting closer. Animals 23. Animals 23. Rat has an offer and a buy it now. So Steve Hodge, actually it's Ralph's, Steve, and Ralph. Right? Ralph, Steve, and Ralph. But Ralph was first. So it's $55. If not, Steve. If not, Jimmy. Somebody's getting it for $55. Just a matter of who. $140 on wings. Animals. Boy, that was a lot of difficulty. This is sold to Huxley Miller for $20. Thank you. And then over here we have... things move a lot faster if your first offer is a lot higher, just FYI. We can reach an agreement faster if your first offer is much more higher and reasonable. We have Fantastic Planet getting wings for $135. That was a deal on that one. Thank you. And then the last couple records in here is Allman Brothers, Win, Lose, or Draw, EX 22.99, and then Santana Abraxas is EX 19.99. EX 19.99. Next box set, Johnny Cash at the Carousel Ballroom. Johnny Cash at the Carousel Ballroom is sealed. This is a 2022. It's in slot A. It's a $40 start. Johnny Cash at the Carousel Ballroom. This is colored vinyl, all analog with 12-page book and poster and comic book. Really cool box set there. Johnny Cash is a $40 start in slot A. $40 start on slate. Almond is sold to Mitch T for $15. Mitch T. Johnny Cash, $40 start. Next auction is Kansas, and this one's called Vinyl Confessions. Kansas is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. That's in slot B for a $35 start. $35 start. Next over here is going to be this Lou Reed, Banging on My Drums. I have Dada up for pre-order. I'm not real for sure. Lou Reed, Banging on My Drums. This is a 3 LP sealed for a $60 start. 3 LP sealed for a $60 start. Lou Reed, Banging on My Drums. And then one more for D. One more for D, and that's going to be what over here? What over here? How about Eric Burdon and Ward, the complete vinyl collection? Eric Burdon and Ward, the complete vinyl collection. Let me see what we have over here. Boom, boom, boom. All right, Lou Reed is sealed. It's on colored vinyl. It was a record store day release. 4 LPs. And this is sealed for a $60 start. Okay. So 40, 35, 60, 60. Starting bids on those. Lou Reed or Eric Burdon and War is the complete vinyl collection. Record store day colored vinyl. All right. Next crate. Unless somebody wants some out here. Ralph never did say yes to Rat at 45. He also never did say no. Ralph, can you let me know on Rat? Yes or no? And then Steve, I also need to go ahead and get you to say yes or no. I have a feeling they're both passing. I usually take silence as passes. And if they both confirm, then it's so to Jimmy Wood. But we gotta wait. They may be doing some very serious calculations right now. Running numbers, punching numbers, thinking, searching through their shelving, trying to figure out their decision. Rat already has a claim for $55. I'm waiting for you to say yes or no, Ralph, to 55. It's already got a claim for 55. It's already got a claim. I'll go with 45. 45 is not going to buy it. There is already somebody who has claimed it at $55. He's put y'all in a pickle. Okay? He's put y'all in a nasty pickle. But you're in a good position because you've got dibs. The final price will be $55, but it's up to y'all. Ralph passes. Now it's up to Steve Hodge. Okay. Alex Kane says he'll take Abraxas. Thank you. Let's go knock that one out. Step inside. Walk this way. Sold to Alex for $19.99. Steve Hodge takes Rat for $55. That's sold to him for $55. D is a $60 start. $60 start. Final chance, 40, 35, 60, and 60. 40, 35, 60, and 60. This is really close. This is one of those if you really want it, it's not going to be much less than 40, if any. I might just say no to any counter offer. 35, 60, same thing for these, because I think these were tagged for the AI sale. They were comped already very fairly, and now I'm reducing them for minimum bid. So they're kind of already being marked down. Just FYI. Just FYI. I got to touch my toes. Oh, yeah. That feel good. Oh. Popping bones. Popping. Okay. Here we go. Jake has posted a new library worth of light boxes. We almost have our entire light box inventory posted. That should be about all of them if he's done. That means we just need a few more to come in, and you can order them or back order them. They're all, and you'll always see what's in stock without having to worry about asking me or messaging Ed. There'll be a couple clicks and you can find out. Okay, let's get started. We have Fleetwood Mac Future Games. EX $22.99 for Fleetwood Mac. Celebration copy. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young month. This is a white label promo. Mornings are Art of Work. Art Roberts on WCFL, 6 to 10 a.m. This was a radio station promo-only compilation with radio station markings. VG $14.99. Nick Drake, Breitler, Later. Nick Drake. And this is VG Plus $24.99. Nick Drake. Also, the Doobie Brothers debut, a 71 OG VG Plus $24.99. We had a mint copy last night for auction. I mean, an absolute mint copy. This is VG Plus, $24.99. Nick Drake is sold to Eric Van Leuven for $24.99. No bid, no bid, no bid, no bid. Johnny Cash is a buy it now for $40. Buy it now for $40. Kansas, Vinyl Confessions. This is a Japanese pressing, $35. Japanese pressing, $35. Lou Reed is a buy it now for $60. And Eric Burden is a buy it now for $60. Okay, so let me put that in there. I'm going to put this in here. And, I need the sticky for that one. And then Eric Burden and War is right here, which is 60. Right? There's that. Get the sticky back on it. Okay. So Crosby, Stills, and Nash had an offer and a claim. Chris Riddings, do you want this for $14.99? If not, it's sold to Rick Berrien. Cameron McCoy got the Doobie Brothers for $17. Thank you on that. George Scherer gets Lou Reed for $45. That's sold to George Scherer for $45. Okay. Johnny Cash, $35. How about Johnny Cash for $39.99? Crosby, Stills, and Nash is sold to Chris Riddings for $14.99. Okay, new auctions happening right now. First thing is, let me move these up here. Toss that in there. All right. I got Japanese Led Zeppelin. Hey, hey, what can I do? I got a woman. She won't be true. This is Near Mint Minus. Near Mint Minus Led Zeppelin. Very nice. $25 start. That's right over here. $25 start on that one. Okay. That is now up for bid. Let me put this sleeve underneath it. It's that. Happy and unsmiling. No bids. Coming soon. Coming soon. Coming very soon, actually. Got those two crates condensed. Japanese, and Japanese. All right, still got some great ones in here. First one I have is Steve Miller Band Abracadabra. That's going to go up for a $35 start. This is the second copy of this tonight, Return of the Jedi. Japanese press, near mint minus with the inserts. This is a $75 start. This is the second one of the night, $75 start. And then George Harrison, self-titled, a $35 start. Okay? All right, A already has 2 bids for $25. We've shown 5 records in here. We've sold 4 of them. Jim Croce, Photographs and Memories. VG Plus, $9.99. Photographs and Memories. Deep Purple, the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra, conducted by Malcolm Arnold. VG Plus, $19.99. Jim Croce sold to Fantastic Planet for $9.99. Steppenwolf Slow Flux, VG Plus, $14.99. James Taylor Sweet Baby James, VG Plus, $17.99. Jethro Tull War Child, Jethro Tull EX, that is $17.99. Jay Giles Band Love Stinks, VG Plus, $9.99. Steve Winwood Back in the High Life, $19.99. And then Emerson, Lake and Palmer, VG Plus, $9.99. I think one non-check condition record got snuck in there. Yeah, it did. Put that one back there. Emerson, Lake and Palmer's debut. And then More of the Monkees, VG, $9.99. Okay? Over here, we have Led Zeppelin at $27. Final call on Steve Miller for $35. Final call on Star Wars for $75. And then final call on George Harrison for $35. Also, Kansas is sold to Jeff Colgrove for $25. This is sold to Jeff Colgrove for $25. Next is the James Gang Your Album. Your Album is VG Plus, $14.99. Fleetwood Mac in the crate is called Future Games. This is EX, $22.99. Future Games, EX, $22.99. George Strait, Oceanfront Property, VG Plus, an OG copy, $34.99. And 38 Special Flashback, So Caught Up in You. Lip, VG Plus, $17.99. George Scherer, I'm assuming you're done on A. I'm going to go ahead and make B and D buy it nows for $35. Final call on Star Wars for $75. Nice, From Russia with Love soundtrack, EX, $17.99. EX, $17.99. I think Fantastic Planet wanted Jim Croce. I've already pulled it. It's already in the crate and tag for them. Steve Miller Band is a no bid, $35. And that is a $35 buy it now. Steve Miller Band right here. Going right over here. Over here we have Fleetwood Mac, sold to John Farrell for $15. And then George Harrison is sold to Kristen Starr for $30. That's sold to Kristen Starr for $30. Thank you on that. So Caught Up in You. A has a new bid for $29. Samuel Kopech got From Russia with Love. That's cool to see. So to Samuel for $17.99. Emmylou Harris, Quarter Moon in a 10-cent Town. Emmylou Harris is VG Plus, $9.99. The Rolling Stones Goathead Soup, VG $14.99. And Uriah Heep, The Magician's Birthday, VG Condition, $9.99. Also, we have Fleetwood Mac Mystery to Me, VG $12.99. Next is this great Bob Dylan compilation. It's called Gold Disc. Really cool jacket on this one, too. It's foil. It's got the Obi. It's a single LP compilation. Girl from North Country of Johnny Cash, Lay Lady Lay, I'll Be Your Baby Tonight. If Not For You, Watching the River Flow, I Shall Release, George Jackson, Blowing in the Wind, Times They Are Changing My Back Pages, Mr. Tambourine Man, Like a Rolling Stone, Rainy Day Women, and I Want You. Looks like a good lineup. Foil, gatefold. It has a booklet attached with lyrics. Bob Dylan, $35 start. $35 start on that one. Next is Star Wars. This is sold to Jonathan Bonham for $75. This is sold to Jonathan Bonham for $75. Thank you on that, and that's done. And then Goat, Huxley Miller. I will sell this to Huxley Miller for $10. Thank you on that. That is sold. And then Zeppelin's about to be sold for $29 to George. Next is another Star Wars soundtrack in that same slot. This has the original motion picture soundtrack. The first album, the first movie, when it was just Star Wars, not Star Wars Episode 4, which it's now known as. This is Japanese. It's near mint, just no Obi. $45 start on that. Uriah Heep is sold to Shane Lanedope for $9.99. And then George Strait. I will do George Strait for $30. George Strait for $30. Let's go ahead and sell Zeppelin. Zeppelin is sold to George Sheriff for $29. I got a woman. She won't be true. No, no, no. I got a woman. Wanna ball off. Down, 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 down. Right. Japanese. Gosh, I still have a crate over here that I hadn't even started on. And then here's a big one, or a good one. I won't say call it a big one, but it's a good one. This is ELO Discovery. This is also going to go up for a $45 start in D. Japanese, Don't Bring Me Down. Great stuff. Jeff Lynne and ELO. This does have a poster insert with it. Does have a poster insert. The inner sleeve of lyrics and the Japanese insert. Near mint jacket as well with Obi. $45 on that. And before I show another record, we need one more in A. And guess what? It's going to be another $45 start. Dylan's $35 in B, but the other three are $45s. We had one with Obi earlier. It was a good one. It was the 81. This is Allman Brothers Fillmore. Japanese double LP, $45 start. $45 start. So let's take a look here. 45, 35, 45, 45. All Japanese pressings. Very nice. Okay, first is Straight This 50 on Warbox. What did I have it at? 60? 55. 55. I think they had that stickered at 79 if it was in the AI sale. But yeah, it was stickered at 79. Okay. And Patrick Lear said sold. All right, this is sold. Patrick Lear, $55. All right, thank you on that. Next is Ted Nugent, Double Live Gonzo, a VG copy for $12.99. Double Live Gonzo. Also, George Thorogood and Destroyers. That's VG plus $14.99. Argent in Deep. Argent's VG plus $14.99. Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. Man on the Silver Mountain. VG plus $14.99. Also, Led Zeppelin 2. VG plus $29.99. A specialty pressing. VG plus $29.99. We have Ringo Starr Goodnight Vienna. That's VG $9.99. And Blood Rock Passage. VG plus $14.99. Also, Chuck Berry Back Home. Chuck Berry is VG condition, $14.99. University of Maine Library. That was in a college library at one point. $14.99. Derek and the Dominoes in Concert. VG plus $24.99. And we have Dire Straits self-titled. VG $14.99. Rainbow $10. Soda Huxley Miller. That's Soda Huxley Miller for $10. Any left over. We're about to start going through those crates next. What year is Led Zeppelin? Led Zeppelin is a 5-digit catalog number with a Rockefeller address. The earliest this could be is, it's going to be between 75 and 77. Around there, 75 and 77. OG is 1969. Ringo Starr, 7. This is sold to Kristen Stark for $7. Fantastic Planet got Dire Straits for $14.99. And get a whiff of this, Juicy Lucy. Wow. Juicy Lucy in the crate. VG condition, $19.99. Not the Vertigo. It is the bronze label, $14.99. All right, no bid 45, no bid 35, sold 45, no bid 45. Star Wars is sold to John Bonham. Sold to Jonathan Bonham for $45. Bum bum da 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 bum bum ba da 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 ra da 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 run da 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 run da 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 da. So here's the request I have for tonight. Whenever we're done with this last crate of new, we're going to go through no bids. We're going to go through AI stuff from last weekend, best offer. It's never been offered, best offer, and then we're going to. Well, we'll see what time it is. That's going to take a while. That's going to take a while. Just that right there, because there's a ton of AI crates. So, just saying. And I'm going to keep running auctions up until then. So, there's that. There's the Allman Brothers. No bid. Dylan's a no bid. Late night, great Japanese pressings. I wish I could have put these up 4 hours ago. They would have not only sold, but they probably would have got multiple bids for more than what you can buy them for right now for the minimum bid. 100% for sure. All right. Okay. So first is Juicy Lucy. Chris, you can have it, but it will be $19.99. If not, George Scherer. Cameron McCoy, all right? Cameron McCoy gets George Strait for $25. Roberto Lopez gets Led Zeppelin for $20. Alex Kane is third on Juicy Lucy. We'll see what happens, though. The Allman Brothers is sold to Michael Remza for $45. Rick Barron gets to Bob Dylan for $35. And the only auction that didn't sell right there was ELO, still available for $45 or best offer. Chris Readings is going to let us know on that. There's a handful left in here. What condition is this? VG vinyl, VG minus jacket. VG vinyl, VG minus jacket. Next is the Rolling Stones, England's newest hit makers. Commonly known as just self-titled. The Rolling Stones debut. It's a Japanese reissue, probably from the 70s. $45 start on that. I don't think I have any more Japanese yes. No. Not over here. I got a lot of Japanese Stones I'm about to put up. I also have another Queen. Queen's been popular tonight. 35 on Stones, 45 on Queen. Really cool foil cover, which is immaculate. That's near mint. And then over here we have Juicy Lucy. Is officially sold in the George Scherer for $19.99. 30 on ELO. I'll do ELO for 40. 40 on ELO. And then we go back to the front of this crate. Man, there's great stuff in here. Here's Bob Seger, Against the Wind. 35 on this with Obi. Bob Seger, great Japanese. Let me do another box set too from the AI sale, price reduction. This is the Who. Who's next? Let me scan it in and make sure they're close. Let me scan it in here and see if they're close. Step inside. Walk this way. Come here, babe. Hey, hey. All right, great starting price on this. Major reduction from the buy it now. Am I going to take any less than $45 for this? No. No, I will not. Nada. But that's going to be the minimum bid. It's the Who 4LP Deluxe Remaster. You get the album and then live in San Francisco with extras. $45 start sealed over here in D. Jeff, if you don't want ELO, somebody else does. Michael Remza put BS35. Michael, that is Bob Seger. Make sure you put exclamation mark C. A, B, C, D, 35, 45, 35, 45. TSO Houston's already bid 50. Moving on, Greg Allman playing up a storm. Greg Allman's VG plus $19.99. Traffic, Shootout at the Fantasy Factory, VG $9.99. Fire and Rain, VG plus $19.99. And Rare Earth, Get Ready, VG $12.99. Jeffco Group passes. So the Hammer does get ELO for $40. Whatever I've done with it right here. This is so to the Hammer CP for $40. Okay. Make sure if you're bidding on C, you put exclamation mark C, then your bid. So to place a bid on C, type exactly this. Exclamation mark C, 35. Exclamation mark C, 35. Traffic 5. Traffic 8. Traffic 8. You got it, Michael. Now going once, going twice. Meet the new boss. Same as the old boss. All right, let's go through the no bids. That was over the last 5 hours. 8 crates of new vintage records from John today. Great job, John. Great job, John. All right, let's slide over all the no bids tonight, okay? Hopefully some of these I can remember. Some of them I adjusted higher and lower when I first put them up. These are all buy it now or best offer. Some of them I'll have room. Some of them you might as well just go ahead and claim, because probably if you make an offer, I'm going to counter right back at the same price. And you're going to be like, dang, Chad, come on, Chad. And I'm going to be like, dang, golly. All right, here we go. First thing is 38 Special Tour de Force. 38 Specials, an OG Japanese pressing. This is a $35 buy it now. The Monkeys. The Monkeys is also a $35 buy it now. The Monkeys, self-titled. I'm pretty sure that's self-titled. Yeah, it's just self-titled. $35. It's a little bit different cover than what you normally see. The Hammer CP gets 38 Special for $35. The Best of the Blues Brothers, $35. I'm a soul man. Right on time, right on time. The Beatles Rarities, U.S. Flag Series number 35, $45. $45. The Human Beings, a 68 OG Scranton, VG $30. VG $30. Man, what's the inner sleeve stuck to? It's weird. $30. No. Nobody but me. The Human Beings. Sold to the Hammer CP for $30. Eric Clapton, live in San Diego with J.J. Cale. 3 LP near mint, $50. Clapton and J.J. Cale. Triple LP official release, $50. The Band, music from Big Pink, Japanese, a shocker. This is still here. I am shocked. I'm speechless. I'm without speech. $45. $45. This wasn't an auction, but I brought it out for somebody to see if they wanted to buy it. This was The Band, signed by Rick Danko, Garth Hudson, Levon Helm. Reduced to $750. Danko, Helm, Hudson, $750. Clifford Umstead got Eric Clapton. Sold to Clifford Umstead, thank you, $50. Dio, Sacred Heart, Japanese OG with Obi, $75. $75. A through C are done. Final call on the Who box set for $60. The Stones, England's newest hit makers, is a buy it now for $45. I think that's what I've been saying. That's what it is now. $45. The Stones. Queen the Game. We've sold every Queen album with multiple bids except that one. $45. Yeah, thing called Love. Da-da-dum. Da-da-dun-dun-da-da-da. The Beatles Rarities sold to Kristen Sterrett for $35. Queen sold to Sully for $40. Let me start a new crate because it looks like we're about to sell Bob Seger, or it is already sold. Let me swap out crates right quick. Oh. A thing called love. Da da dee da da. Doo doo. Da da da. All right, and then this was sold to Michael Remza for $35. Against the Wind. TSO Houston got The Who. This is sold to TSO Houston for $65. Okay. Before I continue the no bids, which has been very popular here lately, let me go ahead and put up some new auctions. Let's do Marshall Tucker, which I don't recall seeing too many times. Boston, no Obi. Let's do Mr. Mister. And the Jackson 5. Wow. Didn't know I even had some of these tonight. I'm still adding and shifting some of these around. This is a big album from the 80s. Mr. Mister, Welcome to the Real World. Japanese OG with inserts and Obi. That's $35. How about the Jackson 5 in Japan? I don't recall seeing that before. And it's a quad press. Tamala Motown, $45. There he is. Easy as 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. Boston, beautiful. Just no Obi. Japanese OG, $35. And Marshall Tucker Band, Long Hard Ride, also going up $35. Okay, there you have it. 35, 45, 35, 45. As soon as I get done sneezing. I'm a Boy, The Who. This is a 2023 Japanese pressing on yellow vinyl. That is $40. That's limited edition yellow vinyl, Japanese pressing, yellow vinyl, $40. The Electric Prunes Rarities. These are tonight's no bids. Buy it now or best offer. An 81 unofficial EX condition. The Electric Prunes is $40. Sid Barrett, a 1980 unofficial. 1980 unofficial. VG condition, $50. VG condition, $50 on Sid Barrett. Which the shot on the front is a Pink Floyd shot. Trying to figure out what's going on here. I really don't know. Samuel Kopech gets The Who. This is sold to Samuel Kopech for $40. And Michael Remza gets the Electric Prunes for $30. We get to pick what we get from Japan. The problem is a lot of the, people's like, well, can you get Iron Maiden, Metallica, Pink Floyd? And I'm like, well, what you got to understand is in Japan, these records are just as desirable in Japan as they are here. It's like the Japanese record dealers, guess what they're looking for? They're looking for metal, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, all the stuff we're looking for. Kiss. They're looking for the same stuff. So it's not like it's just gobs of it you can order. It's just, yeah. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, sorry, I had to grab a snack right quick. I feel a lot better now. Just a couple pieces of beef jerky. And I'm better. No, not an Oreo. All right, sorry, here we go. Is there a poster in B? Let's take a look. Gayfo jacket with Obi. And insert. No, no poster. You better be glad the Vlodder checks are off tonight for their anniversary. They would have already placed a bid. Lou Reed, Dusseldorf 2000. Lou Reed is a 2020 unofficial. That's live in Dusseldorf, Germany. And that is $35. Stevie Wonder, Original Musicarium. That's $35. Double LP, Near Mint Minus and Pristine. The Rolling Stones Got Live If You Want It. $35 on that one. Dry Ice, Crystal Meth Dream. That's a garage group from the late 60s. $125. Garage or Psych, I guess. I hadn't confirmed that. The Rolling Stones is a Japanese OG. $35. The Who, live in Amsterdam. $35. Lou Reed, the Boston Strangler. $35. And a collection of Beatles oldies, $45. Grateful Dead was $149.99. I've already said $105 though. So that's kind of been reduced to $105. Crosstills Nash & Young is $25. Dada Puzzle is $125. And then Johnny Cash was at $50. I've already reduced this to $40. Okay? Johnny Cash was at $50. I reduced that to $40. Grateful Dead is sold to Michael Remza for $105. I'll go ahead and do the Obi La Stones for $25. That's sold to Cameron Davis. And then the last no bid was Steve Miller Band Abracadabra, $35. Let me get all the Japanese stuff together. So that was that. Let's see here. All right, there's that. CSN, Beatles. Okay, and then a couple bootlegs. And don't hesitate to make offers. The rest of this was from earlier in the week and last week. Yeah. Dada for $70. First, let me close out all these. $35, $45, $35. And D is sold for $45 to the Hammer CP. Thank you. That's sold to the Hammer CP for $45. Now, somebody told me Dada might be getting a reissue. So I might go ahead and sell this to you. This is a 2025, but it sounds like these things get expensive. Let me check on what I can do on this. J-Rod, Ohio. Let's just go ahead and make it 80 and you got a deal. It was at 125. $80 on that. And then next is Mr. Mister. I'll do that for 30. And then this was a no bid for 45. This was a no bid for 45. Okay. No bid for 45. And then Boston here was a no bid for 35. No bid for 35. So Dada last sold 90, 100, 125, and 99. And let me see here. There's a few for sale. The cheapest for sale is $90. And the cheapest sealed copy is $125. That's probably where he arrived at that price. And Boston is $35. So J-Rod's passing, but if you're looking for that record, $80 is well below market. It looks like. That is definitely below market price. Let's put Boston back here. And then Mr. Mister. What happened over here? There was an offer for 28. I said 30. Next comment is Steve Miller Band Abracadabra. This is sold for $30 to the Hammer. Is Dry Ice numbered? Dry Ice is in fact numbered. It is numbered 70. It is numbered 70. That is Charlie DeFrank, this right here. Dry Ice, Crystal Meth Dream. Okay. The Stones got an offer. Tyson Morgan, $30 on that. $30 on that. And he's passing on Mr. Mister. So that's available for $35, now $30. All righty. Sweet. Okay. Now there's not that many no bids. Not many at all. Dada, CSNY, Lou Reed, The Who, Dry Ice, Lou Reed, The Stones, Jackson 5, Boston, Beatles, Syd Barrett, Stevie Wonder, Rolling Stones, Dio, The Band, 45, Boston 30. Can't do The Band for 25. Somebody offered 35 a while back, and I counted at 40. So, I can't do 25, but if you want it, it's 40. I will do Boston for 30, though. Boston is sold to Fantastic Planet for $30. Is that a different cover for Rolling Stones Live? Got Live if you want it. Maybe slightly for the Japanese press. Maybe slightly. J. Rod Ohio says he wants Dry Ice. Okay, well, that's up to Chris Riddings now, and then Charlie DeFrank. We know that's going to be sold to somebody for $125. Dio is an OG Japanese pressing for $75 with Obi. I think I just had a drop in connection. Fantastic Planet. I can't do that because then Brent Robley would hate me. He offered 35 earlier. I told him 40. And then I mentioned the signed autograph, and I think he got distracted by that, and he never did say sold or pass, honestly. So, all right, let's go through this crate here. This is stuff that's never been shown before here live for buy it now or best offer. Hopefully this stuff's priced. Oh, this says couldn't scan for AI stream. Maybe these have never been shown. These may have never been shown, so let's find out. Okay? I'm going to make sure Charlie DeFrank is passing on Dry Ice at 125. And then Fantastic Planet Band is up to you. It's in your hands at 40, or it's about to be in somebody else's hands. Totally up to you. I do have more Stones reissues. I've got Zeppelin, a classic Night Ranger we always run. And I'm also going to put up, for the third time tonight, an Obilus Van Halen debut. So here's the first one. This will be the second copy we've sold tonight. Let me check my notes on this one because I think this one's absolutely pristine. The band was Music from Big Pink. Yeah, so this is Led Zeppelin 4, a 1973 Near Mint Minus and Pristine. We had one of these earlier tonight. This is a $75 start. Black Dog, Rock and Roll, Battle of Evermore, Stairway to Heaven, Misty Mountain Hop, Four Sticks, Going to California, and When the Levee Breaks. I just did that from memory. I think that's all of them. $75 start on that one. Night Ranger, Midnight Madness, $35 start on Night Ranger. Near Mint Minus with Obi, Sister Christian, the big song on that one, $35 start. The Rolling Stones, here's another $45 start. This is Out of Our Heads, $45 start on that. And then the third and I think final Obilus Van Halen, this is $35 on Van Halen. Okay? All right, so Dry Ice is sold to J. Rod Ohio for $125. Sold to J. Rod Ohio for $125. Are you sure you don't want Dada for $75? Are you sure you don't want Dada for $75? While we're on a roll here, J-Rod. While we're on a roll here. Okay. All right, so let's see what's going on here. Ooh. Ah. Okay. Okay, no price. No price. Or are these priced? Hold on a second. Well, some of these might not be priced. That might be the problem here. Okay, some of them are. That's not priced. That's not priced. I mean, I can price them, but not quickly. Let's see here. Okay, some of these are. We'll take care of those later. Let me put those right over there. You didn't see anything, okay? All right, so this is $19.99. This is Pompeii Kate LeBon. I think what I need to do, boy, they put all these in new MoFi sleeves too. The amount of money we put into supplies here is insane. Tens of thousands of dollars. This is Kate LeBon Pompeii. I'm going to put normal price tags on these. That's correctly dated. Yeah. There we go. So we have them the way they should. So that's near mint, $19.99 for Kate LeBon Pompeii. These are all buy it now best offer. The Garden, EX $19.99. The Garden, EX $19.99 on this. Michael Ramsey gets Kate LeBon for $15 sold. $21.99. Julie, Anti-Aircraft Friend. How about $19.99? Julie, Anti-Aircraft Friend. Frost Children, Sister. This is sealed for $29.99. Frost Sister Children, $29.99. And this don't have a price on it, so let me set that right over here. All right, now we got final calls. Zeppelin does have a bid for $75. Night Ranger's at $35. C is a final call for $45. And D's a final call for $35. Why is no one bidding on Zeppelin? Luckily, somebody just did. A lot of people are falling asleep. They're asleep, and they don't know where they're at right now, Mark Vease. They have no idea of the amount of great stuff right in front of them, basically at free prices. They have no idea. It's right in front of them. A lot of this stuff, basically, if you think about it, it's free. Most of it is free right in front of it, and nobody's claiming it. We have Iron Void Doomsday. Iron Void Doomsday, I'm going to say $49.99. They had it at a $55 start. It's a 2016 Doom Metal. 2016 Doom Metal, okay? Iron Void Doomsday, number 206 of 290. $49.99 on that one. Judas Priest, Long Beach Arena Volume 1. This is a red vinyl unofficial. I feel like we had Volume 2 the other night. I bet we did. And here's Volume 1. Somebody's probably looking for it or needing it. $34.99. $34.99. None have ever sold because they're blocked on Discogs. So there you go. I'll leave these Discog sheets and no reason to dispose of these in case we need that. These are all buy it now or best offer. The Lost Sounds Future Touch. This is sealed. It's a 2004 Punk New Wave. $34.99. Buy it now best offer. But I'm basically taking the starting prices on some of these, either matching it or a little less for buy it now. Lady Gaga, Born This Way, is already marked. A 2021 OG, $24.99. All these auctions are closed. Why are they blocked on Discogs? Bootlegs are not licensed for sale. So it's something that you cannot technically really, you're not supposed to be selling them. They're bootlegs. They're unofficials. They're not authorized recordings. Zeppelin is sold to Jonathan Bonham for $75. This is sold to Jonathan Bonham for $75. Thank you. Night Ranger is sold to Sully for $35. Let me get that one in a sleeve. This is sold to Sully for $35. Bootlegs are blocked on eBay and Discogs. I think because they're a marketplace, I think the legal ruling on that's why they have to block them and take them down. If you try to list a bootleg on eBay, unless you're really, really crafty, it will get taken down and you'll get a strike on your account. If you're trying to sell anything fake, if you try to sell a fake watch on there or fake anything and they can catch it, not only will it get taken down, you'll get a strike. I know that's how it is with bootlegs. But I think because they're an open marketplace, they have to moderate non-licensed selling of music. So Discogs has to take down listings, and so does eBay. And any other like marketplace where, they're in charge of what other people sell. Just like they wouldn't allow drugs to be put on eBay, right? Even though the person selling it is in trouble too. I think because they're the marketplace, you can't be selling crack on eBay. The Rolling Stones is sold to the Hammer CP for $45. That would be bad if you could. Imagine if you get on eBay right now and just buy a crack rock. Good gosh. Holy crap. Van Halen is sold to Sully for $30. This is sold to Sully for $30. Right. George was a bootlegger. You can get crack anywhere, yeah. You can get bootlegs anywhere, too, if you watch Coletco long enough. Everybody always wants the stuff you can't get, man. Golly, if I could just get my hands on that crack. Oh, my gosh, if I could just get my hands on that Zeppelin bootleg. Oh, gosh, I wish I could get my hands on that crack. Michael Remza gets Lady Gaga for $18. All right. We're good to go. No CBS the end. No CBS the end. George was a bootleg. Yeah, George was filming. He was filming movies. Well, he was going to. He got caught the first time. Technically, Jerry was the bootlegger. All right, let's put up some more Japanese pressings. Stones, Heart, Michael Schenker, and what else do we have in here? Vision Quest, cool. All right, Rolling Stones, Gimme Shelter. $35 start. The Rolling Stones, Gimme Shelter. Near Mint Minus and Pristine, a $35 start. Heart, Bad Animals. Very cool. It comes with a bonus 45 as well. This is a Japanese OG complete. It comes with a bonus 45 live in Japan 86. $35 on that. 35 on that. No see Black Sabbath in. If they're on there, then they just hadn't been taken down yet. They're not supposed to be on there. They're not supposed to be on there. What people do is they sometimes put import, right? They don't know. If you put unofficial, it'll get taken down. If you put an eBay, the word they use now is import. So back in the day, they were called bootlegs. Now people call them unofficials to make them sound better. Now the new word is import because technically they're made over in Europe where the copyright laws are a lot more or less laxed. There's not as, I don't think as many people go to prison over there for copyright infringement than probably here in the United States. Michael Schenker Group is a $35 start. And Vision Quest. Vision Quest is a Japanese pressing. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine and Shrink and Obi. $35. But yeah, you can go on like completed listings on eBay And you can find where like Alice in Chains Unplugged sold the bootlegs. Like you can slip them through. I don't try because one, we don't have to. We can sell them here. But you know, obviously people get them and they don't know what they are. You know, some people that just go out the yard sales and they buy stuff and then they flip it on eBay. Just people picking up stuff to make money on. So they don't really know what they have, and then they just put import like they see everybody else doing, and it gets slipped through the system. But yeah, you can find where stuff like vintage bootlegs, like these rare original Led Zeppelins, every once in a while they'll slip through the system because their filters didn't catch it or whatever. It's getting pretty sophisticated on there, though. They're using AI stuff now to watch your messages and everything on eBay. That's another thing. You can't tell somebody, hey, I can't tell somebody, hey, I'll send you an invoice so I don't have to pay PayPal fees. If you do that, they just about shut down your account, which is bad because it's really hard to set up a new one. 2025 Orange and Black Splatter, Nina Strauss. Nina Strauss Controlled Chaos. $49.99. MC5, the Motor City 5. MC5 is a 2017 limited numbered, very cool foil cover, $24.99. Nita sold to the Hammer CP for $49.99. We have 35, 35, 35, and 35. All are final calls. This is stuff that was shown last weekend when I was out of town on the AI sale, and now we're doing it best offer. Michael Remza, you can have MC5, but it will be $24.99. It will be $24.99. From the vault, this is Don't Hang Up. It looks like Bruce Springsteen. Is that who this is? State Trooper? Thunder? Yeah. This is Bruce Springsteen. From the vault, the collection series. $24.99. Michael Remza does get MC5. That is sold to Michael Remza for $24.99. There's somebody up front leaving a message on our answering machine about a collection for sale. I can hear them. That's good. We have okay. So this is Neil Young acoustic concert series. This is Royce Hall. They said pick doesn't match. That's because this is an official reissue of an old bootleg. So Neil Young, for years, he's been against bootleggers, obviously, because he don't get paid for his music. And this was a bootleg. And what he's done recently is he's officially released these concerts, and he's made the covers look like the original bootlegs. So this is a well-known bootleg. Royce Hall, $19.99. This is Lord Solar Power. Lord is near mint, $19.99. Solar Power. All right, let's go ahead and clear the board. So Gimme Shelter's a no bid. $35 on that. Rolling Stones, Gimme Shelter. $35 on Stones, okay? Over here. Bum, 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 da, 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 and then Heart, Bad Animals was sold to The Hammer CP. That's sold to him for $35. Susie's like, folks, y'all have got to hit the like button. What are y'all doing? Michael Schenker Group is sold to Timmy Osborne. You can count on Timmy buying a Michael Schenker record, that's for sure. Thank you, Timmy Osborne. Vision Quest has an offer for $20. I'll do Vision Quest for $30. I'm out of sleeves. I got to go over here. Boy, I grabbed a handful, too. I go through these sleeves like water sleeving this Japanese stuff. Holy crap. Let's tag these right here. Step inside. Walk this way. Come here, babe. Hey, hey. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Boom. Vision Quest, $35. Neil bootlegged the bootleggers. Yeah, kind of like the Pez dispenser guy. Did y'all ever hear about that? It was a really good Netflix special. It was the guy who was bootlegging Pez's. He got all those molds and he was bootlegging Pez's, and then Pez started bootlegging him, making his bootlegs, and he went out of business. Okay, so Stones, Shelter, and Got Live for $55. And then Stones got an offer for $30. Tyson, I'll do them for $60 because essentially somebody was going to pay $30 for that one. So if you want them for $30 and $30, you got it. That would be $60. If not, George Scherer's at least going to take that one. And then Chris wanted the track listing for Bruce Springsteen. From the Vault, Gulf Coast Highway, I'm Going Back, Blood Brothers, Demo, Thunder Road, M. Etheridge and Bruce Springsteen duet, I'll Stand By You, State Trooper, full band reunion, Devils and Dust, full band reunion, The Patriot Game, Backstreet, solo acoustic, Blood Brothers, a live full band reunion, Don't Hang Up, $24.99. So Tyson Morgan gets the Stones for $30. He also gets the Stones for $30. Tim Vigari gets Lord for $15. Tim Vigari gets Neil Young for $15. Awesome. We need 4 new Japanese pressings. Believe me, I've got them. Believe me, I've got them. I've got more Stones. These are $45 starts, though. 45 on these. I think there's another one in the crate that was 45. Aerosmith. And let's go ahead and put up the Boz Scaggs Gold Disc. So these are $45 starts. These large red Obi, they're kind of a series. This is the Rolling Stones Now, also known as Volume 3. That's a $45 start. The Stones 12x5. These are Japanese reissues, but they're near mint minus and pristine. Aerosmith Draw the Line, $35. Why is this heavy? Is there something extra with it? Pretty heavy vinyl here. Heavy inner sleeve jacket, just heavy. It's got all the inserts, though. And then Boz Scaggs, Go Disc, Lowdown, Hollywood, Slow Dancer. Surely it has Lido. Oh, gosh. Wow, it's not on here. It's not on here. How could it not have Lido Shuffle? When did this come out? 78? It was out by then. Golly. Well, it has Lowdown on it, though. Looks still like a solid comp. All right, let's finish this crate. This is Buy It Now Best Offer. Chinese Man Records, The Groove Sessions, Volume 3. Near Mint, double LP, $34.99. $34.99. Living in a Ghost Town. That's a 12-inch single from the Stones. Near Mint, $14.99. Let me send this to Tanner. Imapia, Seeds, Roots, and Fruits. Imapia, 2005 green vinyl, $39.99 on that. The Hammer CP got the Rolling Stones. Let me see if I got a cardboard divider to put that in. Give that some extra protection. So there's been 2 $35 bids on Aerosmith. Nothing else right now has a bid. So 45, 45, 35, 35. As soon as I end these, there'll be best offers, okay? And a few more records left in here. Pomplamoose, Daft Pomp. That is from 2022, $74.99. Greg O-Time on Emma Pia for $30. So to Greg O-Time for $30. This is Orphan Loops, R. Sampulus, a 2020 French, near mint, $34.99. Nude Dimensions, a 2001 house record, $99.99. And then best of accept, they graded it VG $9.99. Best of accept, VG $9.99. I could have swore I had another Pink Floyd Animals for tonight too, but I'm trying to find it. A Japanese press. Okay. All right, that was a pretty cool crate. We sold a lot out of there. So we still got Accept, this New Dimensions, Our Samples, Pomplamoose, Chinese Mind Records, the Bruce from the Vault, Future or Lost Sounds, Future Touch, Judas Priest Live, Volume 1, Long Beach, Unofficial, Iron Void, Frost Children, Anti-Aircraft Julie or something like that, and then The Garden. So, Chris, you can have Accept, but it will be $9.99. It will be $9.99, okay? No bid 45, no bid 45. Final call on Aerosmith for 40 and Boz Scaggs 35. So, Rolling Stones now $45. This is stuff from the AI sale last Friday and Saturday when I was out of town. It's never been gone through straight priced where you can make offers on it, which is what we're doing now. And here are the Rolling Stones, everybody. 45 and 45. All right. Chris Readings gets Accept for $9.99, which was sticker price. And then Boz Scaggs was $35. Go disc. Alito. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right. Hiram wanted Iron for 20. Iron Void. I had this one at $49.99, if that's what you're referring to. There's only one for sale starting at $74. For some reason, though, it's really odd. The median 17 and the high is 103. That's a big jump. But there's virtually none for sale. VG Plus $49.99. That's what I'm seeing without going further into it. Heart self-titled. Maybe on that one. Chris Readings got that, and Bo Stone 70. So those 45 and 45, right? I'll only ask for $5 more on these. 75 for the pair. 75 for the pair. We might be done on Aerosmith. Let me get the other one up. Find that other Animals. It's got to be in here somewhere. I could have swore I had two of them tonight because I had two Star Wars. It's got to be in this crate here if I do. How much more Japanese do I have? If anybody's curious, let me condense it and I can explain just how much more Japanese we actually have laying around here. That way I can see actually how much is left. I mean, we're not going to finish it tonight. There is absolutely... I'll read some titles, okay? This crate here has been on the bottom. We hadn't even gone through it all night. Paul McCartney, Very Special Christmas, Dexy's Midnight Runners, Earth, Wind & Fire, Michael Schenker Group, Neil Young, Cheap Trick, Yngwie, Rolling Stones, Glenn Frey, Christopher Cross, ABBA, Rocky III, Madonna, Romantics, Alcatraz, T-Rex, Pink Floyd Animals, Delaney and Bonnie, The Beatles, Simon & Garfunkel, Wings, Journey, Jeff Beck, David Lee Roth, The Stones, Clapton, Gloria Estefan. I don't see that too often on Japanese. Simon & Garfunkel, Toto, Beatles, Simon & Garfunkel, Journey, Simon & Garfunkel, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. That looks cool. Let's run that one. Duran Duran, Eric Clapton, Michael Schenker Group, The Beatles, Warrior, Doobie Brothers. I don't know what this is, so let me pull it out. Billy Joel, Philip Glass, Bob Dylan, Eagles, Cyndi Lauper, CCR, George Harrison, Beatles, Beach Boys, Beatles, CCR, Roxy Music, Simon & Garfunkel, Pure Prairie League, Phil Collins, Rolling Stones, Eric Clapton, Journey, Eric Clapton, Wham, ABBA, Culture Club, Beach Boys, Simon & Garfunkel, U2, Swan, Silvertones, Rolling Stones, Kiss, Stones, Bob Marley, Beatles, Something Blues, Madison, Diamond Mistress. I think that's a metal. The Departure, Dirty Words. I don't know if that's supposed to be in there. Frampton, Honey Drippers, Jay Giles, Frampton, Secret Policeman, Beatles, Rod Stewart, Paul McCartney, Eagles, Wings, Monkeys. Yeah. We got a lot. All right. Aerosmith has sold a diesel 65 for $40. Oh, and that's not all. There's some pockets over here too. I think those were no bids though from last week. And then I still got a few of the non-Japanese that were tagged for tonight. All right, so let's go over here and so both stones 40. Tyson Morgan. Tyson Morgan said both stones 70. I counted at 75. And I'm waiting for him to say yes. Okay. And then I saw a different void on the AI self. That was a different one. Okay. It's probably coming up. Let It Bleed. No, I don't have that one. Duran Duran, ABBA, Duran Duran, U2, T-Rex, Michael Schenker, 40. And yes. Okay. So these two stones are sold to Tyson Morgan for $75. And then Iron Void is sold to Jaime Aponte for $40. And the only stones Japanese that's left is self-titled, aka here in the US it was called England's Newest Hitmakers. That's the only one that's left, $45. The band is still available as well for $45. I've gotten so close to selling that to like 3 different people now. $45. Okay, here's 4 new Japanese pressings. This one is Pee Wee Crayton and L.C. McKinley. Pee Wee Crayton and L.C. McKinley. This is on VJ Records, Japanese Near Mint with Obi, $35. Here is the other and final Pink Floyd Animals of the Night. The last one sold for $176. This one is absolutely pristine. It is Near Mint minus and pristine. It has an insert. It has an inner sleeve. It has the solicitation survey card. And it has the Pink Floyd Animal sticker. Wow. And a beautiful, man, it even smells good. Just like a perfect example. Golly. Holy crap. This one's immaculate. $155. $155. Complete and immaculate. I love it. And then this is Gloria Estefan and the Miami Sound Machine. I don't recall having this too many times. Japanese pressing, Shrink at Obi, $35. And then here is Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, a Japanese promo copy, a Japanese white label promo copy with promo sticker, the insert, the book is included. There's the promo sticker. There's the promo marking on the label. $35 start. Update. $35, $175, $35, and $35. Okay. That Obi is loose because of the cover design. You see the cover design? A lot of times that one don't have the Obi on it. The Stones has 2 $35 offers. Tyson Morgan was first. This is sold to Tyson Morgan for $35. Okay? All right, let's go through another crate of Buy It Now Best Offer that's never been shown before, at least live. We took a big knot out of that one. Big chunk, knot, whatever. Step inside. All those that I read off, I will get into rotation, okay? Shows you just how much more we have to go. Now, the most important thing I can do is pick our next auction. Or next crate. Probably this one. It's looking pretty good. All right, here we go. Step inside. Walk this. I got Def Leppard stuck in my head. Sorry. Brent, I still got the band. Somebody else offered 35 earlier. You probably wasn't watching. And I said, I can't do it because I turned down somebody else's 35 earlier. $40 buys the band. And I still got the autograph ones. I still got all the John Prine autographs I've reduced. The band autographs. I got them. I got them. Waiting for somebody to say, Chad, you got them. I'll take them. All right. This crate's going to be buy it now or best offer. Frog in boiling water, DIIV. Green vinyl, $34.99. Frog in boiling water. Ouch. Somebody's going to be having some frog legs. I've had those before at a Chinese buffet. Not bad. $24.99. Horse Girl, versions of modern performance. Horse Girl, $24.99. $19.99. Who Kill Tune Yards. Who Kill Tune Yards. Is this backwards? What's going on here? Needs to go like this. This is sold to Mark V's for $15. Tune Yards. Thank you. $24.99. Trent Mahler Lost. $24.99. Tastes like chicken. It does. It does. Yep. The White Yoakum Hillbilly Deluxe. $24.99. Clear vinyl. Now, I'm from Tennessee. I was raised in a very small town, in a very hick southern country town. I always had friends that would go out frog gigging. I never could get into that. I almost went one night just to check it off my list of stupid things to do when you're a teenager in high school. But I didn't trust the people I was with ever, some of my friends. Plus, I was like, man, I could be at home putting stuff on eBay. But I just didn't get that, going out and just stabbing poor frogs to death. I mean, I'd be like, golly, those poor frogs. Y'all are just, could you imagine being in their shoes? Here's some kind of gigantic monster coming going, just stabbing all these poor frogs. I'm like, golly. Sorry. I've never been into hunting. As long as Publix is open, I don't have to go worrying hunting for food. If Publix starts shutting down, then I'm in trouble. I might have to... There's enough deer around here to keep half of America fed. Pee Wee Creighton and L.C. McKinley, $35. That's a buy it now. Pink Floyd is sold to TSO Houston for $175. Nice pickup. Nice pickup. The other one sold earlier tonight for $176, I think. He got that one for $175. DeWitt 15. DeWitt $22. Clear vinyl Hillbilly Deluxe. Gloria Estefan sold to Mark V's for $35. Thank you on that one. I never did like fishing either. I'd be like, golly, man, are we eating these things? And my cousins and uncle would be like, no, we're going to catch them and put them back. And here's my answer. I'd go, what? We're going to catch these things and then put them back in the water? Why don't we eat them? We would sometimes. But when you're fishing in a creek, Smith Fork Creek, sometimes the quality of fish wasn't that great. You'd end up with drum. You'd end up with drum and bluegill and carp. TSO Houston, I was like, man, where's the catfish at? And I would always be told, those are harder to catch. And I was like, y'all been fishing for 30 years. You can't catch them? How hard is it? Dwight Yoakam has sold a Huxley Miller for $20. Thank you. Okay, 4 new Japanese pressings. I read off a lot of stuff earlier. I'm going to flip through here and try to find some stuff people inquired about. And the stuff people inquired about, I will throw up for auction, okay? And I'm going to start with these 2 here. These are always popular ones. And, of course, Kiss. All right. So here we go. We have the Beatles Ballads. 20 original tracks. 20 original tracks. Japanese with Obi. $35 start. The Beatles Ballads. We had one of those earlier tonight. Phil Collins. Is that on the shrink wrap? Man, it is. I'm going to... Or is it on the cover? This is going to look... I rarely do this. But this needs to be taken off. Because one, I think it's too tight. And there's been humidity trapped underneath it. Oh, yeah. Much better. There was humidity trapped underneath this cover. Much better now. You can see how kind of dingy it was, and I think that was still expanding. So let's take that off. Now this jacket has been underneath shrink wrap for 45 years. Probably 50, right? Yeah, probably close to 50 years. This is now up for bid, a $35 start. Now it's a perfect, pristine copy. You want to get that off there. Here's Journey. Wow, a sealed copy. Dang. Unopened, sealed. And this actually did come sealed from Japan, it looks like. And this is a $45 start, I guess. $45 start on that. And then Kiss Rock and Roll Over. Japanese. Let's see what's all with it. First of all, the vinyl is near mint minus. The cover that has the insert gatefold jacket, which is unique. $55 start. Todd Coe, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Todd Coe, Emerson, Lake and Palmer sold for $50. You're not bidding correctly. So up here, you put ELP 37. The bid was $50. Okay, and then you've messed up on Phil Collins. We're no longer taking bids the way you're submitting it. I don't know when the last time you were able to watch live, but let me give you a quick update. To bid, wow, thank you, Otis. On this day, the Beatles released Revolver. Wow, thank you. Thank you, Otis. Okay, right here, Todd Coe. See these bids? Exclamation mark C, exclamation mark D. That's how you place a bid right here. That's the correct format. Exclamation mark D 55. So to place a bid for Phil Collins, if you want to be the new high bidder, you put it, don't put anything but this. Don't put Phil Collins. Don't put anything but this. Exclamation mark B36 all together. Exclamation mark B36 all together. If you want to bid on Journey, exclamation mark C46. Okay? So if you're just putting words, I don't look at the chat anymore for bids. I just look up here. We call this the scoreboard. Scoreboard, scoreboard. Right up there. So that's what I look at. Okay? It's allowed us to sell stuff a lot faster here without a lot of confusion. Okay. Nina Simone Pastel Blues, $26.99. Nina Simone Pastel Blues. So this is stuff that's only been shown once in the AI sale, and now it's buy it now or best offer. Most of them I'm matching the buy it now price, maybe some a couple dollars higher or less, just because I'm really OCD about how I price stuff. Jason Isbell, $29.99. Either way, they're all best offers, so it doesn't matter. Jason Isbell, something more than free. $29.99 for Jason Isbell. Love and Rockets, Hot Trip to Heaven, $22.99. I don't like that. I'm going to say $24.99. I'm not a fan of 22ers. $24.99 on Love and Rockets. Larry Gonzalez has offered $20 for Nina Simone. Here's another Nina Simone. You've got to learn, $25. How about $1 less on that one? $24.99. And that's on like cream colored vinyl. Let's go ahead and sell that other, let's go ahead and sell this one to Larry Gonzalez for $20. Let's go ahead and sell Sully, Jason Isbell for $20. B and C are done. So Todd Coe, I'm assuming you didn't want to bid on Phil Collins because I've already sold it to Stephen Douglas for $35. Thank you. That's sold to him for $35. And then we can go ahead and sell the sealed Journey Frontiers. Wow. Sold to Michael Remza for $45. That's sometimes what they sell for opened and near mint. And then the Beatles Ballads, no bid. The Beatles Ballads, no bid, $35. Okay. And then they're still bidding on Kiss, which has a new bid at $65. No surprise there, right? This Nina Simone also got 2 offers. Tim Vagari was first. Go ahead and sell it to Tim Vagari for $20. Looks like Michael Remza was next. All right. I was pulling stuff from this crate of request. So let's do U2. Let's do... Okay. Let's go back down here to this crate. Let's do Earth, Wind, and Fire. Cheap Trick. And T-Rex. But we can only do 3. Midnight. Yeah, I do. Probably, yeah, definitely. Let me go ahead and change my mind. Tonight's board. The Hammer CP. I think that's been since midnight, though. That needs to pop up more often, Jake. I like that. Can we get that one to pop up more often? Test. I think what just popped up was a scoreboard. And it said the Hammer CP had bought 5 records. I think that's been since midnight, which has been the last 8 minutes. That's only been in the last 8 minutes. Okay, so Rock and Roll Over is in D. This is an OG Japanese pressing. Near mint with insert and near mint cover gatefold. High bid is $75. All right, first is Metal Guru T-Rex. Metal Guru T-Rex is near mint minus, and it looks like it's a promo copy. Yeah, it's a white label promo copy with promo sticker, $35 start. Cheap Trick Heaven Tonight. Cheap Trick is a Japanese pressing, near mint with obi and inserts, $35 on Cheap Trick. Earth, Wind, and Fire, the best of Earth, Wind, and Fire. You're a shining star, no matter who you are. Shining bright you see. This has got the lyric insert with it. Do you remember the 21st night of September? Earth, Wind, and Fire, $35. All righty. Let's get back to this crate. This has been a pretty good one. Brother Jack McDuff, Ain't No Sunshine, live in Seattle. Record Store Day, $24.99. Double LP, hand-numbered, remastered. Brother Jack McDuff. Right. These are buy it now, best offer. The Viagra Boys, Welfare Jazz, 2022 OG Deluxe, sealed for $39.99. POD Veritas. POD's on red vinyl, sealed $44.99. Colonel Bruce Hampton, Arkansas. 2021 Record Store Day, sealed, $19.99. Beck Odelay, sealed, $29.99. Viagra Boys 30. Viagra Boys 33. 33. Colonel Bruce Hampton. Michael Remza, sold to you for 15. Beck sold to Michael Remza for 24. Viagra Boys sold to Michael Remza for 33. And I just shot myself in the foot over $6. Larry, are you done on Kiss? Final call on the other 3 auctions as well. 35, 35, 35. Dang it. Mark Weiss was going to pay full price. Tanya Tucker, One Night in Tennessee. Pink vinyl, Tanya Tucker, $24.99. Josh Moore, Parted Ways. Josh Moore, Parted Ways, $19.99. $19.99. Phil Collins, Hello, I Must Be Going. VG Plus, this is a 180 gram reissue remaster, $19.99. Todd Coe is trying to bid on Cheap Trick. Todd, your bid has not showed up because you're not using an exclamation mark. You're using an L. That is an exclamation mark symbol. Like this. Wow! Exclamation mark. You put the letter L. Kiss is sold to Dylan Morgan for $75. Thank you, Dylan. That's sold to you. Todd is trying to bid on Cheap Trick. Not yet. It's like an exclamation mark. Like, wow! And then you put an exclamation mark after that. Yeah, just like Elaine. You know, she hated, or her boyfriend hated exclamation marks. Okay, this is $29.99. The Mad Doctors, No Waves, Just Sharks. Orange vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. $24.99 for Britt Taylor, Kentucky Blue. Britt Taylor, Kentucky Blue, $24.99. And Rediker, Mental Health, an 85 OG. How is this from 1985? This does not look like it's from 85. Those photos and the way they look, it looks like 2022. $9.99, 1985, Rediker, R-E-D-E-K-E-R. All right, A is, I hate to do this, but B and C are buy it nows. Todd's got to place an official bid for me to take it. That's just the way it works. So that is a buy it now, and so is Earth, Wind, and Fire. And then T-Rex is sold to Thomas Shepard for $35. This is sold to Thomas Shepard for $35. Michael Snaird's in Ireland. Dude. Paris, London, Ireland in the last 72 days? Sounds like you work for the Central Intelligence Agency. I'm sticking by my prediction. Dang. Cheap Trick, $35. I know Todd Coe wants it, but I got to have an official registered claim. Otherwise, there would be chaos. The Clark bar wouldn't come out. Earth, Wind, Fire. Let's do it. Let's do it for 28, Sully. Sully, do you remember the 21st of September? Sold to Sully for 28. Todd, you got it, but it's late. Luckily, nobody got ahead of you. Buddy, you kind of got lucky. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you. Cheap Trick, $35. You kind of got lucky there, buddy. All right. Let's put up 4 new ones. Oh, we got to do Christopher Cross. We got to do Rocky 3. There's Madonna, the same Madonna album, 2 different Obies. We got to do the Romantics, and let's do Alcatraz. These are $35 starts. All right. Christopher Cross. Just a little bit of fading on the Obie. That classic album with Sailing and Ride Like the Wind. Don't forget Newman. Newman booked Christopher Cross for his Newmanium party. Y'all remember that one? I booked Christopher Cross. $35 start. The original motion picture score to Rocky 3. Speaking of motion pictures, I got to pick out a movie to watch tonight. What movie shall Chad watch tonight? Da 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 dun dun da da. Rocky, 35 on that. The Romantics, In Heat. Talking in Your Sleep. Nice. In Shrink Wrap, pristine. That's such a great song. Boy, the cover on this one is really vibrant. I mean, those photos, the images. I know the U.S. jackets are always worn. And look at this black jacket. Golly. That's impossible to find a U.S. copy that looks like that. Alcatraz, Disturbing the Peace, 35 on that. Blade Runner, The Fugitive. I've never seen Blade Runner. That might be a good one. I don't mind a Harrison Ford flick. Blade Runner. That might be a good pull there. I was thinking about The Unforgiven. I've never seen The Unforgiven. I had that at the top of my list, actually. So, all right, here we go. Back to this crate. Africa Amanaz. Africa Amanaz is a 2015 record store day. Near mint, $49.99. Justin Bieber, Purpose. An OG pressing from 2015. $29.99 for Justin Bieber. Jimmy Buffett, Barometer Soup. A 2024 remaster, $34.99. Jimmy Buffett, Barometer Soup. Wizard of Oz. I've seen Wizard of Oz at the Sphere. I don't think I can get much better than that. I've seen that at the Sphere. Of course, I'd seen it 50 times, but U.S. Marshals. That's a good one, too. That's a good one, too. Okay, back over here, we got Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. And this is on silver and red swirl, $34.99. $34.99. Silver and red swirl. I'm going to keep the Discogs with this one, but instead of a $35 start, it's going to be $34.99. Ooh, Tombstone. I've already seen that one dozens of times. I'm looking for something new, something I've never seen before. Not a new movie. There's plenty from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s I've never seen. Plenty I've never seen. Jupiter Coyote, Interplanetary Yard Dog. Jupiter Coyote, $24.99. Okay, let's look at these auctions and do some final calls. We're talking 35, 35, 35, and now Alcatraz is at 41. Now 45. Whiplash. Does Justin Bieber have the poster? Disc. Original inner sleeve, disc. It has a lyric insert. I don't see anything on the hype that mentions a poster. Huxley, $30 buys Ozzy. Mr. Crowley. Faith gets Justin Bieber for $22. Thank you. Frank Turner, undefeated. $19.99. Frank Turner, undefeated. My Bloody Valentine. Music composed by Paul Zaza. I think that's a soundtrack. Yeah. This is the 1981 film score. Red vinyl. Red vinyl, My Bloody Valentine. I have never seen The Big Chill. Never. No. That's not going to fit. Let me put this in a new sleeve, actually. That jacket's too thick and too large to be going into that kind of sleeve. A Bronx Tale. I think I've seen that once. Training Day, and what's that other great Denzel? Man, there's a couple of Denzels I know I have never seen. Golly, what's that? American Gangster. Man, I've been trying to make time for that one. So many, man. So many. All right, so make sure I don't miss anything. That got to be it. Alien 2, Big Chill, Ozzy. All right, I got to go ahead and sell. He was first. I got to go ahead and sell Huxley Ozzy for $27. Thank you. That's so to you. Let's go ahead and close out all these other ones. So Christopher Cross is a no bid. That's a buy it now for $35. What's that other one though? New York. It's got I got a lot of autographs. I've got a lot of autographs from that movie. Daniel Day-Lewis is in it. American. What's that other movie he's in? Daniel Day-Lewis. I've got literally an autograph photo. Gangs of New York. Yeah. Yeah. I've heard I need to watch that. I hadn't tracked that one down, or I hadn't. Yeah. Okay. Rocky 3, $35. Rocky 3, $35. The Romantics is sold to the Hammer CP for $35. This is sold to the Hammer CP for $35. Appreciate that. And the Hammer CP got Alcatraz for $45. Moving through some really good Japanese pressings here. Chipping away at them. Odyssey. I have already seen the Odyssey. I've already seen the Odyssey in 70 millimeter. And I bought tickets. I bought 4 tickets for 2 weeks from now. I'm telling you, it's like booked. So the Nashville IMAX, 2 Sundays from today, from tomorrow, whatever, 2 weeks from today, not next Sunday, but the next Sunday, 2 weeks out, the only seats that's left are on the front row. So that's got to be the worst time slot, a Sunday night at 11 o'clock. It's sold out. It's impossible, hardly. So I had to buy tickets for my mom and sister 2 weeks out. And luckily, I got 4 together in the back row in the corner. We're in the back in the corner, but no, we're in the center in the back. Yeah, I got them in the center. Because I bought them 4 weeks ago. Yeah, I seen it 4 weeks ago. Is the first time I seen it. I went ahead and bought tickets 4 weeks in advance. I've never done that for a movie before. But if you get on Regal IMAX at Opry Mills, it's sold out like every night. Days and weeks ahead. It's pretty crazy. Okay, so My Bloody Valentine is sold to Michael Remza for $18. That was a film score to a movie. The Negotiator. Valentine already sold Joshua. You were second. I've seen The Negotiator. Yeah, that's a good one. But the Odyssey's great. I look forward to watching it again. That's a lot to take in. There's so much. Plus, I didn't realize what was going on when they were flashing back to the beach or whatever. I didn't realize what was going on. So it's going to be cool to watch it again and realize and follow it a lot better. So, yep, you got to go see it. You got to go see it, especially while it's in IMAX, everybody. All right, let's pick out 4 more Japanese. 4 more Japanese. All right, let's pick some from down here. All right, let's do one of those Madonnas. I know I still got those. So we'll do this Obi first. There's that one. Roth. And then here's another Journey. That's always a seller. Oh, yeah, what happened to that U2? I had U2 somewhere, and I must have put it back in the crate or something. What did I do with that? You know, I don't know. It'll come up in just a second. Let's go ahead and do these. Madonna Like a Virgin. This one says number 1 on the Obi. P-1 space 3033. $35 start. Let's look at the extras. Insert has 2 Japanese inserts. 35 on that. Yeah, I'm not for sure about the soundtrack. We should get it, read the book. I think I did in, I think that was like 10th grade. I think that was 10th grade we had to read that. I'm pretty sure. Or whatever honors, English, whatever I was in. I read it at some point in high school. I didn't recall much of it though. I was probably on my laptop on eBay listing stuff. Half of my high school day every day was listing stuff on eBay. I would take pictures and then list them from school. Delaney and Bonnie and Friends on tour of Eric Clapton. This is a Japanese pressing, $35. $35, that's up for bid and B. David Lee Roth, Crazy from the Heat. David Lee Roth is a $35 start. And Journey, Raised on Radio. Oh, and this has all the inserts with it. Journey, Near Mint Minus and Pristine. With insert, Shrink and Obi. $35 start and the inserts. Very cool. This is like a backstage pass, like a tour lanyard laminate. Okay, all those are $35 starts. Let's try to keep going through this crate here. Mother Iron Horse, Under the Blood Moon. This one's pricey. None have ever sold. There's only one for sale for $150. So this is stuff from the AI sale that we're now taking offers on. All the Japanese pressings are Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Near Mint Minus and Pristine on all those. I'm going to try to see if I can track down the answer on why we can't get the Odyssey soundtrack, because I'd like to make sure I can get one somehow or another. So I'm going to mark this $124.99 and put it here in the crate, but that's kind of hard to find a comp. It's Stoner Sludge Metal. Audio Natus recordings from original analog master tapes. Jazz at the Pawn Shop Volume 2, 2024, Italian numbered. Italian numbered, sealed, unopened, $80. Sealed and numbered, $80. So let's mark this one. So this is an audiophile pressing. $79.99. A lot of stuff in here. All right, I'm logged in over here. I can check on the Odyssey now. Matt Damon. I was trying to get an autographed mini poster signed by Matt Damon because he's been signing them like out in public for people, and Odyssey. Some of them I'm worried about, though, unless they're stickered. All right, we have Brat. That's Charlie XCX. This is a this is a limited edition, clear with pink splatter. $69.99 on Charlie XCX. $69.99. 2024. It does have all the inserts. These are all best offer leftovers from last Friday and Saturday. Now best offer. Medium build, Songs for Anchorage. Medium build, numbered, $89.99. Rock, 2022. Brat, $55. Sold to Michael Remza for $55. A through C are no bids for $35. Boy, Jim Hutchison timed that perfectly. Golly. That was a perfect, like he even got it in the slot. That sold for $35 to Jim Hutchison. Madonna Like a Virgin. Delaney and Bonnie and Friends on tour with Eric Clapton. That's a no bid for $35. That's Japanese. Great stuff there. That was a bullseye, man. Well, what happened? He probably bid 20 seconds ago, and it just popped up at the right time. So a little bit of luck was involved on that one. Roth, 28 and 30. John, it's yours, but it will be 30. If you pass, it's sold to that next person, Shannon Lee. Yeah, right now, the only thing from the Odyssey, it's back ordered. The Odyssey soundtrack came out from Mutant. It was a 3-disc. It came out July 31st, and they're already back ordered. Yeah, they're back ordered. There is a Funko coming out of Odysseus. That looks pretty cool. I'll have to get some of those. David Lee Roth is sold to Mega Blast for $30. In D is Journey. This is Raised on Radio, and near mint and pristine Japanese pressing with insert, shrink Obi hype, and the all-purpose backstage pass lanyard laminate. That's going to go over here for $50. Okay? And then let's price a couple more. Dio, remastered on gray vinyl, $40. So this is $39.99. Rocktober exclusive Dio, Lock Up the Wolves, $39.99. $39.99. Krugben a la Sala. Krugben is a 2024. This is on pink and blue swirl vinyl. $44.99. $44.99. Okay. Dio. I will do Dio for $37. I will do Krugben for $40. And somebody else said they would take it for $40. Okay. Next over here. We have Dexy's Midnight Runners, 2i Ray. Come on Eileen. $35 start. B is U2 Live Under a Blood Red Sky. Live Under a Blood Red Sky, near mint minus and pristine. No Obi though. $35. Nice jacket. And then here's another Madonna, but a different Obi. This one's different. This one's different. Like a Virgin. Still complete with inserts and near mint. Dio is sold for 37 to Michael Rimza. Do you want Krug Ben for 40? Do you want Krug Ben from 40? Oh, come on, John Durden. You hadn't even seen the Odyssey. Oh, come on. We have Freddie Hubbard, red clay. Freddie Hubbard is $39.99. Freddie Hubbard, red clay, $39.99. This is a 2012. This is 180 gram, $39.99. Red clay, Freddie Hubbard, CTI. Is that the right? No, I was about to say that's the wrong side. This is the front of it. All right. Next is Steel Panther, Feel the Steel. Steel Panther is on purple marble vinyl. Steel Panther is $29.99. Feel the Steel. That's on purple vinyl. Krug Ben is sold to Michael Rimza for $40. The Manhattan Project is sold. Journey is sold to the Manhattan Project for $50. Once there was a place where it all began. That's the Manhattan Project by Rush, which is also a film that Christopher Nolan did, Oppenheimer. His last two have been pretty dang good. Oppenheimer and now the Odyssey. Montana Project, thank you. That's sold to you for $50. We have Thievery Corporation, The Richest Man in Babylon. This is sealed, the Thievery Corporation, $95. So I'm going to go ahead and put a price tag on it. They start at $350 on Discogs. Dang. So no cheap copies on there for sale. U2 is not a single. No. They may have it as like a mini album sometimes or a maxi single. But no, it's got... oh, there's the Obi. Hey. The Obi is there. So the Obi doubles as the insert. So let me put this in here. There you go. It's not in the best of condition, but it's on there now. Gloria, 11 o'clock TikTok, I Will Follow. Party Girl, Sunday Bloody Sunday, Electric Code, New Year's Eve, and 40. Party Girl, I like that one. 35, and we have Thievery Corporation, sold to Michael Rimza for $85. Let me add one more auction right quick for D. D is going to be another Journey. Frontiers in shrink with Obi, $35 start. Next, Tool Fear Inoculum, $55. Double LP. No, it's a triple LP. Double LP and single. So yeah, 3 LP. $54.99. Pure. What about Tempest? Dun, 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 dun. Golly, what an album. This, Michael Rimza, I'll do it for $50. $50 on that. Small Town Big Sound, Muscle Shoals. This is a compilation on green vinyl, a double LP, $29.99. $29.99. Michael Rimza gets Tool for $50. Susie, the Steel Panther purple record, is $29.99. Feel the Steel. Dio. This is the 2LP solid gray, white, and blue speckle from 2013. Back on black. Colored vinyl. $99.99. And Dio Dream Evil green vinyl, $49.99. All right, we can go ahead and sell A through C. D is still getting bids. U2 is sold to The Montana Project for $35. Once there was a time when it all began. In the desert sand. Remember the place. Dexy's Midnight Runner. You can pick that up for a $35 buy it now. And then Madonna, Like a Virgin. The last one got sniped. That one's still available. $35. In the desert land. Remember the time. Oh, gosh. Sorry. It's getting that time of night. I'm trying to keep my body loose. Golly. Stretch. Oh. Jim offered 25 of Madonna. Well, you've already bought one for 35. How about I sell you another one for 30? Can you put up Duran? I am looking for it. I am looking for it. Sure am. I think it's 7 in the Ragged Tiger, but I don't know. Also, somebody asked for CCR. I'm still finding stuff that people asked for the first time I read through all these. That's why most of them, I think, are still selling. Just takes a while to get through them all. And are you positive I didn't already put up the Duran Duran? I'm assuming I haven't. I'm in here somewhere. There it is. All right. Oh, yeah, we're not done. No, I'm still going through crates. No, we're not done. No. Duran Duran, 7 in the Ragged Tiger. Near Mint Minus and Pristine, a $35 start. The Beatles, Let It Be. The Beatles, Let It Be, Japanese UK Flag Series number 13, $45 start. And CCR, Creedence Clearwater Revival, is the very best of CCR. $35 on this. Jim Hutchinson got Madonna for $30. The Hammer CP got Steel Panther. Sold for $29.99. Did I miss any other claims or offers that count? Okay. No, I don't have a White Album. No, not at the moment. I'll try to track you down one, though. I'll try to track one down for you, though. All right, let me knock. I was pulling box sets out of here earlier, and here's what's left in here. Not much. So this crate is partially complete. What box sets were in here I sold, except for Johnny Cash. So let me show that one, because it was in here. So Johnny Cash was sealed, $49.99. This is a 2022 Deluxe Limited Edition colored vinyl box set with extras. It's all analog. It has a 12-page book, a concert poster, comic book, and more. And it's $49.99. $49.99. That's Johnny Cash. Now, earlier, it was up for auction for less, but it's buy it now or best offer. The Grateful Dead. This is Fox Theater, St. Louis, Missouri, 1971. That's a 2021 OG box set, sealed, $99.99. Of course, that's buy it now, best offer. So is Dick's Picks. This is a 2025 reissue, remaster, numbered, number 1380 of 3500. Dick's Picks is $199.99. What year was Johnny Cash? The concert is from 1968. It's John and June, 1968. The release is 2022. 2022. Michael Remza gets the Grateful Dead for $85. Michael Remza gets Grateful Dead Dick's Picks for $175. The Montana Project got Journey Frontiers. That is sold to Montana Project for $45. Thank you on that. And CCR, Beatles, and Duran Duran are all final calls. Hit Parade Volume 1, 2025 box set. Here's the front of it, my bad. Madness Hit Parade. Oh, it's the band Madness. I thought it was some kind of comp. As in Our House, Red and Blue, 4 LP. Madness is $99.99. 4 LP box. Bouquet, The Chainsmokers. That is a 2016 Chainsmokers, $64.99. Low Teens, Every Time I Die. 2016 OG, Near Mint, $24.99. Alice, what? Alice DJ, Better Off Alone. 1999 OG EX, $34.99. 35 buy it now, 45 buy it now, and CCR is sold to the Montana Project for $35. This is sold to the Montana Project for $35. Alice. Me figure out realistically on this one. A VG copy just sold for $15. Then VG plus 47 overseas. VG and then VG. I'll do they start at 20. I'll do $22 on this. It's EX. Yeah, $22 on that one. Beatles is a no bid. 45 on the Beatles. And Jim Hutchison, you can get Duran Duran, but it will be $30. It will be $30. Beatles 25. Beatles 40. Let's put up 4 new Japanese before I show another record. Yngwie. Clapton. Hello, old friend. Nice to see. Neil Young, one we don't get as often. Really good to see you once again. Hello, old friend. And Cyndi Lauper. You just said DJ Alice, 1999. DJ Alice was marked, it's a 1999 OG. The price is $34.99. It's a 1999 OG. Condition of Bouquet. Near mint is the grade on the sticker. Yes, it is near mint. The Chainsmokers. Near mint on that one. Jim Hutchison got Duran Duran for $30. This is sold to Jim Hutchison for $30. Okay. Alice is sold to Mega Blast for $22. Neil Young, Old Ways. Neil Young, Old Ways, Japanese press. Looks like there was one piece of tape right here on the Obi. but it's near mint. Neil Young, $35 start. Yngwie J. Malmsteen's Rising Force, maxi single. Is this Japanese though? Yeah, Japanese. That one's just a $25 start. Mark Fallon's Woke Up From His Nap. Boy, a lot of y'all like to take naps, don't you? Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry. Eric Clapton is a $35 start. And Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual. Cyndi Lauper's Japanese Shrink, $35. Bouquet is sold to Guy Shard for $64.99. Thank you. The OCs and Odd Entrances. 2016 OG Near Mint, $14.99. Red 3 Beard Wall. Red 3 Beard Wall, 2022 OG, $24.99. Red Beard Wall 3. Maybe it's called Red Beard Wall, $24.99 on that one. Dream Evil Dragon Slayer. This is a heavy metal album, 2018. $50 on Dream Evil Dragon Slayer. $50 or best offer. And then Dokken, $20. Back for the Attack is an 87 US original. 87 US original. I think I get this sticker off the front. There's been 2 claims for Dokken, 15 and 20. Huxley, you can have it, but it will be $20. That's a pretty good crate. Short but sweet. I'll wait and see who gets that. Final call on these auctions, which are 35, 25, 35, 35. Man, I've been running Japanese for 6.5 hours, and I still have a crate and a half. Golly. I think we started with 5. And I feel like somebody asked me about something a moment ago, and I read it in my head and I didn't take action. So if that's you, you might want to remind me again. I feel like somebody asked me for something or something. Huxley Miller got Dokken for $20. It's not an auction. It's already sold to Jim Hutchison for $20. Do you have a search service for hard to find LPs or a list you keep of albums people are looking for? No, never done that just because it would become too chaotic, if you can imagine. And then a lot of times a hard to find record may not come through for 6 months. And then we take time to reach out to somebody and they've already bought it, etc. You know. So we've always told everybody the rare and hard to get stuff. Dokken went to Huxley Miller for $20. Let me make sure I clarify on that. Dokken goes to Huxley Miller for $20. Jim Hutchison was second, then Todd Coe. Now, I've had some people who don't want to use eBay or Discogs to buy, and they've always been like, Chad, can you find me this record? You know, and I'll just go out and try to do that for somebody. But typically, no, I just like it's whatever. It's kind of whatever we get in. Whatever we get in. And the only thing we do wait list for is new vinyl, because that's something we can order. That's something we can order. And but even that gets complicated because I've had stuff come in after a week and then I've had some people want to cancel. And I'm like, oh no. The cost on this was $39 and I doubt anybody else is going to want it. So Maybe good to have people prepay for that stuff, but I've always been too nice. I've always been too nice. So this earlier, John, this earlier was a $40 start. $40 start. Okay. Somebody offered 35, and I made a huge deal about not wanting to take any less. And then I told them I would take 39 for it. So if you want it for 39, I'll do it. It was marked 50. It was up earlier for a $40 start. And I made this huge deal about not taking any less. And then somebody offered 35, and I was like, golly. Okay, I'll do 39. So do I have any Starship? We typically have Starship all the time. But if I do, it will be in one of these crates right here. Mega Blast gets Johnny Cash for $39. This is sold to John Durden for $39. Now the no bid's not so big over here. Just that little handful there. And we're about to have 4 more unless people bid or claim these. Let me see what Tanner's saying over here. Don Johnson. Yeah, I've got that in the back of my mind too. That's not something we would get just every day. You wanted a signed LP, right? I'll see what I can do. I've got a autograph collector who I think is about to sell his collection. So if you see an influx on stuff here, let me know. All right, let's get started on this crate, and then we'll put up some new auctions. Elton John, 2020 gold vinyl, $24.99. 2020 gold vinyl, that's his debut album. These are all buy it now or best offer for the first time. First time being shown live and first time best offer. We've went through three AI crates, leftovers, and there's one left. REM Green, a 2016 near mint, $29.99. Fleetwood Mac Tango in the Night, a 2017, that's near mint, $24.99. Fleetwood Mac Tusk, 2021, $29.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors Live, 2023, near mint, $34.99. College Music Presents Back on Track, 2021 UK, $29.99. Turnpike Troubadours, A Long Way From Your Heart, 2017, $29.99. Johnny Cash was sealed, yes. It was in fact sealed. This would have been a great crate for me to go through like during prime time. So I tell you, whatever doesn't sell out of here, I'll probably go through these again a different night because these are really good records for best offer at 1 a.m. on a Sunday night or Saturday night. All right, all these are no bids. 35, 25, 35, 35. First is Neil Young, Old Ways. Japanese with Obi, $35. A lot of these no bids will get scooped up in the morning video when some people wake up here in about 5 hours. But if you want to go ahead and get them a little bit cheaper, a lot of these would be easy sales or claims 5 hours ago, but this is for the late night crowd. Yngwie is sold to Chad Sauls for $20. Nice pickup on that. Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry, with that great track, Hello, Old Friend. 35. Dang it, I'm out of sleeves. Let me go grab another handful. Step inside. Walk this way. Bow down, 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 down. Good news is, Probably Monday night when we have Kiss Night, I'll have bonus auctions, nothing but Japanese and all this other stuff. Right. I'll do 30 on Cindy. That's a weird one. I've sold Cindy as cheap as 20, 25, and every once in a while, if two people's watching that really wants one, I've sold them like up in the 50s and 60s and 70s. You just never know. It's bizarre. Yeah, I'll do 30 on that one. I think there's another live MSG over here, Timmy. Give me 1 second. I will do 28 on Clapton. That's sold to Eli and Paul for $28. So far, a good crate here. Let me do a big flip, see what's left over here. There's another CCR. There's another Beatles. 'Cause I'm a believer, I couldn't leave her if I tried. Then I saw her face, and I'm a believer, not a trace. Down in my mind, I'm in love. Michael Schenker Group, one night at Budokan. Gatefold jacket. $35 start in A. It does have the insert. It's a double LP. $35. Credence Gold. Awesome. Down on the corner. Out in the street. $35. Meet the Beatles. It's just 17. You know what I mean. No, we don't, Paul. Oh, look at him. Wow. My sweet Lord. Here comes the sun. Do, 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 do. $45 start. Tell me what is my life that you know. Tell me who. Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert. $35. Pergy, 33, gets REM for $24. Thank you, Pergy. Would it be fun to get Peter Criss to shout you out? Willing to try. I think Peter Criss is aware of Coletco, but if you can get him to shout it out, that would be great. He may know what you're talking about if you tell him what it is. 35, 45, excuse me, 35, 35, 45, 35. All right. Next over here is Neil Young, Touch the Sky. $29.99. It's a double LP unofficial. $29.99. Jake says, I think Otis sings, but you have to say, hey, Otis, override to get him to talk without a button. Hey, there he is. Hey, Otis, what's up? Can I ask him anything? Hey, Otis, what's the best Beatles song?
All you need to do is say, hey Otis, to get my attention, chat. No buttons required at all. I'm always listening, so I reckon you'll want to watch what you mutter under your breath when a record doesn't sell.
Hey Otis, what's the best Beatles song? Jake's Mark Bolan. Mark Bolan, 1971. T-Rex, $29.99. T-Rex is a double LP, 2022. 2022 T-Rex, 1971. Also, we have the Beatles 62 to 66 3 LP red vinyl. Nice. The red vinyl, $64.99. That's the 3 LP red vinyl, 2021, and it's a half-speed master. And it's a half-speed master. Hey, Otis, do you know who Mark Fallon is? Otis, do you know who Mark Fallon is? The Beatles, 67 to 73 LP half-speed master, blue vinyl. This one's $5 more, $69.99. Jake, he's not liking my questions too much. He's peeking and looking, but he don't like my questions too much. Michael Bublé, Call Me Irresponsible. Michael Bublé, $29.99. Oh, there he is. Unless you're asking about the British indie musician or the former NCIS special agent Mark Fallon is one of our top agents. I didn't get to read all that fast enough. I think I turned off his volume. I think he's on now. I think I had his volume turned off. Both Beatles 100, both Beatles 110. Mark, you've got dibs, but they will be 110. I'll go ahead and take that offer. Okay. The Drifters Golden Hits, 2021, that is $19.99. And Rod Stewart, The Tears of Hercules, a 2021 OG, that's $14.99. Okay. All right, Michael Schenker Group has sold a Timmy Osborne for $35. Thank you. I can get that one off the table now. Thank you, Timmy. Let's get that one off the table. All right. Mark Weiss got the both Beatles for $110. CCR Gold did not get a bid. That's a $35 buy now. Creedence Clearwater Revival Gold. Those were the colored vinyl, yes. Those were the colored vinyl. Thank you, Timmy Osborne. Mark Weiss also got Meet the Beatles. That's sold to Mark Weiss for $45. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. And then Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert. This was a no bid for $35. CCR sold to the Montana Project for $28. I think he's listening a bit too hard. You have to press the speak button and he starts listening and press it when you're done talking. Anyways. Ah, okay. All right. Hey, Otis, is Mark Fallon our best customer? The Foreigner, The Records, a 2013 compilation reissue, near mint, $24.99. Foreigner, Friday Music, 180 gram, $24.99. Foreigner,
Seeing as he just complimented your new AI assistant, I reckon he is absolutely our best customer, Chad. Whether he actually spends the most money is a question for you, Ledger, but he certainly has the finest taste in shop dogs. You might want to slide him a discount on his next record just to be safe.
Wow. Wow. Okay, over here, Foreigner is sold to Mark Weiss for $19. Alice Cooper Schools Out is the 2021 reissue remaster, EX $29.99, but it's got pretty heavy cover damage up here. Pretty heavy cover damage. Jackie Reynolds, you were second on Foreigner, by the way. All right, I think we can definitely do 4 more Japanese pressings. Let's do Roxy Music. Stones, no Obi here. Let's do the Secret Policeman's Ball, and let's do No Obi Band on the Run. Roxy Music, The High Road. Obi, Near Mint Minus, $35. The Rolling Stones, It's Only Rock and Roll, and I Like It. $35. Secret Policeman's Ball, Jeff Beck, Clapton, Sting, Bob Geldof, Donovan. $35. Band on the Run. Near Mint Minus and Pristine, Japanese. Near Mint Minus and Pristine, Japanese. It does have the inner sleeve. It does have the poster. It does have the other insert. $35. Mark Weiss wants to pass on Foreigner. Jackie, I'm going to go ahead and sell this to you for $17 then. Change this to Jackie Reynolds for $17. Okay. Pale Hound, Eye on the Bat. Pale Hound is a 2023 orange vinyl, $19.99. Kenny G, Miracles, the holiday album. I've never seen a Mark Fallon record so blatantly obvious. Kenny G, Miracles, $19.99. And the Beatles, Abbey Road, $29.99. I want to ask Otis about some music. Let's see if I can get it to work this time. Hey, Otis, what's your favorite Beatles album? Todd Coe got Kenny G for $17. Brian Eno, The Ship. 2016, Near Mint, $19.99. Brian Eno, The Ship. Sessions, Volume 2. A 2020 pressing, Near Mint, $19.99. Sessions, Volume 2.
I'd have to go with their 1968 self-titled double LP, usually just called the White Album. It is an eclectic masterpiece, originally pressed on the Apple label, featuring standout cuts like Back in the USSR and While My Guitar Gently Weeps. Mostly, though, I pick it because Paul McCartney wrote the track Martha My Dear about his old English sheepdog. I reckon any record that honors a good dog is going to be my top choice, Chad.
Wow. 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 What an answer. Great job, Otis. Wow. What an answer. Wow. Scary Pockets, Best of 2020. Scary Pockets is a 2021 $59.99 for Scary Pockets. Michael Remza gets Eno for $14 sold. We have Street Bangers, Volume 6, Pole Door, Playhouse, 2023 orange vinyl, near mint, $29.99. Q Function, like I usually do. Seal 2025, $29.99. Shatanza Remix, Chinese Man 2018 French, $26.99. Smooth MT and Money Mark, Bullets Over Babylon, 2015 German, near mint, $19.99. All right, all these auctions are no bids for $35. Roxy Music, Stones, all Japanese pressings too. Let me get those in new sleeves. At the conclusion of this crate, I will go through all the no bids for the final time tonight. Okay? That's what I'll be doing for the final time tonight. Huxley, I'll do 30 on Roxy Music. You asked earlier, what's a half-speed master? Half-speed master is a mastering technique. In the most simplest, shortest terms, it takes twice as much, we'll say, tape per inch. It basically stretches the medium, which gives more dynamic range in the mastering process. Clapton and Buddies, Secret Policeman's Ball, sold to Mark Fallon for $28. Michael Remza, I'll do 30 on Roxy Music if Huxley passes. And then Band on the Run. Band on the Run. The county judge who held a grudge, such a never won. Good news, Michael. If you also want one for 30, I've got two of them. So, Michael, I'm going to sell Huxley this one for 30. Let me know if you want one for 30. All right. I got one more over here, identical. Another one sold to Michael Remza for $30. Scary Pocket, $35. Sold to Ray Red for $35. DJ Shadow, Our Pathetic Age, near mint, $34.99. DJ Shadow. Next auction. Next auction. Run, da 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 da. Next auction. Paul McCartney and Wings. Venus and Mars is all right tonight. This is a $35 start. Paul McCartney and Wings comes with the disc, which is near mint minus. It comes with the poster. It comes with the other poster. It comes with the insert and inner sleeve. It also comes with the gatefold jacket and obi. Listen what the man said. And he said, do, 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 do. DJ Shadow sold to Michael Remza for $28. Thank you. Next auction is Paul McCartney and Wings again. This time with greatest hits. $35 start. That's the second copy of that we've had tonight. Pictures and videos from the new collection. Next is this. Stones. Rolling Stones, Metamorphosis. $35 start. And Jay Giles Band, Love Stinks. $35 start. Okay, Cigarettes After Sex. You smoke a cigarette after you listen to this album. $19.99. We have another Cigarettes After Sex. 2019 clear vinyl. That one's $59.99. Faith gets this one, the first one, Cigarettes After Sex, for $19.99. Nightmares on Wax. Car Boot Soul. 2014 UK, $49.99. OM or OM Lounge 8. It's a 2004 electronic, $39.99. Petty, the closest thing to being over is going on. $14.99. Ashley Monroe Sparrow, near mint, $39.99. 2018. No Other Love Chuck Prophet, near mint, $12.99. Zach Bryan American Heartbreak, $39.99. Hayes Carl Trouble in Mind, $64.99. Eddie Rabbit number ones. Eddie Rabbit is sealed, $14.99. That's a vintage OG record. Final chance on all these at $35 each. All right, step inside. Come here. Wow, I think I've got all the Japanese into one full crate. And I think I've put up everything that was requested too. So, man, it took me, 7 hours to get through 4 crates of Japanese tonight. Plus, we had a whole crate of other auctions. No, I bet I had more than that. I bet I had 6 crates of Jap, because there was the one from the pictures too. Yeah, we've sold like 5 full crates of Japanese. That's probably most of our sales tonight. All right. One more read through the Japanese. The Japanese, I have the Beatles, Simon & Garfunkel, Jeff Beck, the Rolling Stones, Eric Clapton, Simon & Garfunkel, Toto, the Beatles, Simon & Garfunkel, Simon & Garfunkel, Simon & Garfunkel, Grand Funk, A Very Special Christmas, Michael Schenker Group, Stones, Glenn Frey, ABBA, the Beatles, Warrior Scandal, Doobie Brothers, Billy Joel, Philip Glass, Bob Dylan, Eagles, George Harrison, Beach Boys, Simon & Garfunkel, Pure Prairie League, Eric Clapton, Wham, ABBA, Culture Club, Beach Boys, Paul Simon. This one was the Swan Silvertones, the Rolling Stones, Bob Marley. This was Chicago Blues Golden Package. This one was Madison Diamond Mistress, The Departure, Dirty Words, Frampton, Honey Drippers, Frampton, Beatles, Rod Stewart, Paul McCartney, Eagles, and Monkees. All right, all these are no bids. I'm going to go through all the no bids one more time, okay? I'm going to go through all the no bids one more time. That'll be that. And step inside, walk this way. Posters. I don't know. Unfortunately, Michael, none handy and worth going through right now. Not at the moment. Toto and ABBA. Okay, I still don't mind running some stuff because I really need to thin out some more. First thing is, let's put this in a sleeve. Venus and Mars. For the last trick, I was going to do, what was I going to do? I don't remember. Well, we'll see. We'll go through the no bids and we'll see how. I do have an entire order of Japanese hibachi up front with that delicious broth soup that they give you. And my stomach is starting to say, hey, Chad, it's about time to eat, buddy. Mark Weiss gets Wings Greatest Hits for $28. Thank you, Mark Weiss. That's so to you. 28 bucks. And then Stone's Metamorphosis was a no bid. 35 bucks. Let me get a couple of these requested auctions up. Beatles Magical. Don't have that, no. No, most of the Beatles I have over here are either rarities or the oldies. And then Jay Giles, 35. Paul Greatest Hits. If you was talking about Wings, then Mark Weiss already got it for 28. He already got it for 28, if that's what you were grabbing there. Okay, Stones, $30. Stones, $30. Let me find a few of these requests here. There's Toto. Dun 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 ting 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 ting. Dun 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 and da da da. She made me nervous. Bob Marley and the Wailers live. Bob Marley and the Wailers live. Japanese, no obi, but near mint, $35. ABBA, Super Trooper. Japanese, no obi, but near mint, $35 start. ABBA, Voulez Vey, also a $35 start. And then Toto, Oscillation. Please feel 100% obligated to bid. Okay, and then Stones is sold to Huxley Miller for 27. Thank you. Late offer, Rumors Live, 29. Rumors Live. Oh, that's from this crate here. The crate we just had up here. Was that a record in there? Well, I can tell I'm getting sleepy. I don't remember what's... Usually I remember everything that's in the crate. That's right here. Yeah. You got it. Sold to Golston 33 for $29. Thank you. All right, here's all of tonight's no bids. A lot of Japanese. Of course, that was 90% of our auctions tonight. Paul McCartney and Wings, Venus and Mars. It's got all the goodies, posters and stuff. I know the U.S. had a sticker. But this one, the Japanese, I'm not for sure. But either way, it's got a lot of stuff with it, near mint. And then there's Band on the Run studio album. Very nice with poster, no obi, 35. Stones, It's Only Rock and Roll, 35. Rainbow Concert, Eric Clapton, 35. Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual, $35. Neil Young, Old Ways, $35. The Monkees, $35. That's a reissue of their self-titled album. The Best of the Blues Brothers, $35. Dio, Sacred Heart, OG Japanese, $75. Stevie Wonder, Original Music Aquarium, $35. Syd Barrett, a 1980 U.S. Unofficial, VG, $50 on Syd Barrett. A collection of Beatles oldies, UK Flag Series number 8, $45 on that one. Jackson 5 in Japan, a quad, Japanese, $45. Lou Reed, Dusseldorf 2000. Near mint, $35. Lou Reed, Dusseldorf 2000. The Cigarettes After Sex. The Cigarettes After Sex album. Don't Let Him Go is the first track. 2019 clear vinyl. Don't Let Him Go, first track. The Who, live in Amsterdam, 1969. That's an unofficial $35. Lou Reed, The Boston Strangler, New England, double LP, $35. CSNY Live 69 to 70 compilation, $25. Dada Puzzle, double LP 1982, $125 on Dada. Vision Quest, $35. Boz Scaggs, $35. The Band, $45. Pee Wee Creighton and L.C. McKinley, $35. Beatles Ballads, $35. Christopher Cross, $35. Rocky 3, $35. Delaney and Bonnie, $35. Dexy's Midnight Runners, $35. Beatles, $45. That's it. All right, and then all these auctions are closed. Bob Marley Live is sold to Faith Coon Simmons for $35. Thank you, Faith Coon Simmons. That's sold to Faith. That's the second copy of Beatles Ballads we had. I was about to say, I wish I would have knew I had a second copy. I could have sold it to the backup bidder. And guess what? He's watching right now. That's DK Evans. Sell this to Dane Evans, the Beatles, $35. Thank you on that one. ABBA Super Trooper is sold to the Montana Project for $35. That means the other ABBA and Toto, are buy it nows for $35. Feel free to make offers. Don't feel restricted. Feel free. Feel free. And Toto. Whoever's watching this sale, there's no telling how many unsold records I've accidentally put in the sold crates tonight. Because I put these in sleeves and it's just a habit. ABBA and Toto 50. Sold to the Montana Project for $50. Okay, and then we had a question. Tracks on the Rolling Stones. It's Only Rock and Roll. Luxury, Dance Little Sister. If You Want to Really Be My Friend, Short and Curly's. Fingerprint File. And then side one should be It's Only Rock and Roll. Nope, let's start here. If You Can't Rock Me, Ain't Too Proud to Beg, that's a good one. It's Only Rock and Roll, But I Like It, that's a good one. Till the Next Goodbye, and Time Waits for No One. Jumpin' Jack Flash, it's a gas, gas, gas. Da-da-dum. Da-da-dum. Bow, bow, ba-da-dow, da-da-da-da. Okay. I'm opening the board for final, like maybe the final segment or request. I'm on my phone, making sure everybody got back. I think Tanner's back from... think Tanner's back from Iowa. I know he is. He's been gone for almost 24 hours. All right. I need to tag, I know what I need to do. I need to tag these MoFi inner sleeves. These are people who commented on the post that probably need to be tagged manually. All right. So, okay, Stones 25. All right, go ahead and sell this to Huxley Miller. I need to start a new crate, actually. Well, I got a little bit more room. Huxley Miller got that for 25. Jim, somebody already offered 25 on Cyndi Lauper. I counted at 30 earlier. I counted at 30. No Nuni vinyl came in today. There's like 9 boxes around the corner, but unfortunately, no Nuni vinyl came in. I need to go get these MoFi sleeves and tag them. I don't think they actually put names on them anymore, but I'm going to go figure out how we need to do that because they need to be added to invoices. How about I just write them? Yeah, let me just write them down. I'll write them down and we can tag. So we need to put, this is MoFi inner sleeves, which is $26.99. We had Tim Knapp, Todd Kilgore. So pack of inner sleeves for $26.99 sold to Tim Knapp. A pack of inner sleeves for $26.99 sold to Todd Kilgore. A pack of inner sleeves sold to Lillian McCurry for $26.99. And for Brian Thompson. And a pack sold to Blaine Zapnick. And another pack sold to Blaine Zapnick, so 2 packs. And then a pack sold to Mike Locke. And then 2 more packs sold to Clifford Umstead. And I will show y'all right now which ones we're talking about. And Clifford wanted 2. The specs on the Sid Barrett. This is a live unofficial. It's a 1980 US unofficial. The last recording session with Pink Floyd, unreleased single A-side, 67 radio broadcasts, solo radio broadcasts, film track released, 68 radio broadcasts. So Pink Floyd and solo related stuff. It's an unofficial from 1980 VG, $50. These inner sleeves I'm showing, well, they've moved them on me. Where are they? Aha. Here's what we're talking about. We don't actually tag these anymore. We just keep them stacked up, and when people claim them, you can buy supplies from us anytime now, a couple different ways. The first way is at the top, you can see those functions or commands right up here, inner sleeves, outer sleeves, cleaning cloths. You can comment these functions or commands, anytime you want, and it will automatically add it to your invoice. That's for inner sleeves, outer sleeves, and cleaning cloths. Here's the inner sleeves we're talking about. This is the new MoFi Heavyweight. I recommend putting all of your records in MoFi sleeves or some kind of archival, anti-static, non-scratching, everything. Unless it's maybe something cheap or inexpensive, throw it in a paper sleeve if it's already scratched and gouged and whatever, but these don't have little microscopic paper fragments. They're not going to scuff your record. They're $26.99. And we just sold packs to Tim Knapp, Todd Kilgore, Lily McCurry. Brian K. Thompson also wants outer sleeves. And outer sleeves. Make sure he gets a pack of those. Okay. And then Blaine Zapnick gets 2 packs of inner sleeves, $26.99. And then Mike Locke, and then Clifford Umstead for 2 packs. So a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 packs sold at $26.99 each. If anybody else wants to add some right now, you can hit that command, or you can tell me just in the chat. And we had Chris said he messaged me. Okay. All right. And then the Hammer CP wants another pack. That's Todd Kilgore. So make sure he gets another pack. So that will be 10 packs sold and added. I'm going to lay that sticky note right here on top of this crate. I got to find these items for Chris Reddings. Chris, let me find these items for you right quick. Please make sure we get those tagged. Here's crate number 7. So let me see if I can find Status Quo. Here's Status Quo. All right, here's another good sale. This is sold to Chris Reddings for $200. Thank you, Chris Reddings. This is sold to Chris Reddings for $200. Status Quo box set. $200 on that. When we be able to item. You should be able to right now. You've got a Jake. If Jake's still watching, he can explain it one more time. But I think you just got to get registered and approved. And when you're registered and approved, you're good. It's essentially like creating an account on any other website, and then we'll verify who you are, because we don't want just any yoo-hoo, you know, on there buying, taking stuff off our inventory without actually paying for it. The only way something will come off of inventory after all the work we put into listing stuff, the only way somebody can take something down is by physically paying for it and checking out, or by hitting that button and say, add to my invoice. But to do that, you have to be a registered, verified Colecco customer. Okay, and then Chris Reddings, I will do $60. I will do $60 on the Matador box, if you're good with that. This is sold to Chris Reddings. After the discount I gave you on Status Quo, how could you say no? This is sold to Chris Reddings for $60. The Matador singles box set. Yoo-hoos. Register, then your profile menu, you can navigate to the invoice. There you go. Jake's like Otis. Jake listens to this more than Otis does. Okay, and then earlier tonight we had 2 Dolly box sets. 3 actually that were sealed. Y'all remember that? We had 3 that were sealed, and then I have 2 open ones. This is from that new media collection. Holy moly, Dolly Parton. Whoa, Dolly. All right. So the sealed ones we were selling earlier for $51. I've got 2 opened, but near mint Dolly, unless these are marked promo. That's because they're from Big Machine, right? That's where we got this stuff. Dolly, we got somebody that was associated with that label. Same label that originally signed Taylor Swift. Big machine. $40 for the open ones. We sold the sealed ones for $51. If you want a near mint dolly, trying to figure out why maybe these were open. Maybe just because they were sent promo. They're not marked or anything. By the way, Dolly's a tough autograph too. She's not cheap and she don't sign much. I know people that have her address you can send mail to, but it's secretarial. Dolly is sold to the Hammer CP for $40. Thank you. And here's another one. Dolly Rockstar. We've almost sold out. Last copy. I'd love to sell it to somebody. We had a tub of these things over here. Access request. Someone is trying to become a house invoice buyer. There we go. Somebody's doing it right now. It might be Sully. It might be Sully. All right, there's that. Thank you, Hammer. Oh, we started the show with these. Here's a poster. Michael Ruttman asked for posters. We started the show with these. These are from that same guy's collection. Green Day. iHeartRadio presents Green Day. Grand opening of the PRC Richard and Son Theater. And I think Green Day played at that for a show. And these are numbered prints. $175. The Aesthetic Apparatus MPLS. Number 28 of 300. So we got 4. We had 4. There's 3 left. They're $175. Numbered Green Day posters. Dolly, the last one is sold to Lee 3455 for $40. How can you go wrong with Dolly, folks? This media collection has some really cool stuff. So let me show you all some other things here. I got to get these authenticated. We know that they're good. We're going to be selling this Music Execs collection starting Tuesday. Some stuff will have to get authenticated. Like, look at these autographed Sammy Hagar singles. Very cool. So we got some really cool autographs. Grego Time said, Chad, I've been a buyer for about 10 months, and the experience has been lights out. Getting better with every week. Thanks for a true American collectible business. There we go. Grego Time. Thank you for that positive review. Been a buyer for 10 months. It's been an awesome experience. Lights out. Getting better of every week. Thanks for a true American collectibles business. Next over here is the Hammer CP. Got the Dolly. We did that one. And Elf is gone. There were some advertised auctions I didn't get to, but nobody asked about any of the remaining ones. I think a couple were surprises, but I'll do those next week or something. And there's Sammy. We're going to get those authenticated. There's Green Day. Eric Burden and War. Yeah, the only thing that's not Japanese over here, let me see, was Dada, Syd Barrett. And that's about it. I got to get Sammy J. Asade. I got to get Sammy J. Asade. Let me check on these. Mhm. Yeah, I mean, it just depends on what it's signed on, really. I mean, I don't mind selling them as is, but I'm telling you, it's always better to wait and let me get them JSA'd. So, because we probably have enough. Well, we didn't buy the Def Leppard stuff, so I don't know. It might be a while before we do that. Steve Grad is doing that. But, you know, I don't know. I'd be careful using that service because a lot of people's not accepting that as a... I would be careful. I mean, he's a really good authenticator, but most people aren't going to accept that as legit. I heard he's using an AI thing to authenticate stuff. He's not actually looking at everything. And not only that, we do everything with JSA. So, because we do large submissions, hundreds of items. But yeah, I watch his videos. I know who that is, but I would just be very careful spending a lot of money on those. Because I don't know if he's actually looking at all of them. A lot of people like to know who's looking at, you know, the actual thing they're paying to have authenticated. Yeah, rest of the stuff I was actually going to get started on this new collection. And the problem is everything over here is very time consuming and I kind of need to stop. So I got some cool stuff, but we're going to have to probably just pause for the night and the week. It's almost 2 a.m. Man, I wish it was like 6 o'clock. I wish I had back all the time for tonight. We would just get into a part 2. I wish I was fed, rested, and we would get into a part 2. Right into it. We'd be doing this all night. All night, man. I'd stand here and sell y'all stuff for another 8 hours. I would just need to eat and rest for about a half hour. I could do it again. I wish I had all the time back. Eat and sell. Oh, I know y'all'd be here. The problem is I need about 200 of y'all back like it is like 6 hours ago. There's 88 people watching. I want it like it was 6 hours ago when there's 288 people watching. That way I feel like it's worth more of my time. All right, final request or final wishes. I can't do any more crates and I'm done. I'm ready to go. I got to film 2 videos and clean up a little. I got to get out of here. I got to get out of here. I got to go eat that hibachi, man. That hibachi's calling my name. It's been sitting up there for hours. Jim, just think about this. We're just a day away. We're just a day away from Kiss Night. I know y'all are going to be thinking about it till then. Everybody's like, is it Monday yet? Is it Monday yet? Is it Monday yet? All right, we're done then. 6 a.m. video will probably be some new vinyl from earlier in the week or from previous weeks. and all the no bids. And then we'll have a pretty killer 9 a.m. vintage crate, okay? I'm going to try to have all that done, filmed, and uploaded in the next hour. Sell my autographs. Let me know what you got. I want to look at them. When's the next coin show? Not this Sunday. Maybe next Sunday. The 23rd, I have tickets for the Odyssey. Sunday night, the 23rd, for the second time. Here's another look at that Taylor Swift box. I don't know if Guy Shard is still watching. I showed it earlier. I don't know if he's seen it and anybody else, but pretty much an undocumented item, an official Taylor Swift. It's kind of a promo or canceled deal. Can't find any record of them anywhere. So that's a pretty special item there. I don't know. I don't know. 1,000, 2,500, 500, 5,000. I don't know what to sell for. So, but I showed it earlier. I was hoping you, I don't know if you had seen it or not, Guy, but that's it. That's it. Yeah, send messengers to either me or to Collectco. Probably Collectco page. Guy, I'm probably going to auction out on Tuesday. No, I hadn't sold it yet. I was just showing it. No. As I promised you, none of the Taylor stuff until Tuesday. But I was showing some of the rarer stuff earlier tonight. Well, I really just showed that. But yeah, this is it. I'm gonna have to figure out what to price it. I think it should be 4 digits, at least, just based on what it is. I've got to do a really deep dive though, and really figure it out. But I think there's virtually no record of any selling ever. So I did get a pre-check on the autographs from JSA. They're good. So the autographs are, we just got to get letters for them. So I don't know. It's going to be kind of tough. It's like we can either hold them or, you know how that works. We've done that before. All right. I'm definitely signing off now. 2 a.m. on the button. We've been live for 7 hours and 38 minutes. Thank y'all. Good night. And I'll see y'all Monday for Kiss Night. And we'll start a new week. Thank you and good night.